Live from SWU City, Portland, Oregon, is the Planetary Qualifier here at Guardian Games. My name is D-Rod of Unlimited Power, and I'm joined by one of the locals who's been here on a few videos of mine, Dave. Dave, welcome to the Planetary Qualifier for this season of Secrets of Power. How are you doing?
I'm doing good today. It's a bit of an early morning getting everything set up, but it looks like we are good to go, and they are running a smooth program here at Guardian Games today. Everyone's already checked in, and we have our first round matchup of local player Julian, or J-Fire, who just came off his top 5 finish at sector qualifiers in Mesa, and versus Jeffrey.
Yes, and I'm super excited. You know, Julian is a great player. I've seen him play a lot of times here in Portland events. He did great at the sector that took place here in Portland, and of course, he did amazing at the Mesa sector as well. So glad to see him. He's part of the Team Babu Freaks, which is actually part of the store hosting the event, Guardian Games. We've seen those players do really well in Northwest events. But also we saw the Rob Briggs take, 31st place or 30th place
top
at
32
Galactic?
At Galactic, yeah.
Yeah, so really cool to see that all happening. And we're going to have a post-game interview with Julian after this match, but you can see Julian is bringing in some interesting set 1 heat here with Kylo Ren. How do you feel about seeing this?
Well, it just had a pretty strong showing at Mesa. There was definitely someone who made top 32 with it, I believe. So it looks like he's stepping away from his usual cunning ways and now trying something a little bit new.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's great when you see teams like this, like Babu Freaks, where they take the time to try something else after they've kind of locked in those points. They're not really fighting to always stay on top, but they're willing to experiment with something fun, something different. And again, that's one of the joys I have when I come to these Star Wars events.
Yeah, I know we talked to Rob a little bit right before we started the event, and it sounds like he's bringing something a little bit different than he's used to, too. So it seems like the team overall is coming in with something new.
Yeah. So we have 110 players today, which is great. A little bit less than normal. Usually we're hitting closer to that 130, 132, 128. But 110 players. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a great day. And I'm excited. I saw a couple of content creators here. Which is always exciting. I know we have Take the Initiative doing another stream. We have SWU Neff here, Holotable Gaming Network. So a lot of good representation across the board today.
Yeah, and I think we are geared up for 7 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. And it's going to be a long day for these players, but we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped to see what ends up in the top 8. And we have quite a lineup today. So I've already looked at a lot of the list and players, and we're going to have an interesting group. Here we see Jeffrey and Julian getting started. Remember, this is going to be round 1. Both players are rolling to see who's going to go first here. And it's going to be, I'm going to say it's probably going to be a very quick match. Even with that Data Vault initiative, or health, I think it's going to be a pretty quick one.
So it looks like Kylo won the roll there with a strong 11, and he's going to start with the initiative. That's definitely what you want to be seeing as probably the aggro in this matchup, whereas Anakin's probably more of the mid-range and going to try and grind out the game.
Yeah, I really like Anakin, and I like Kylo as well, so I think this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Yeah, and both of these leaders, they're both going to go away post-rotation, and they were so great. Now, you play a lot of Limited. I know that's where your expertise is. You've played a lot of Limited in other games. And by Limited, we talk about like drafts and sealed and pre-releases. Out of these 2 leaders, which one stands out in a Limited setting?
Well, I think Anakin was definitely the standout Limited all-star in Twilight. There wasn't really anyone close to the same power level as him. The ability to kind of trade up with his action ability on his leader side made it so any trade was a good trade for you most of the time, and usually snowballed the game out of control.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get this started because it looks like they are ready. And we're going to jump into round 1 here of the Secrets of Power Planetary Qualifier at Guardian Games.
All right, and it looks like we're starting off with a little bit of space and ground. Both players putting a 2-3 into play.
Yeah, and those are both solid 2-3s. Nothing new there. Stuff we've seen from set 1. Obviously, Inferno 4 is kind of the better play because you get to look at the top card of your deck and put something on the bottom. Yeah, and what I'm really interested in is how many cards are going to be on theme to the leader here. Obviously, neither of these are. We see an Imperial with double Imperial with why did I forget her name?
Iden Verso.
Iden Versio. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, great pilot. Gives the shield. Solid choice there. And then we have Sabine Wren, who's a rebel with Anakin Skywalker from the Clone Wars era.
All right, and looks like we are suiting up our pants here and getting probably 5 damage in on each side to start off the game. With the 25 health base on the left side for Julian, he's probably looking at a faster race, so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to start going all in on his leader ability to try and punch as much damage as possible.
So here we go, using that leader ability already to discard a card to give that Inferno 4 +2. So pretty solid there. And there's that 6 damage into Julian's base, and he's going to go ahead and return the favor with 7 damage of his own into Jeffrey's base. Now we have the General's Blade on Sabine. This is just a bonus. This is just a pump because Sabine's not a Jedi, right? And so the bonus from the General's Blade only happens if you have a Jedi and you can lower the cost of the next card you play. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But a lot of times that +3/+3 for 3 resources can put a significant clock on it. I mean, we're looking at shearing off close to a quarter of Julian's health with every single attack here when he's hitting for 6 from the 5 attack and then the 1 extra damage from Sabine's on attack ability.
Yeah, so good amount of damage here. And the nice thing is, like, Anakin is obviously made to take some damage. He encourages you to build that damage up on that base, so that way you can have a stronger Anakin once he deploys, which always makes that perfect pairing for Data Vault. Now, kind of you're saying in the limited setting, we saw Anakin kind of run through so many people. I know for myself, I think I did 5 or 6 pre-release events for Twilight of the Republic, and every time I could play Anakin, I did, and I won each time. So great, solid card. Really enjoy the card. Maybe I'm disappointed he's going to be leaving after rotation, but at the same time, I was glad I had the time with him while I did.
Yeah, he's had a good year of, at least solid performance. He was definitely one of the standout leaders at the start of this new meta here, and it was the deck to beat. Now as the meta has shifted a little bit, it seems like he's fallen a little bit out of favor currently.
All right, we see another discard with Kylo's ability to get +2 on the Inferno 4, and it looks like we have a little bit of glare, so tough to see that.
Yeah, it looks like a Karis Nemec was just played down. Karis has definitely been one of the standout rares from the new set. Almost every red aggressive deck is going to want to be playing it. The ability to have a 3/2 on the turn 1, and then also have the backup spy that comes in ready is a lot of value for these aggro decks.
Is that one of the cards that you feel like has stood out from this set for you in a limited setting?
Yeah, it definitely seems like it. I mean, it's hard to say since it's a rare, so you don't get it very often, but it is definitely quite solid overall. And we are on the Kylo flip turn, and it looks like Kylo has flipped up, put a Battle Fury on him, so he'll now be swinging for, it looks like 8, as he'll be discarding a card from his hand on an attack.
Kylo with plot cards like Battle Fury is just so much fun. I think the plot mechanic in this set really gave us a lot more options, and I've just been excited to see what situations occur once we hit that deployment action for some of these leaders.
Yeah, and it looks like it was a fairly good play for him. It doesn't quite put it out of Sabine range, but it looked like our Anakin player might have had Blue Leader in hand, so that will protect it from just being deleted by Blue Leader right away.
There we go. Anakin has taken quite a bit of damage. Not many swings here by Julian with that Kylo deck, but you can tell each swing was powerful and has really, escalated the situation. If Anakin wasn't playing Data Vault now, it'd be scary, whether you're at 25, 28, or 30 life. Either way, it's 11 points away from death for Anakin. So we'll see what Jeffrey can do to stabilize.
All right. And it looks like he's trying to get the Kylo off the floor, or off the ground right now. It'll be interesting to see what is the last card in Julian's hand here. He is only 9 away from damage. Getting another 6 here, putting him basically on death's door. Or 5.
All right, messing around with some of the lighting here just to see if we can get us a better situation.
And we are still one turn away from Anakin flip, so even though he has the 29 damage on it, it's not going to be able to flip in and really put the pressure on this security complex right now.
Now, what's interesting is he still hasn't felt the need to use the security complex epic action, and it looks like Jeffrey knows that he just would rather go to the second match in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he had a whole lot of play there. I mean, maybe. Yeah, with no way to take out the Iden Versa with the shield up in space, he just was at a point where if Julian took the initiative, then the game would be over on the first swing.
Yeah, what a quick match. Nothing new there, honestly. That's kind of what we expected to see here. Two great players. Julian's obviously moving a little bit faster here. And kind of as you said, getting that Iden Versio in the space lane and just being unbothered, it really is just going to, take it all the way. It really got him there. Really, really great. And you see that also Julian didn't have to split it up, right? He got that Battle Fury on deployment, and he could have put that on Inferno 4, but didn't really want to put all of his eggs in one basket, and instead had two units out that were hitting for a good amount.
Yeah, I mean, the Kylo got in for 8 damage, which was a very solid hit. And, that with the continuing 5 on the in space made it made the Data Vault, the extra life, not that relevant overall.
All right, so now this is part of the game where I know you are a little less confident in when it comes to constructed premier play like we're having today at Guardian Games. So right now the players are going through their sideboard. They have 10 cards that they've brought that they can switch in with other cards in their deck. This is always a difficult thing that we could take a look at some of these lists because we have access to it. But I'm curious. I know it's not your thing, but is there anything immediately that you think Jeffrey needs to have in his sideboard or just needs to see played this game to counter Julian's Kylo Ren?
I mean, definitely something that if he has it available to him, it looks like some upgrade removal will be pretty helpful with the Iden and like the Battle Fury being played that game. It looks like Julian's really trying to kind of go tall on his units. So if you're able to kind of remove some of that damage, maybe with a disabling Fang Fighter and provide an extra threat on board, that might be helpful. Although when he was shuffling or looking through his sideboard, I saw a lot of Crate Dragons, Fell the Dragon, and not a whole lot of upgrade removal, but I might be mistaken. It's hard to see from this angle.
Yeah, and if Jeffrey is running 3 disabling Fang Fighters in his deck or within the sideboard, that would be a great card to play because you're going to get a unit on the field to help you block other space units, and it's going to do something on enter. So it's good value, and you can play it just with 3 resources, which with as fast as Kylo goes, you really do want to see that early upgrade removal, but if it can be on a unit, even better.
Yeah. One of the things, though, is with the Data Vault, we are looking at, a higher number of cards in the deck to start off. So that means that each card is a lot, you're less likely to draw any single, answer to what you need. So we'll see if it works out for Anakin in a little bit different way than it did in Game 1 here for Kylo, since now Anakin is on the play.
Yeah, and I'm so glad to see this as one of our first matches of the day. We're going to be highlighting a lot of interesting decks and players throughout the match. Of course, we're going to see some of the top players later on in the day, but getting a deck already like this where it's on theme to Spark. I mean, of course, Julian's playing other cards from other sets, but just the fact that the base and the leader are from the first set it is exciting for me to see.
Oh, I hate to be that guy, but I think Kylo was from Shadows, if I'm not mistaken.
You are right. Kylo is from Shadows. You're right. It's funny because I really enjoyed this Kylo after the Shadow debut, and we took this. This is the deck I took to the PAX Prime, and you were there. You were playing in a lot of those sealed events that day, but I had a lot of fun playing a Kylo deck that just because it went real fast. I finished my games pretty early, and I'd had more time to spend throughout the day. I didn't go very far, but it was a good day.
Yeah, one of the things I remember is you were one of the first early adopters of Triple Dark Raid. You were running that and that with just the Ruthless Raider Yeah, before Django got all his toys to play with and jumped to Lightspeed.
That's true. That's true. That was fun. It was one of those kind of decks, when you're looking at Kylo with the aggression and then some yellow bases, you could definitely see the engine was forming. It was missing a few pieces, and we saw those pieces come in, which was great. But man, it was fun, and I think that's kind of like what he said earlier. Like, I had my time with Anakin. I'm glad I played him as a leader in different formats. Sad to see him go, but I mean, it's also part of the game of just trying to try as many leaders as I can and see, experience what they do. Because once they're gone, they may be gone. We may not see another leader like that for a couple of sets.
Yeah. So it looks like Julian's, at least somewhat happy with his second hand there. From what I see, it looks like he might be able to do double one drop on turn one with the Krennic into the First Order Stormtrooper.
Man, I do enjoy Director Krennic there. Love seeing him as a unit or as a leader. And there's some great ones right there with Krennic with the shield, lowering your when defeated cards, making the First Order Stormtrooper just cost 0, which is pretty awesome. There we go. So Julian is just controlling the ground arena right now. It's not going to hurt Jeffrey to put something out. The problem is Jeffrey would probably want to use a unit to defeat one of Julian's units out there. And Krennic would be the ideal one, but he's protected.
Yeah, the shield token makes him quite sticky as a 2/2, which helps him, at least convert the damage to base. It's going to require at least 2 attacks, and a lot of Anakin does is just attacking base removal with his leader ability. And it looks like Jeffrey was possibly a little bit worried about space to start off, where he led with the Jedi Starfighter. But Julian's been able to lane dodge him and then go into the ground arena.
Yeah, and we didn't even see Julian use his security complex the last match. So I'd be curious to see if he uses it this time to protect someone like Krennic. Because I'm curious on how important Krennic is to Julian's gameplay, especially early on.
Yeah, well, I think, there wasn't a whole lot of room for it last match. It does take an action to put on the shield token, and the only unit that he had that could have been shield token was already had a shield in his Inferno 4, since you can only put it on a non-leader unit.
Yeah, and obviously the Inferno 4 didn't really need it there. Here goes Kylo's ability, discarding the tie on brand.
Yeah, and it looks like he's pumping Krennic out. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to take the Sabine off the board free, since the Sabine will be able to take out Krennic with 1 attack and still live.
Yes. Now, we saw him discard the Kylo's tie silencer. Then he's able to play the silencer because of the silencer's ability, which is great. So good synergy with Kylo mechanics there. And then they put the upgrade, which I believe is infiltration skill?
Yeah, infiltrator skill.
Infiltrator skill. Definitely another card you don't see played very often. I'm going to say actually at all.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're in a pretty heavy kind of Sentinel meta. Turn 4, you're always worried about Captain Typho coming down in any kind of green heroism deck. That puts a big, stop on the damage that can come in. And then, also the gaining of life is not insignificant in a matchup where you're trying to get the damage down.
No, not at all. Gaining a little bit of life is always going to be helpful. We'll see if Anakin, who's being played by Jeffrey, can make that happen. So, same amount of units here in the space arena. Jeffrey's 1 below Julian here with just having the Sabine against a double shielded and upgraded Krennic. And hard to see in that glare, but it is a First Order Stormtrooper, which is a 2/1, I believe.
Yeah, and on attack and when defeated, you get your 1 indirect damage.
That's correct. All right, 1-6. Julian's moving a little bit differently than last time. Hasn't put as much damage as he did either, but it's taken less damage himself. So I think they're still in a good position. It's 3 units versus 2, Julian's favor, but they're taking some time to make the next decision here.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's trying to decide on whether he should start trading units or start playing stuff right now, but it looks like he's going to try and take out the Kai. Maybe not.
A little hesitation there. It is important, yeah. Him getting to go first and deciding which unit to defeat, if possible, is going to make a big difference here. So,
looks like maybe 1 damage in this last round.
Jeffrey definitely comes across as feeling a little stumped here if he's trying to make the best decision. And it, to be fair, it is only turn 3, but a lot of things happen right now. This is a big turn.
Yeah. This 4 resource turn is also the Kylo flip turn, so being prepared for that could also be a pretty scary kind of thing, because most likely we're possibly going to see a Kylo ability onto the Krennic. And we got a new card coming out. Let's Call It War. That appeared to be one of the sideboard cards. Since he has the initiative, he'll be able to do 3 and 2 to a unit. So
Let's Call It War. Yep, he just defeated a shield, defeated the First Order Stormtrooper, and took a damage on the Sabine. I really enjoyed this card in sealed events. I thought it was really good. It's one of the few aggression damaging events, and especially the only one that can do 2 units.
Yeah, and it's even so good that generally I find ways to splash it in decks that are even off color. For 5 mana, if you can get the 3 and 2 damage, that can 1 be pretty unexpected, and then 2, if you set it up correctly, you might be able to take out 2 units for 1.
Yeah, if I was in a draft, this would definitely be a card I'm always going to try to keep, even if it's off aspect. All right, a bit more damage on Jeffrey's base, taking them up to 12. We see some units being removed off the board. Krennic's out, Sabine is out, and out comes Kylo Ren with Julian deploying. Starfighter swings into the TIE Silencer.
Yeah, we got a trade there. Let's see what we got here. Axe Wove's coming in, so this probably means that he's also got emergency powers in the deck, as that can generally be a pretty strong finisher for these blue aggressive decks.
I think it's what I don't want to see as the Jeffrey player is that card right now with that 1 resource available. All right, we're going into turn 4. Anakin still does not deploy this phase.
Yeah.
So it works in Julian's favor if he can close this out now and stop Anakin from even hitting the board.
Yeah, well, it looks like Jeffrey's in a serious need of a Sentinel. He's kind of lost control of the board at this point, despite playing the Let's Call It War and being able to take off the shield and the unit. He's down to 0 units in play versus the 2 on Kylo's side right now.
All right. Instead of seeing a Sentinel unit, which we still may, we see Timely Intervention. And we get this fringe unit that I can't remember.
Outer Rim Constable there to take off the shield off of Axe Woves and then use it to ambush into it, so to save some damage. This also prevents the emergency power play, as emergency powers can only be played on non-leader units. So
even better then. And here we see there isn't anything else for Julian to play as far as an upgrade on Kylo, so he just takes the swing, raising Jeffrey's damage to 19.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was a little bit of a smaller swing, as Kylo gets -1 attack for each card in your hand, and so Julian currently still has his 2 that he drew this turn.
And let's see if Julian has anything he can play or if he's going to take the initiative.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if these were the cards that Jeffrey ended up bringing in. We see 2 upgrade removal cards coming in already, and it seems like Julian has kind of moved away from that plan this game.
We see the Gunslinger gets played, smuggled in, dealing 1 point of damage to each player, and then a force choke.
Yeah, Julian just trying to keep the board as clear as possible, so that way his units can get into the base and do the damage they need to close out this game.
That's true. So Julian still has 2 cards in hand, but he has 1 unit that hits for 2. Unfortunately, he's still going second, so we're going to see what Jeffrey has up his sleeve right now. So this is the deployment phase. Now, since Jeffrey has at least 20 points of damage, if that's all still there, then when Anakin attacks, he's going to get +4.
Yeah, so that's going to make him start swinging for 8, though it looks like he'll probably have to try and use it to, control the board a little bit before he can start putting the pressure on the base right now.
All right, we see Blue Leader being paid with the additional cost so it can switch arenas, get a +2/+2 upgrade counter, and it has the ambush ability.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be going into Kylo. With the 2 cards in hand, it won't be trading back and only doing 3 damage back to Blue Leader.
Great trade there, but it doesn't give Jeffrey more options this turn.
I mean, he's still got Anakin to kind of fall back on. It'll be interesting to see how Julian is able to follow up on this. If he's able to kind of move into space, it might be a good opportunity for him to close out the game that way.
And the one card that is difficult to see is the Reckless Gunslinger, so that's still on the board. And we'll see if Julian has maybe an upgrade there for it, or if he's just going to put out a couple more units. Don't think he's going to close it out this turn, but he's going to get close.
Yeah, so we got our first sighting from the Battle of Hoth starter decks there. It's the Hoth Lieutenant. What it does is when you do play it, it's a 3/4, and when played, you can give another unit +2 attack and immediately attack with it.
Yes, the Hoth Lieutenant is definitely a fun card out of that box, and we see that a bounty was played on it as well. And this bounty is whenever the unit dies, the player may search the top cards of their deck a certain amount, and for a 3-cost unit, and put it into play.
Yeah, and since it was a non-unique unit, he's only going to be able to look at the top 5 there. It looks like we're going to get the Gungan Lieutenant, if I'm not mistaken, the 3/2 Restore 1 Shielded. This is definitely a good sticky unit for Anakin. With Anakin's ability, you do get to trade up to 5 damage. If you're expecting like a lot of units like Typho and Chirrut and stuff like that, it can be helpful.
Yeah, I think the Gungan is definitely a strong card. I love this card in Twin Suns. I like it stat-wise. I think it's a solid card that needs to be dealt with and is at least going to heal you 1 or 2.
It looks like Julian has a couple decisions to make, whether he wants to keep on resourcing up. The Kylo deck is generally pretty low to the ground overall, so it looks like he's going to hold there. Each card also gives him the ability to kind of pitch it to Kylo's ability and get 2 more attack damage in, though because you don't get to attack with it immediately, it doesn't look like it's going to do a whole lot for the Reckless Gunslinger at this point.
All right. Julian starting us off with emergency powers, putting everything on the Reckless Gunslinger.
Yeah, so that puts him up to a 8/7.
8/7.
I don't believe that puts him out of, doesn't put him out of Anakin range, but it does make it so Anakin has to trade to get him off the board there.
All right, Anakin is off the board. 7 damage for Julian, 24 for Jeffrey. Still Julian's match, but he has nothing on the table right now.
And it looks like possibly this game is kind of turning now for the Anakin player. It'll be interesting to see if Kylo can get some space units in play to try and get the final points of damage. Though the Gungan will start using its restore ability to get him out of range.
And it's 18-23 now. You're right. It just moves so much quickly now that Anakin is a bit established, and Kylo has run out of steam. Let's see what Julian can do, but probably like most decks that have quick leaders, he probably has a lot of low-cost cards, so we can expect someone like Julian to play 2 units.
I was definitely expecting that. In red-blue, you don't really have any kind of immediate sources of damage, especially 10 sources of damage, and Anakin already had lethal on board with the 25 hit point base.
That's true. All right, well, Julian sees that there wasn't an answer for him, so this is going to game 3 between Julian and Jeffrey, and what an exciting first round.
Yeah, it's been a back-and-forth match so far. Definitely looked like Julian had the upper hand going into that, but the turn where Jeffrey was able to kind of ambush in the Outer Rim Constable and remove the Axe Woes definitely seemed to turn it. It completely changed Julian's plan overall, and he wasn't able to kind of get into space to finish out the game.
All right, well, we're going to see how Game 3 goes here in Round 1 at the Secrets of Power Planetary Qualifier here at Guardian Games. Everything's been going really well. I think after this match, we'll try to adjust a little bit to avoid some of the glare happening on the bottom side of the screen. Just sometimes one of the issues you run into. But what a great match so far, and I'm excited to see what happens. I guess it's really still anyone's game.
Yeah, and Julian's definitely where he wants to be on the play right now. So hopefully you can get another good start and maybe pants up some units and try and get that 33 hit point data vault down.
Now, I will say, when I go to these big events, when I go to a sealed event specifically, if I'm going to lose, I'd rather lose early in the event. I'd rather lose my round one. I'd rather lose my round two, rather than me losing later. One, I feel like I have a better feeling throughout the day. I feel the pressure of doing better. But I don't know. It just feels a little bit easier for me sometimes to torpedo up rather than it is to kind of go undefeated and have that different type of nervousness and pressure throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely, though, one of the worries about losing early is you get into the loser's bracket. That can really significantly affect your opponent win percentage tiebreakers. And even if you do kind of win out the rest of the day, you're at no guarantee to kind of make it to the top cut at that point. But it does seem to reduce the amount of stress you do for the rest of the day.
Yes, or it trades that pressure, right? Because kind of like you're saying, if I do already have my 2 losses and some of my opponents are leaving or they're not doing better, I'm riding that line of making the top 8 or top 16 or whatever the cut is going to be for prizes or further in the event. That can always be worrisome. And I've been there. I've been there plenty of times.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting right back into the game right now. It looks like Julian has the same start as last round as Director Krennic is coming into play. And our Anakin player is leading off with Gungi. And Kylo's also dropping down the First Order Stormtrooper again.
Right, Julian's going the exact plays as last time, but Jeffrey's getting the initiative and has that Gungi on board. And we've also seen already the General's Blade. Everyone knows General's Blade and Gungi go so well together as a Jedi and strengthening it because it immediately becomes a, 5.6?
5.8.
5.8. Oh, my goodness.
And because it's also a Jedi, it's getting that cost reduction on your next thing, so you can really snowball the game out of control. But it looks like he'll be using Let's Call It War to remove those 2 shields there.
Let's Call It War. What a great card, and is doing its job appropriately. Gungi swings into the First Order Stormtrooper, taking 2 damage back, and then 1 damage going to the base.
Yeah. I guess he's worried about, having the 2 health left on Gungi and just getting it traded off the board. But Anakin at Data Vault can afford to take at least a little extra damage early, and makes his flip turn a little bit more scary.
Do you feel like any of the players have changed their pattern of playing in this third round as opposed to that in the third match in this round rather than the first match?
I think the Kylo deck is generally fairly linear overall, so maybe Jeffrey has some different ideas about it. As I said, the Let's Call It War definitely seemed like it was a sideboard card that brought in. It looks like Jeffrey also brought in another card off in between game 2 and 3 here, so he definitely saw the need to be able to do two sources of damage to probably take off these shields. One of the things you definitely don't want to see here, though, is emergency powers onto the Axe Woves, as that will make him a serious threat right away with +3/+3 and then the extra +1/+1 for each upgrade. That would be 8 damage on this turn.
That would be crazy. And that is also why Axe Woves isn't in the same set as emergency powers.
Yeah. It looks like Battle Fury is coming down for the Kylo. That's going to give him a +4/+4 on the Axe Woves. They're putting it out of the range of the Gungi. And it looks like the Gungi is going to be taking out the Krennic.
All right. Gungi still on board?
Yep.
Okay.
With that 5 health there, he is still able to do it. That's probably part of the reason that he decided to take the 1 indirect damage to the base rather than putting it on the Gungi. So that way he would be able to take out the 2/2/2s.
All right. Now we have Kylo is deployed. He is on the battlefield, and Julian only has 1 card in his hand.
Yeah, and that card is probably not long for this world, as the Battle Fury on attack will strip it from there.
Yeah.
It would be really great if that last card is a Kylo Tithe Silencer, as it will make the best use of those 2 remaining resources too.
That would be great synergy here among Kylo, his starship, and Battle Fury. Well, let's see what it is.
Oh, it's another Battle Fury.
Okay, well, hey, you don't have to lose the card if you can't discard anything. So great play.
Yeah, so it looks like we got 6 from Axe Woves and another 8 from Kylo there, putting the Data Vault already up to 19. it looks like also Anakin, with his extra resources that turn, was able to drop a Mina Bonteri in addition to the Outer Rim Constable to try and fight for the ground arena.
And it looks like Julian has not taken any damage in a certain amount of time, so his life puck is currently off. So make sure to get that timer going for the next couple rounds to avoid that. But right now it is 19-0.
Yep.
Julian has taken 0 damage in this round. The board looks pretty okay. I don't want to say even because it's 2 versus 3, but it's 2 upgraded units versus 3 units, and one of them almost defeated.
Well, Kylo almost has lethal on the board here. He has 14, not 14 in play, depending on with the 1 card, and he's got 13 damage in play already. The Mina will gain 1 life to put him out of range, but Anakin's looking at a pretty hairy situation if he's not able to kind of remove some of these upgrades here.
Oh, well, there's the General's Blade we mentioned earlier for Gungi. Does Julian deal with the Gungi, or does he let it attack, decreasing the next card Anakin plays as long as it's a unit?
I mean, the Gungi still isn't big enough to take out either of Julian's units, so it's probably just going to be base of the place right now. It looks like we're getting in, discarding an Infiltrator skill, so that will be another 8 damage to base. Yeah.
Here. All right. Gungi is swinging axe woes, but a little bit more damage there.
Yeah, and that gets him in to take it out. If he does have a follow-up Sentinel here, that's pretty good. Julian looking at the row to see if there's anything to smuggle in, but he might just be claiming the initiative, and that should be lethal on the crackback. Yeah, and it looks like this game's over here. As even with the 1 life, it's not going to be enough to get him out of range.
It looks like Julian's going to take the damage there. Or no, he's going to swing into Kylo.
Yeah. But I think that should just be lethal.
I believe so.
But it looks like they're going to play it out.
Yeah. Yep. You discard, you swing, and the game goes to Julian. What an exciting game there. Great match between Julian and Jeffrey to start us off. We're about to have Julian on. He's going to talk a little bit about this match and a little bit of what Mesa was like, which is going to be exciting. While that's happening, we'll probably make a couple adjustments to avoid this glare.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the cards that Jeffrey brought in was Red 5 to try and deal damage to some damaged units, some Let's Call It War. Just seems like he drew an unfortunate part of the deck, as we did see the Obi-Wan, the Captain Typho as he's going through. I don't think he was able to draw a single Sentinel this entire match, which made it very difficult to slow down the Kylo deck.
Sentinels do make the difference, for sure. It's a lot of those key moments of buying you time, and if those Sentinels can attack as well, so much value, but hard to find when you're running in Data Vault. You definitely have to have the right amount of keyworded units for consistency.
Yeah. And, the extra 10 cards, while it's great, can also be a hindrance when you're trying to, look for a specific answer or a specific card in each matchup.
All right, while these players are finalizing a couple things there, looks like they're still going through their deck. We're going to be making a couple adjustments before round 2. And so, yeah, we're going to go on a quick break while we make those adjustments. We'll come right back and have a quick interview with Julian, and then we'll be into round 2 within 20-25 minutes, according to the timer. Dave, any other final comments about this match?
No, I think it was a good way to kind of start it off. It was a little bit back and forth. The initiative definitely seemed like a big boon for Julian in this match, or even for both sides, as both players won when they had the token to start the game.
All right. Yeah, great insights there. Thanks so much, Dave. Let's go ahead and head to the quick break and get prepped for this interview with Julian. got the final round there. But back in, so we just finished round 1 here at the Planetary Qualifier at Guardian Games for Secrets of Power. And we just watched you, Julian, and you were playing Kylo Ren. Everyone has questions. Why bring Kylo to this event? And let's keep in mind, you just came off a very successful weekend at the Mesa sectors. Again, congrats there. You placed what?
Thank you. Yeah, top 8.
Top 8, yes, right. Which was super great. And so, representing Team Babu Freaks, obviously, all of you play here at Guardian Games, so home store here, which is what I'm excited to have you guys here for. But yeah, why bring Kylo today after that amazing sector qualifier run?
Well, yeah, I'm usually a hero player, but it'd be cool to try villain every once in a while. Like, I really admire the villain card pool and think it's a lot of fun, so decided to switch it up.
Yeah, I'm with you. The villain card pool is super great. Why? There are a lot of great villains. Kylo probably isn't the one that makes a lot of people's list. So why specifically this? Did you have Kylo in mind, or is this just one of those things where you saw enough villain cards and said Kylo's the right choice?
Yeah, well, last weekend in Mesa, I saw a guy from the Bothan Network, Crispy. He piloted this deck to day 2, had a pretty good day 1 performance, and thought it was really cool. It was like a very all-in fast aggro deck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fast aggro decks are great for days like today, probably even better at things like sectors, because you're going to have enough time to get those breaks in, catch food, catch up with people. I mean, here we are. There's still over 15 minutes left in the round, and if anything goes to time, you're not sweating it. And that's always a great feeling, as opposed to bringing in some control decks and sitting to time every day.
I love me an extra lunch break deck.
That's great. You'll probably be able to get 2 or 3 lunch breaks in today.
Absolutely. Win or lose.
Do you have any goals for today? Again, you just accomplished something great and got a lot of points at the sector. What goals do you have for yourself as a player today?
Yeah, so got the points I need for Galactic, so not super worried about getting points, but I definitely want to do the best that I can. Playing a new deck, I got some reps on it this week, so yeah, want to see how far I can go. Awesome.
And you now have enough points for Galactics, is that right? Yeah. So pumped about that. Here we're getting closer and closer. I mean, I feel like we were just there. Honestly.
Yeah, it does. Does feel like that.
Well, cool. Anything else you want to talk about? Whether it is how this match went. So actually, let's go into it. So game 2, you ended up scooping pretty early because. We didn't see your hand there, but all we can think of at that point as Kylo's defeated, your arena's pretty empty, is that more likely you'd be able to put in probably 2 units out every turn, but it didn't seem like you got the right units or any units that hand. Is that what ended up happening?
Yeah, I drew not so many units towards the end there. I don't think that was actually an early scoop. If anything, it was a late scoop. I was just off the board. He still had 10 health left on his data vault, was actively healing. I think he had 18 at the end of his turn. I was very much dead there.
Oh. Well, and again, sometimes it's one of those things too, which is let's just go the next turn. There isn't anything else here. Let's keep moving forward. And you did such a great job. Now, your second game and your third game both had the same opening start.
Yeah.
Is that an efficient start for you? Because it felt like it's what you want to see, but game 2 obviously didn't take you where you wanted it to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the deck's best starts, being able to play the Krennic and then get the Stormtrooper for free. Gets you, really going on the board with a lot of power. He had the Sabine game 2 that helped clear. He also, less about that start, but game 2 would helped him get back into it. It was such a cool play. I was talking with him after. He had the timely Outer Rim Constable, which popped the shield on my Axe Woves and then ran into trade. And that was just after I deployed Axe Woves the previous turn. I had just top decked emergency power, so I was ready to go to the races. But yeah, that play was pretty sweet.
Yeah, it really was. And sometimes that's what you have to do as that Anakin player sitting over there, just you got to take out these units now. And using something like that they got a lot of results, but they had to use a lot of cards to do it. Yeah. Which was great. And Jeffrey played super well. Those let's call it war turns that when he was able to play that seemed to really work in their favor. Was there anything that surprised you in that match when you were playing against Jeffrey?
Yeah, game 2 was surprising just how fast he turned the corner, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by that. It is Anakin, you get him pretty close to death. Anakin comes out with 1 billion power. It sits over pretty fast there.
Exactly. Yeah, when you had him at a 20, you were well, once he comes out, he hits for 8. And you were hitting so hard that you could have easily got him to 30, and he hit you back for 10.
Yeah.
No problem, as we saw in that first match of just here's 2 units, and suddenly you're 20 damage on the base.
Yeah.
Which was really awesome. Great. Well, again, you're representing Team Babu Freaks. Any other goals for you and the team today at, again, here it is, home store, Guardian Games.
Yeah, home turf. I'm definitely rooting for all my friends and teammates to get their points, get qualified. Yeah,
And I think
it's a good run.
I think I saw is there 4 playing today or 5?
Could be as many as 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. I got to keep my eye out, but it's a little bit cold in the Northwest, so like even you, it's hard to tell if you have the team shirt on because it is cold out here. Not as cold as other places, but again, yeah. Great to have you. Excited for today. Anything else you want to mention about the team or even about here, the home store?
Yeah, I mean, I love Guardian Games. It's one of the first game stores I went to when I was getting into Magic like 10 years ago, so it's definitely a special spot for me.
Yeah,
I love it here.
Awesome. And we've talked about this, but I guess even before I let you go, Star Wars isn't your first game, but what other games have you played on a level as similar as this? Maybe not as competitively or with the team, but any other games under your belt?
Yeah, I've been playing Magic for a while. Love that for sure. Love Magic Limited specifically. I'll try to learn sets for RCQs. It's a lot of fun.
Do you think do you enjoy Star Wars Limited as much as you enjoy Magic Limited?
Magic Limited definitely has a head start, right? So that's a hard question. I do Star Wars is Limited is continuously getting better, so I think there's a lot to like. This new set is great. It's the best limited format they've had yet, so I'm sure they'll be catching up soon. But they have a little ground to cover because Magic's been out for like 30 years for their limited.
Exactly. All right, Julian. Well, thanks so much for hopping on this stream. We're gonna go ahead and go back to break before the next round, and we look forward to just seeing you and the rest of the team do well today.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. All right, not the final round, but we are back. As both players begin to get ready here, we have Jennifer, also known as Madamzola from the Nightsisters group and organizer of our SWU community group here, and Connor.
Yeah, it looks like we have an interesting matchup. I know Jennifer's been a big Spectre enjoyer since the start of the game, and we have our Hera showcase leader in play with the Lake Country base. Hera's ability allows her to play all the Spectre units in this game without any aspect penalty. And then we have our classic Kira Data Vault, who's been a strong player in the control kind of matchup since set 2.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this event because we do have Jen Madamzola on quite often here on Unlimited Power, and she's done a lot of commentary. She did our last PQ here in Portland, and she'll be doing the next one happening in Red Castle just next month. So people who've watched Unlimited Power before are familiar with Jen, and she's talked about her love for Rebels characters. Dave, are you familiar with the TV series Star Wars Rebels?
Yeah, it's definitely something I've watched, and I have to say I have rewatched it too, probably late last year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially with the next set. It seems like Rebels is going to be making a comeback with the new Hera leader and all the Spectre coming back.
Oh man, who isn't excited for all the fun Spectre cards we're seeing and these new cross-aspect cards, multi-aspect cards. So it's going to be exciting once we get a lawless time on the table here in just almost 2 months. 2 months away, less than 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see a new limited format coming out. I think Secrets has definitely been one of the strongest or most interesting limited formats, despite it being a little bit downer on the constructed changes to it. I think there's just maybe too many cards in the format right now, so cards that are been powerful staples since set 1 and 2 are still powerful staples.
That's true. Those cards just have not many of them have been knocked off their top tier list when we look at cards from the first couple sets. But again, Lawless Time is definitely going to set the standard. We've seen so many high cost cards, so many interesting cards, arena specific cards. I'm really excited for what the next Planetary Qualifiers is going to look like after that set.
Yeah, definitely excited for a reset of the format, and maybe that'll convince me to get back into some constructed play.
All right. Well, it looks like Connor did not, maybe not have cared for the cards that they received in their mulligan here. But it looks like we're going to get going. So let's go ahead and get everything going for round 2. My round 2 video does not want to play. Oh, that's why. Boom. Round 2.
All right, it looks like we had a possible double pass on turn 1.
Oh, well, you know, it's going to be an interesting round 2 here. So Jennifer's coming in with a loss in her first round. Connor has a win in his first round. Nothing, not you know, I don't want to say I'm surprised by that, but it's definitely going to be an interesting match, I think. And so here we go. Turn 2, 3 resources. Jennifer, Madamzola plays Ezra Bridger.
Yeah, and it looks like Kira's going to try and fight for the board with Ogdo Bogdo. With Kira's leader ability, you can put the damage on Ogdo Bogdo and allow him to attack in. The shield will also allow him to trade up and restore the health back onto him and kind of start that cycle going.
Now, Ogdo Bogdo is definitely one of those cards that as soon as he was spoiled, it fit so well for a character like Kira.
Yeah. And it looks like Ezra's getting in, and after completing the attack, he's deciding not to play Zola's not deciding not to play the Carabas from her top of her deck.
All right, a shield and an Ogdo Bogdo with 2 points of damage, so it can attack and defend now. And not surprised by Jen's cards here. We've already seen there's our third Spectre card. I think that's what we're going to see throughout the day. And this one looks like she has it signed. It's the Phantom 2. Fun stuff there. Not surprised from Jen, aka Madamzola.
And the Ogdo Bogdo is going to get in and take out the Ezra and heal off the 2 health from its on attack or completing an attack ability.
There we go. Kira continuing to put out another unit there with the Death Trooper, and yeah, it's it's a ground arena versus space arena as we go into turn 3. 4 resources. Hera does not deploy till turn 6. Kira doesn't deploy till turn 5. Kira doesn't deploy until turn 4. So we're still going to see a couple of more arena building this round and possibly the next, or this turn and the next.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Kira tries to take an aggressive approach and flip up on this turn and try and get some damage in, or wait for the Hera flip so that easily trade into the Hera and take it off the field as soon as possible.
I see Jen using her very specific SWU PDX life counter here. Usually I'd ask the players to use the life puck, but it's hard when it's a local as well as one of our regular commentators. So we're going to give Jen the pass of using her fancy local counter. And it looks like she also played Sabine's Masterpiece, which also has some scribblings on it, and I assume is signed.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if those are signed by the actors or the artists themselves.
More than likely, I could see the artists or developers. Jen has gotten a couple of actors to sign some cards. And here we go. Kira is deployed, hitting the field. Now, she has a great ability where she's going to deal damage equal to every unit in play based on half of their total HP, or printed HP.
Yeah, and it looks like she has the follow-up play of Overwhelming Barrage to just kind of clean up the board, leaving Jen in a pretty tough spot here.
That is a tough spot. Overwhelming Barrage, always a card that's either going to get you ahead or get you tied with your opponents on board control. And here we go. It is just really put Connor ahead here. Jen has no units in either arena. She is at 14 damage. She can only take 20 more with Lake Country, which isn't bad against Data Vault. It's just traditionally Kira may have a little bit more of those late game stronger plays.
And it's somewhat unlucky that Kira had the flip into the Overwhelming Barrage with the Data Vault setup with the 10 extra cards. It's not always guaranteed, but it looks like it was a card that he kept from the starting hand, so it looks like he was prepared for the flip turn.
By judging by that hand token made out of Legos Jen is playing, I'm going to assume that she has a ghost made as her hand token.
Yeah, that's what it definitely looked like. It'll be interesting to see if she's able to deploy the ghost on this turn, either the 5-drop or the 6-drop. I assume both are possibly played in her deck. The 6-drop will give her a shielded unit that might be able to stick out on the board for a little bit longer. but you are always at risk of playing one big unit and running right into a power of the dark side.
Yes, and that is the issue here. I would love to see two smaller units to avoid something like that, especially against a Kira player who has several cards in hand. But sometimes you just have to go for it. And here we see Jen is just living the dream. The Ghost is out, Hera is out, but can she attack with at least one of them? I guess not.
Yeah, it looks like Kira is just going to be playing the fun police here and taking out the Ghost in space with the craving power, doing 6 damage to a unit. This also, provides Kira a pretty big threat with the grit and now 6 remaining health.
Yeah, Kira having grit is obviously such a great benefit, but giving Kira extra health with that craving power is just going to make Kira more dangerous. So great play here for Connor, definitely controlling the board as most Kira players do, losing a few units, but not all of them, and only making Kira stronger.
Yeah, now she's looking to swing for 10 each time Connor gets in with Kira.
That's a dangerous move. Jen is at 17 on Lake Country. We could see a couple of cards in Connor's hands, and they don't make for a fun experience for Jen, unfortunately. We see Avenger, Power of the Dark Side. I believe I saw the gunship.
Yeah, the devastating gunship can definitely clean up any kind of low health units.
All right, Jen, exhausting every resource to play. Oh, one of her favorites.
Callus, and it looks like Callus is going to do a good job cleaning up the board since the Kira only had 2 health left, and then also the Death Trooper, so taking out both of them. I don't think Connor was expecting that, or he might have made trades a little bit differently on the last turn.
I don't think so either. And there's that Power of the Dark Side. That has to be a feel-good moment for Jen. She loves Callus. She loves her Spectres. This was a card she was excited to see in this set. And it coming in and taking out 2 units is exactly what she wanted to see, I'm sure. Just how even in games you lose, you can still have those great experiences of like seeing something work out. And I would say this is probably that moment for Jen where she says, you know what, it doesn't matter how this went, I accomplished this goal.
And by taking out the board and Connor having out no follow-up play to the Power of the Dark Side, we are basically back to even parity board. So it'll be interesting to see how things go from here. Though I do probably expect Connor to have a better late game package overall, as the Spectre tends to be a mid-game oriented deck.
Especially the fact that we have Lake Country. So we're not going to getting any other of those, on aspect level, big turns, right? We're not going to see Luke Skywalker come out when she has 7 resources.
Yeah, and it looks like our powerhouse from set 1, Vader commanding the First Legion, is coming into play. They'll be looking at the top 10 first and putting the Pike Sentinel into play and then ambushing into Kanan and taking him out.
There we go. Some classic Rebel action there. Vader defeating Kanan Jarrus, I apologize. And there we go. We see Connor finally taking the initiative.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that he chose to kind of hold off on using Kira's ability, but that's probably because he's going to try and use Vader to take out the Sabine before Sabine can get through the Pike Sentinel without trading.
Yeah, we also see that Connor has that overwhelming barrage in hand. Not that he needs it right now, but again, he just has enough options to go first and continue to set up his lane of play.
Looks like he's about to, drop the Avenger here to get the Sabine off the board and keep putting the pressure on Jennifer to respond to his threats.
Yes, classic villain blue-green shenanigans with Avenger hitting the field. And out comes, I believe, a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing?
Yep, it is unfortunately a bit late for a 3-2 to do a lot here, but it looks like Jennifer's going to be able to have the initiative going into the next turn, so hopefully find some answers, but it is looking grim for our heroes today.
Yeah, it's a rough one. As strong as this Rebel team is in the animated series, they just don't have the power right now in this game to complete the job. There it is, 9 damage now on Connor's base, but the Avenger swings in, forces Jen to sacrifice that Phoenix A-Wing, and she takes her life up to 32, and it looks like they're going to go into game 2.
Yeah, it was really tough to just come off of that flip turn where Kira was able to clear the board from there. Maybe if Jen was able to keep at least 1 or 2 threats in play, she might have been able to kind of turn it around. But it was a pretty good draw for Connor, even being on the mulligan there.
So let's pick your limited sealed draft brain. Why our opponents here, or why the players are going through their sideboards. Lake Country. What was your thoughts of Lake Country in a limited experience?
I can't say I ever went for it. I didn't play a whole ton of JTL limited. The format was very swingy with the pilot leaders, so it didn't feel like you could necessarily afford to not be playing 2 colors outside of with your base and leader combination. It was definitely a possibility if you could draft a pretty heavy mono-colored deck, but a lot of the times the secondary color was definitely much more useful than the extra 4 health. And also, with the way that limited works in this game, you have to play a higher density of the cards that you draft overall, since you're only getting 42 playable cards for your deck, and you need to get to 30 of them overall.
Were there any cards in JTL that are enticing with Lake Country? Is there any piece of Lake Country? If I'm sitting in a jump to Lightspeed draft and I have Lake Country, is there any card that if I see it, I have to make it work? I have to go with Lake Country for that extra for that extra health, so I can make this card playable.
I mean, I could see possibly, blue being that, but the blue leaders overall were a little bit weak for it, even on kind of both sides of the heroism and villainy when you were dealing with like Landos, Rose, Thrawn, and who was the last blue leader?
And jump to Lightspeed, well, not Rose for villain. Well, you were just talking all the blue ones. Asajj.
Okay, yeah, I could possibly see Asajj being a good kind of late game thing. She is a pretty significant threat. Anytime you can put a upgrade on that gives grit, games can end very quickly.
Yeah, I would say so. Asajj was definitely one of the standout leaders, in my opinion, from JTL. I really liked all the pilot leaders, but I definitely enjoyed Asajj. I think it's probably just because it's blue-black villain.
Yeah. The thing is like games could be very swingy in that format. Being able to put on these giant upgrades onto ready units and be able to get in immediately could end a game in 1 or 2 swings at that point. So her coming out on 6 sometimes was a little bit too late, but her ability to also kind of control the board with the 1 damage in both directions definitely helped her stabilize or make it to the late game.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Game 2, round 2. Jennifer versus Connor, Hera versus Kira. A great match where we're going to see pretty much Rebels versus Imperial. And let's see what happens here at the Guardian Games Planetary Qualifier for Secrets of Power.
Looks like both players are keeping their starting hand. It'll be interesting to see and maybe talk to Jen about why she decided to keep the hand with no turn 1 play the last round, because she still did have the ability to mulligan.
Well, this time she's putting out Chopper, War Hero, War Criminal, all prestige is in the ground arena.
Yeah, this has definitely been a card I've been interested in. Haven't really quite found the spot for it yet, but this could be a good matchup for it overall. The ability to kind of strip cards from each player's hand can definitely be powerful versus control decks. Unfortunately, our opponent, Connor, has drawn the 1 card that will help him kind of recover from that with Dr. Pershing.
Right, yes. Chopper's just going to, when he attacks, can make Jennifer and Connor both discard cards, but Connor can refill. The good news is Chopper hits for 4, so...
Yeah. So maybe, Pershing will only be able to get 1 card draw off before Jennifer decides to take it out with Chopper.
Now we'll see what Jen's first play is on turn 2. Chopper is ready. She's deciding if she's going to play a card or swing. She goes for the swing. Smart move right into Pershing.
Yeah, so it's going to really limit Connor's ability to draw cards, though it looks like he does have a follow-up play that is pretty solid.
A great play. For those who are unfamiliar, Pershing wants to exhaust himself to deal damage to a unit And when he does that, he can draw a card. So he draws a card, deals damage to the super laser technician, and the laser technician goes into the resource pile.
Yeah. The Phantom 2 coming down for Jennifer again on the 3 resource turn is pretty good. Kira has ramped up to the 5 resource turn now, so we are looking at possibly a flip, but the Phantom does help with its grit. That can actually become a pretty significant threat in space if left alone.
Yes, exactly. It's really great to have grit when you're going up against the Kira player. So great job for having the Phantom 2 out there already before the deployment. Chopper has no damage on him either, so that feels good. And we're just going to see what Kira has in store for him.
Yeah, looks like the Cad Bane is going to come from down the Hound. This is one of the new plot cards that is being seen played in a lot of decks right now. A lot of good leaders on 5 that flip up, and being able to take out a unit with 2 or less health is definitely super helpful, especially with the Kira flip, allowing her to have the health on all units in play.
Now here we see we're going into the next turn. Jen has a great setup. Unfortunately, Connor has a lot of options now. He's 1 resource ahead. A lot of his cards are going to do something when played and have probably a unit stay in play. And he can essentially impact every single one of the units on Jen's board simply by deploying.
Yeah, but it looks like he's holding off on the deploy for right now, as he didn't see looks like he's going to try and take a more controlling approach to this game.
All right, there we go. Anakin Skywalker gets played to give a unit -3, and he chooses the Phantom 2.
Yeah, by having the Pershing in the graveyard, he does have the villainy unit to activate that -3/-3.
Gets a body on the board, forces Jen to lose one of the most threatening units, and now plays another new card from the newest set. I can't recall what it is.
Figure of Unity. So Figure of Unity will give, I believe, the unit +2/+2, putting it out of range of the Cad Bane, along with giving all other units a smattering of abilities. I believe it's Overwhelm, Raid 1, Restore 1, and it looks like Kira is going to try and come in and force the trade with the Cad Bane.
If it could give all of those Rebel units grit, that would have been a solid upgrade.
Yeah. It would definitely make this turn a little bit scarier. It looks like Jennifer's going to be able to get in with both of her units, though, before the trade happens because of Rebel Assault here.
Yes, she is. She gets to assault with 2 different units as long as they are Rebels. So she's going to put some damage on here. And Sabine has a couple of on-attack triggers as well. So.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where she puts doesn't the 1 damage have to go to the defending unit, or you get to choose?
I believe you get to choose. So there we go.
Yeah.
So 14 damage on on Connor's base. Jen has lost Sabine. She takes the initiative. Definitely a stronger start for her, but we're going to see how it continues to go.
Yeah, I mean, if she can kind of maintain the space arena for right now, that'll probably be her best bet, though she is looking at 9 damage a turn coming down from the ground arena right now.
Yeah, the ground is going to be a tough one if she can't get something out there to deal with some of these bigger units. Definitely a threat. We know Connor has answers in this type of build to just deal with single unit targets. It's what green, black, blue villain does so well. So I'm sure he's not worried about that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, but what they are worried about is seeing how many other units will hit the board this turn.
Yeah. It looks like Hera is going to come into play and immediately have a Vader kind of run into her and see what's going to happen here. Connor's looking at the top 10 before triggering the ambush, and it looks like he got one of the better options here, being able to do 2 damage to Hera and then use Vader to finish her off.
There it goes. Vader has no mercy for any iconic characters.
No. And the 2 extra damage on Kira is going to make her a significantly bigger threat now that she's attacking for 6.
Now here we go. We got the Ghost out. Unfortunately, not any other Spectres to support it. We have seen Jen play the Phantom 2, and if she can play the Phantom 2 again, she can play it as an upgrade on the Ghost, I believe.
Yeah, so once it's in play, you can spend, I believe, 1 resource to attach it as an upgrade to the Ghost. and then it will give the Ghost upgrade, and then give all your other it'll give all your Spectre units Sentinel because it has an upgrade on it, and then I believe the Ghost shares all its keywords, so all your Spectre units will also be getting Grit.
No. It's so, thematically or fundamentally in this game, it's sad that there aren't a lot of Spectre squadron units. Like, you can't just make Spectre tokens because every Spectre from the Rebel series is unique. But it's what Hera really wants to see, right? You want to see a lot of low-cost units, or you want to see something with the Ghost affect more. In a lot of card games, we call this tribes, where you're picking one type of unit. And it's sad that we still didn't get a lot of that in the first 6 sets.
Yeah, Spectre made a little bit of a comeback in JTL with a couple units showing up, but overall they've been, maybe 1 or 2 units each set so far.
Now Snoke has hit the field, another great tool in the arsenal of Kira for Connor, lowering all of Jen's units by -2.
Yeah, that cleaned up the Green Squadron A-Wing, and Jen is now on death's door with 2 health left and a ground assault that is waiting to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Jen is playing any mass ground arena removal cards because there's none I can think of in these colors.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Callus is not going to do enough here. It's only going to be able to take out the Kira, and then still have the lethal options of Snoke, Anakin, Death Trooper, and even Vader.
Yeah, Snoke is definitely one of my favorite cards from our second set, but I'm not going to be too worried when it's finally gone.
Yeah, definitely remember you trying to clone Snoke quite a few times and make Nala say a thing.
Hey, I think at one point in a casual game I had 3 Snokes out, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just Snoke, clone, and no one's having fun, and I'm winning very slowly.
Yeah, just grind out your opponent. And with the Snoke giving -2/-2 to kind of all of Jen's units, it's going to be pretty difficult for her to do the 12 damage requisite before being ended here.
Oh, here we go. Timely intervention. She's going to play a card. It is Zeb Aurelios. Signed. Wow, so much of this is signed. Spectre signed deck. I have some questions for Jen after this. Zeb Aurelios, when he attacks, I believe he gets to deal damage to another unit.
Unfortunately, it's when he completes an attack, and with the Snoke -2/-2, he's not going to be able to complete that attack. He'll just only be able to trade with something.
Is that still the same case with the new rulings?
Yeah, so completing attack, they are changing the rulings a little bit, or at least the wordings on it, but in order for a unit to complete an attack, it needs to survive.
That would be it. And it looks like the second game is done as we see Connor and Jen wrapping things up. Connor with a win with Kira Data Vault. I don't think anyone is surprised when they hear that combination, but I'm excited to talk to Jen a little bit more about why this deck today, what her goals are for it, and how excited she is to, essentially run Rebels, run Spectre Squadron or Phoenix Squad one more time.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be interesting to see with rotation if Eternal becomes a more popular format in the future. Rebels will definitely, Spectre will definitely have a lot of options to play in the future too.
Yeah, but I think we're getting closer there to, I would say probably 4 more sets, and maybe we can have a solid Spectre Twin Suns deck.
Yeah, I know that's definitely one of her favorites too. She usually runs the power couple of Hera and Kanan in her Twin Suns.
Oh,
formats.
You can't stop her. You cannot stop this woman from the Kanan and Hera showmance that they have.
Yeah.
Well, this is again, one of our early matches here, highlighting a couple of great players in the area. Again, we've had Jen to cover a lot of different events here. She represents the Nightsisters and the SWU PDX group here in Portland, both groups with over hundreds of members. And I'm excited to get Jen over here on broadcasting here in just a few minutes. So we're going to come back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with Jen for the interview. And we'll go from there. Dave, anything else you want to point out about this matchup? Any other insights or things you want to share?
Well, it looks like it was just kind of tough sledding for Jen overall. the new Hera is going to be able to deploy on 5, so maybe that's going to be a thing for the deck. Overall, though, the 6 deploy with the kind of understated only being a 4/6 definitely put things behind schedule, and especially since Connor was able to ramp out early, it made it quite difficult. Chopper was basically mainly used for trading and didn't get to actually do any damage to the base and get those discarding done.
Chopper does feel good to trade with, though. I mean, you're going to take out probably 2 units most of the time, unless there's some shields.
Yeah, but it was possibly the best draw for Connor to have the super laser tech as his turn 2 play, so he could immediately sacrifice that to Pershing.
I think they're going to a game 3.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to play out one for fun. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
Well, we'll let them play out the one for fun. We're going to take a break and come back in with Jen. There's plenty of time, but we'll do a quick interview with her before going into the 3rd round here at the Guardian Games Planetary Qualifier for Secrets of Power. Appreciate everyone watching Game 2 as we go to a break. This is D-Rod and Dave, and we will see y'all in probably about another 10 minutes. All right, we are back, and this time I am joined by Jennifer Madamzola. Not my fault.
That was a sad game. So that's twice in a row. We've had 2 games. Both times have been matched against blue-green villainy, and that's just a real gross matchup for me. At least I will say he let me play my beautiful cards, so at least it wasn't a grody control where you don't even get to have pretty units, but...
I will say that you did get to get a couple of fun cards out there. Let's talk about it from the beginning. Some people who don't know you, and those that do, that everyone's here is not surprised, but why Hera Lake Country today?
So I will say that Star Wars Rebels is the reason that I love Star Wars. Prior to Rebels coming out on TV, I knew what Star Wars was. It just wasn't kind of my jam, and Star Wars Rebels is the reason that I'm here today. So the story, I just love everything about it. And so I really have a loyalty to the Spectres, and I've played Hera Lake Country. I took her to Galactics, actually. She actually, I didn't win Galactics, but I didn't lose.
You didn't win Galactics?
If you hadn't heard, I did not win, but I didn't lose every game. And for me, playing... Like, for example, if I can just make something happen, if I can just live the dream once, it's almost, obviously I love winning, but if I can just make it happen, it's like I've won. Callus, my beautiful boyfriend Callus, coming out and murdering people. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. What a moment, right? Yeah. As soon as that happened, I'm like, I think this is the goal of the deck. This is what Jen wanted. Like, it doesn't matter if she wins. I think this is what she wanted, was Callus to come out, her boy, and just straight up wreck 2 Imperials.
100%. And I have to say that, like, when he came out, I was like, I don't know, am I ever going to get, I don't know. Today is the first day that I've, really witnessed his geniusness when he drops and does some stuff. So I was super stoked to play him. Last opponent, out of the goodness of his heart, to be clear, he played me a 3rd game, my last game, where he let me do some stuff instead of just, wiping me out. But Figure of Unity... which is Spectre themed. I would just like to say the artwork on there is Spectres. That's her, Mon Mothma, on the ship. And so
I don't think anyone doubted you were that every card was Spectre themed. We saw that they were signed. We saw that they obviously were all Spectre units. You weren't missing a beat. You weren't playing anything odd. With Phoenix Squadron A wings, obviously, those are pretty much... Phoenix Squadron's definitely Spectre.
Exactly. Yeah. Fleet Lieutenant is the closest, but he needed to be there for the team. So today is Hera's last hurrah. Obviously, she's going to rotate out. I know there's a new Hera coming. I have deep loyalty to the cards I already have. And so losing anything makes me really sad. So I'm just happy to play her today. I hope I get some better matchups for her, but I'm just happy to just pull off. Obviously, I'm surprised you didn't hear me drop Callus from the other room. I know I wasn't mic'd, but I'm surprised you didn't hear it.
So let's talk about that. This is one of your first trading card games.
Yes, it is my very first.
And I love that that it's Rebels that drew you further into this game. I think it was a great move having them set 1. We're going into rotation. This is new for a lot of players. It's new for you. Like, it's a whole different ball game. It's there's new formats now. Your cards are playable only in certain areas. You can't take it to the next Planetary Qualifier. How do you feel about that as a new player? I've been doing this for a long time, so it's nothing new. But was this a surprise to you? Is it a feel good? Do you feel like you're never going to touch these cards? What does this mean for you?
I'm stoked that Trilogy exists. So let me just start with that I know there's a way other than Twin Suns, which I also love, for me to still play these. I will say, as a new player and as someone who gets real attached to my beautiful cards, I was sad when I kind of had to come to grips with rotation. But also, as a new player, I will say by this point, with 6 sets out, it is really hard for me to adult, right? To take time out of my card playing life to adult, and then to keep up with all of the new releases, all of the changes in the meta, all of the new cards. And so, I mean, that's honestly part of the reason I've gone with a leader that I know, with cards that I know, because they're the ones that I know.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of excited to have kind of a clean slate I mean, I know we're still carrying 3 sets over, but learning and taking on those 3 sets with new ones coming is a little bit easier than trying to think like, oh my gosh, I'm really going to tackle 7 sets, right? That's a lot. So I am sad to see these cards go. I am glad there's Trilogy. I'm going to have the most pristine, beautiful Twin Suns deck you've ever seen with all of my beautiful cards. Yeah. But I'm excited to have it be a little bit, for me to be able to get on top of the meta a little bit better, because I've just kind of given up. I'm like, I don't know, they could play any of like 7 million leaders. I'm just going to play my deck because I can't keep up with it. So I'm a little bit excited for a reset.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what reset brings in. For some players who fell off a couple of sets, it makes it easier coming back in because you don't have to look at everything. You just have to pay attention to the most newer things. It's great for players starting the game because some of them can just say, like, you know what, I'm not going to bother purchasing anything from the first 3 sets. But also, like, it's just going to add more and more to the Eternal formats, right? So, like, you already know you're getting more Spectres going into this next set. You're getting more Rebels. So for you, it's not my Hera Lake Country deck sits to the side for a few years and doesn't change. It is, you're going to be able to edit that for trilogies, for Twin Suns as much as you want going forward. And probably every set you're adding 2 to 3 new cards.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, already I'll be in good setup for Trilogy to be all Spectres all the time, right? I can run Hera Kanan. I mean, maybe Ezra's coming. I can have Hera Kanan Ezra.
You're going to make someone choose between Hera, like you're just presenting.
I am. I like to be real thematic, which is maybe my downfall, but like, I don't know, I love playing my cards, and if they just get to do something cool and staying on theme, I don't know, that's my jam. I think it's great that you're going to get to the point of having 3 competitive theme decks like that they're all Spectres. And what I love about it is, and my challenge is for you've seen enough Rebels to know, like, each Spectre leads their own mission. So you're going to have, like, don't make 2 Heras, just make 1 Hera, make your Kanan, and make whatever Spectre you think is going to lead the next team. Maybe. And I will just say, the thing that just came to me is that this Hera with new Spectre cards, she automatically ignores all the aspects.
Yep.
So I don't even have to jump through the hoops of having 2 units. So guess what's going in that Trilogy deck, right? I'm happy to move the others over, and, well, Trilogy-wise, I can move them over, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, look out for that. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. I know, again, it's not what you want to see. Your second match, it's, not what you want. But it was thematic, right? You know what I mean? You were getting your Rebels out. They were taking care of these small Imperials. And unfortunately, it was so thematic that Vader hit the board and does what he does so well at Rebels. Yes. He chases them all away.
Yes. And at the very least, it wasn't the Vader that gives a shield and then murders you. So that one, at least it wasn't that.
That would have been more thematic, though.
It would have been more thematic. The opponent I played against, he was great. And if you've never played against me, I like to medium trash talk at the table and make you feel a little bad for the decisions you're making. So he was great.
What's a medium trash talk?
Medium trash talk?
And I love how if people go around, like, I don't know if Nightsisters know this about you, and I know we don't talk about it too much when we do these casts, but you are known for trash talking.
Am I like local famous for trash talk?
Everyone knows it, but also you advocate it. Like you and I have talked about all the games we played early on when Star Wars started, but like you will let people know you were a trash talker for fun.
That is true. That's true. I like to announce it up ahead of time so you can mentally prepare. For me, part of this game is the community. Part of this game for me is the strategy. And part of, like, honestly, the most of it is having fun. Like, if I'm not having fun on a long day of however many rounds of Swiss, what are we doing here?
What are we doing? Yeah.
Exactly. And so it's really probably more table banter, chit chat, medium trash talk. Like, oh my gosh, you killed my guy. Vader's such a meanie. Why would you do that? You know, that kind of trash talk. So there was plenty of opportunity for that in this game. And Snoke, oh my gosh, dude, I forgot Snoke existed.
Yeah.
And that's how rusty I am right now. And so when he came out, that did kind of break my heart. But
he's a heartbreaker.
it is. It was really classic blue-green villainy. He did not super laser blast. I actually wonder if he even has that in his deck because he is running a unit-based control.
Right.
He probably doesn't want to super laser blast his own board. Did he do Avenger?
He did have Avenger.
Avenger in the first game, I think.
Without checking the list, Connor was probably playing a very classic build. In a deck like yours, most of the units have on-enter ability, so as you saw, once you got to 5 and 6, every unit impacted one of yours.
Yeah.
You did great at having like the Phantom out right before Kira deploys, so you were able to keep Kira off because he doesn't want to give you grit. But unfortunately, it was just as long as he played a couple of units, he would defeat yours. And Super Laser Blast, like if I'm Connor in that situation, it's probably a card I sideboard out because I don't think I need it.
Yeah.
I think you're playing one unit a turn most of the time, and if I'm playing one unit that usually defeats another one, I'll feel pretty good.
You're still ahead. And I believe, if I remember right, our first matchup ever was you running Kira. Was it Kira that you were playing back then?
It was definitely Control. You and I first played at the Portland Game Store 1K, and which would have been easily for the first set. It was still first set.
Yep, because I had Chirrut.
You had Chirrut, and I had to be playing not Kira because she wasn't out yet.
Who was it?
I was probably playing Iden Versio.
Oh, yes, you were.
And I believe that was the first event that, as I see him behind you, Rob Briggs from Team Babu Freaky actually won that 1K with Iden Versio as well. That was one of the first times I was like, oh, someone else knows what they're doing with this. Okay, I should watch them. But it is fun that you bring that up because I feel like it was very quick of like, oh, we're trash talking, but also you made it very clear to me that I'm like, oh, she knows who these characters are. So at least I can trash talk around these characters, around that of like, oh, you're playing Hera, you're dressed up as Ahsoka, like clearly you like these characters, so just like Connor, let me show you how Rebels actually goes.
Yes.
And defeat you with a bunch of Imperials.
Yes. I remember when we first met, and again, this was my very first game. That was one of my first, it was a store showdown. That was like one of my first ones, and at a game store I had not been at. And it was intimidating to sit down. I think you had like your camera set up. We did. We recorded everything except the top. Actually, I went into a couple top 8s. Yeah, so it was the first time I was recording some matches. So yeah, so I definitely could come in feeling, coming across as more intimidating, especially because people either you knew me from teaching the game at some of these local stores like Guardian and Gongai. Or you didn't, and I just came in looking like so I probably came across more as a what's more appropriate to say. I don't always come across as someone who looks friendly. I think it's because sometimes I'm more lost in thought, and people are like, "Do you smile?" I'm like, "Oh, am I not? I don't know." But so I get it when people are just like, "Oh, I'm intimidated by you." I'm like, "Well, don't be till you sit down and probably beat me." No, I don't know. I stayed intimidated by you for the whole game, but I do remember we drew.
Yeah,
we drew.
Yeah,
oh, we went to internet. Yeah, I did. Went to the third game
because we were just playing a bunch of blue.
Yeah. So
and it was still so new, and it was one of those things too of like you get cheered out, and I only have so many answers at that time in set 1.
Yeah, I was just proud of myself that I thought of you as like a really fancy person with all the setup, and I made you sweat a little.
Yeah.
I took a game off you. I made you sweat a little. I don't care if I win or lose. I was really proud that day.
I think what you've said a lot during this is, I think, a key thing for people who want to come to these events. There's several planetary qualifiers happening. We've seen sector qualifiers. There's a lot of events happening for Star Wars. And if you come into it with a positive attitude, you come into it with a goal for yourself, you can have fun. You know, let's be honest. No one's coming in with Hera Lake Country thinking, I'm about to win it all. Look out, Han 2, Han 1, Han everything. Several teams that are here. Like, I'm making top 8. I'm taking someone's spots away. That's not the mentality. The mentality you came in with, I think, is a great positive one, is I would love to see these things happen. I want to have fun and get some wins today. And I hope I meet like some great people who also think it's fun. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say also, and I know I've said this before, as someone who is new to card games and a woman, sometimes coming into these spaces can be intimidating. But I will just say, I just don't think I've ever had a bad experience in this group here. And maybe that's local to Portland, but even at Galactics. I mean, and again, I'm a medium trash talker, so you can imagine if you sat down from me across from Galactics, we had a fun game, right? And that's so.
I mean, no one has said otherwise, but when they do, I'll find them and tell
If you find
about
somebody who's like, oh my God, I played this lady, she was a psychopath. Did you see her coordinating earrings? Yeah, no, so. No, that's the
her
game
earrings were signed by the same people who signed the cards. Yeah,
oh my
probably.
God, I should have done that. I totally should have done that. So just having fun and honestly just getting to play the game. Because you're right. For me, at the end of the day, if I can pull off some of my moves, I am stoked about that. If I take a few games, I'm stoked about that. Or honestly, if I just make you work hard to win, I'm stoked about that. If I just make you a little nervous and make you have to sharpen your, what is the thing I'm looking for? The flint and the sharpen the knife? I don't know that analogy, but.
I mean, there's a lot there. Iron sharpens iron,
There we go, right? So just even if it's just to make you work a little bit harder and learn a new thing, that to me is a win. That to me is a good day.
Well, that's great to hear, and I'm totally with you. It's good to come in with some of those goals and just identify like why you're going, because it's easy to get on tilt. It's easy to have a bad time. I'm so glad you haven't had that experience as a new player, as a woman. Like, you just haven't had a lot of those negative experiences, but those are real. Those do exist, and I think it's important for everyone to be intentional on how to avoid that for players, right? Like, if people love this game and people love these communities, people love these tournaments, best thing you can do is be welcoming, be inclusive, be fun, because you want people to come back. And not every casual player is going to come to this event. I get that. But I hope people are more encouraged to at least give it a try and have fun with something new.
Absolutely. And I think that maybe like it being a PQ or having letters that go along with this and having it be a bigger thing, it does seem more intimidating, but that just hasn't been my experience when I actually show up and walk in the door. You see a lot of familiar faces, and even if you don't know anybody, you're going to find some chit-chat people around. We're all here for the same thing. We all love the same thing. So it's just been a really great
I say it all the time.
Community.
Everyone here, every Star Wars game I played, at least everyone has a joy of Star Wars. There's some people who just say like, "Oh, I don't know anything about Star Wars, but I like this game." That does happen. But for the most part, it's the easiest thing for me to always connect with people. I'm like, "Hey, I love Star Wars too." Like, I'm just like, we can just talk about that. Like, if we have nothing else in common, we can at least talk about like, "Oh, isn't this card cool? Isn't this character cool? Have you seen that movie?" Like,
yes.
And I don't know. Like, that's again why I think these events are so much fun, because I get to talk to people who have a shared interest.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify, so I had planned to go to sectors, and my goal was
Mesa sectors.
Okay. I had planned to go. I'd taken the time off work, and my goal was going to be, I'm going to buckle down, and I'm really going to like do my best at this deck. And then I had to adult friggin' all the time, and so I ended up not having the time to go. But I'm just going to say that I am a medium trash talker. I do love the game, but one of these days, D-Rod, I'm going to get me a deck, and I'm going to run that sucker. And I am competitive, truth be told, but I'm also like competitive within the frames of competitive with myself.
Yeah.
Like, I want to play my best game, win or lose. But I do have the dream that maybe someday I'm going to play something not Hera Lake Country, maybe Hera Lake Country, something that you didn't think was going to whoop you. I don't know if I can run straight meta. I don't know if I can do that, but one day.
We'll get there. We'll get there. It may not be the premier format, but we will get there. And you've come so far, and I've seen a lot of your journey. I've seen you become better as a player, and obviously I've seen you create two amazing communities. Not a lot of time left, but let's give those shout outs as they are. SWU PDX is still growing. You and the team have grown a great Discord community here for the Portland area. A lot of stores, a lot of players, a lot of content creators. So again, vocalizing, thank you for that space. Thank you for giving a spot for people to grow together and chat every day about all types of things. It's always great seeing that. And also, again, really appreciate that you've taken the time to work with others to create the Nightsisters group, the Women of SWU. How is that group going now?
I will check before I come back on to see what we're at for membership. It has just been, it's honestly like, I feel like it's my little baby. I am so proud of that group. I'm so proud that I'm so glad that I was sick for 3 days and couldn't work and had the time to set up this Discord
I get it.
server.
I feel you. Yeah, I feel you.
Because it's really just been this awesome community of women coming together, and it's just fun. And even when it's preview season and you're in a different Discord and everybody's like, oh, that card is blah, blah. Even if we're kind of saying we don't love a card, we're still loving the game, and I don't know, the vibe is just different. It's just been a really great group. If you are out there and a woman, femme / awesome person, and you want to come hang out with the Nightsisters, absolutely find a link and come see us.
Yes. You can always ask in the comments below. We can get a link from Jen and the Nightsisters Discord. Great community, great place for women to continue to grow, learn about the game, and join stuff together. So it looks like the next round's going to start.
Right.
So we're going to let you go get prepped.
Crossing my fingers for no blue-green villainy. Come on, baby. I'll take Han too. I'll take anything. Give me anything. Just not blue-green villainy. All right, Internet. Thanks for not making too much fun of my bad decision-making. We're all just out here doing our best, right?
We are.
Internet's going to love me. Just show me love, Internet. I got love for you. You got love for me. Right?
There you go.
Right?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
All right,
Thank you
I'll
so
be
much,
back.
Jen.
You're welcome, dear. It's great
We'll see
talking
you
with
later.
Live.
All right, we are back, and we are going into round 3 with Ginger Joey from Holotable Gaming Network and Jason. Again, this is going to be round 3, so let's go ahead and get that started with the timer.
Yeah, and it looks like initiative has already been rolled for, and Ginger Joey has won the initiative. And it looks like he's already done, or he's in the middle of resolving his Nabat village.
Yeah, and away we go. So Ginger Joey has been on the cast several times. You'll probably hear him right after this game as we do a post-game interview, and probably later helping him with some commentary. But if you've missed him before, he does the Holotable Gaming Network, does a couple of videos every week. And I've actually been joining him for a lot of Twin Suns games and videos with some other content creators, and those have been going really well. So let's see what Joey brings. He always brings something interesting, something spicy. I believe at Galactics, he day two'd the second big tournament, and I want to say he made the top 20. Not in the Worlds level, but the second premier tournament that they were hosting.
And he's definitely been a bit of a specialist in doing these cunning aggression decks, villainy decks, because he was using Third Sister at the Galactic Championships.
Yes, he loves cunning and aggression style decks. I've definitely played a lot of Ginger Joey on these style of decks. I've seen him do really well. I've seen him on tilt. I've seen the deck perform and the deck flop. So I think it's all bust. I mean, it's all gas or bust with a deck like this.
Yeah, and I know last round he was able to pull off a pretty impressive win. He said he did 24 damage in one turn.
I believe it. I think that's what's so fun about catching one of these games live is we have a potential of seeing some of these crazy interactions that Joey's able to pull off. And here we see a lot of the interaction happening because he's using the Grand Inquisitor ability, which allows you to exhaust Inquisitor, deal 2 damage to a unit, and then ready it. So that Joey's definitely going to be playing a lot of low-cost units with a good amount of health and hopefully get a lot more swings than his opponent expects.
Yeah, though it does seem that Jason has probably one of the best starts for combating this with Ginger Joey doing a lot of damage to his own units with Grand Inquisitor, the Grogu is going to be somewhat problematic with keeping things on the board.
Yes, that Grogu is such a great card from Legends of the Force. The ability to just move damage wherever you need it is really great. And here we go. One of the best cards in the set is hidden there because of the glare. But Ki-Adi-Mundi for 4, using the Force token to draw 2 cards. Now, we've talked about this before, Dave. You love limited. How strong is Ki-Adi-Mundi in the limited formats?
Well, it's about time that they printed a draw card that's actually good in Star Wars Unlimited. By putting the 4/4 body onto it, it's definitely seen a lot of play. Just having an additional threat in addition to the card advantage has been good. It's interesting to see, though, that he did not use the Han Solo ability to put 2 damage on Ki-Adi-Mundi, and then give him the option to take out the Scimitar as the first action on this turn.
Yeah, that is true. There's some options there. And how do you feel about cards like Nabat Village from Jump to Lightspeed?
Well, I know Joey's been a big proponent of it. He likes having the flexibility of the 9-card opening hand. Overall, I haven't done a whole ton of testing with it, though it has been pretty good overall. I mean, depending on the power level of the cards, or if you're looking for specific cards, Nabat Village can definitely give you the upper hand in that by just seeing close to, in limited, a third of your deck, or, almost 20% of your deck on the first draw here.
Yeah, and that's really important for a deck like Ginger Joey's here. You want to see the right cards, you want to have some good options, and you just want to get that damage in quick. Now here we are in turn 4, 5 resources available. We see a lot of great stuff in Jason's hand, and one of those cards is Fell the Dragon.
With the damage on the Scimitar, we are looking at 6 attack units, so that will be just inside of Fell range. Maybe that's what he was thinking of as a follow-up, rather than having the Grogu try and take it out with the 2 damage.
Yep, and there we go again. We see Grand Inquisitor use its ability to ready that Scimitar and swing, taking Jason up to 15 points of damage.
Yeah, and now with Han Solo in play, it gives Jason quite a few options. If he does have any 2-drops now, he's able to put them into play and be able to get the Grogu activation. But it looks like he is possibly
Okay, he's moving the damage from Grogu, or sorry, the Scimitar to Grogu.
Okay, so interesting. I guess he removed the damage from the Scimitar to put it on Grogu.
Yes.
And to give him the ability to fling it over to the Scimitar if Joey does ready it with the Grand Inquisitor.
All right, it is 8-15, turn 5, 6 resources for both players. This is now the turn Grand Inquisitor can hit play. Obviously, Joey wants to be able to use the Inquisitor's abilities as much as he can, so he's probably going to swing, there we go, with some units first, and then finally deploy Inquisitor, hopefully after Jason has already exhausted most of his units.
Yeah, it looks like Jason's trying to keep at least some damage in play to kind of try and keep Grand Inquisitor off the floor. But it'll be interesting to see how this turn goes, as this can be the big combo turn and allow Joey to get a significant portion of damage. With only 10 health left on the Shadowed Undercity, Jason's definitely in peril of being ended pretty quickly.
Yeah, Jason definitely has to play a little bit more defensively, so we'll see what they're doing. They've attacked first with Han, which was a good plan, but they still want to take advantage of Han's ability, or at least that's usually the case.
Yeah, and with Han in play flipped up, you no longer have to exhaust him to do it, and you can do it as many times in a turn as you wish.
Yeah. All right, 15-18, Grand Inquisitor using its ability to ready one of the units in play, either another Grand Inquisitor with Hidden, or he'll use it on the Scimitar.
Yeah, it looks like Grogu is, though, preventing any of that because it will be immediately shut down. Despite having Hidden, Grogu can still take out the GI on the ground.
That is the smart move of essentially Grogu is holding 2 points of damage to distribute wherever GI uses its ability.
It looks like Joey might be trying to just force the situation here.
Yeah, without a 5 health unit it's definitely, you're just going to have to deploy Grand Inquisitor and miss out on an opportunity for an extra attack.
Oh, but that is a significantly larger Grand Inquisitor than probably Jason was prepared for. Having the 6th attack there is quite scary, but it looks like he has the perfect answer on the ground with a Ground Sentinel, the new Captain Rex unit, who is a 7/7 and out of range of Grand Inquisitor currently.
What a great unit. Captain Rex is one of those cards that I saw and was just like, this does something when it hits the board. I love this card, and I think after rotation, it's going to be more fun.
Yeah, it's definitely a big stopper on the ground. Thing is, though, when you play it, you get the Sentinel, but he does have to attack to get the Sentinel the second time.
Yeah.
So depending on how things go here, it looks like it could be difficult for Joey to get any more damage in, as Jason has the board pretty locked up overall.
Yeah, Grand Inquisitor has to swing to deal 6 points of damage into Captain Rex with that Sentinel ability. Then he can continue to use the on attack and ready another unit, and by only dealing 1 damage to it this time instead of 2.
I guess I forgot about that. That does keep it out of range of Grogu right now, so you're going to be able to get another 6 damage in, though it will probably be perishing on the start of next turn.
Yeah, but it is an extra amount of damage, and it's going to force Jason to deal with that Inquisitor in some way. There we go. Grogu manipulates some of the damage, removing it off Captain Rex with Sentinel, putting it on the Scimitar. Scimitar swings, and here we go. 4 points of health left for Jason.
Yeah, Jason's going to have a hard time here. Both units represent a lethal threat on the board, and with only 1 action to try and fix this situation, I believe this game might go to Ginger Joey.
I think so. I'm not surprised there, but looking at Jason's hand, there's still some cards that can really change up the match.
Yeah, and it looks like the initiative token is on the incorrect side of the table currently, so that's why Jason is having the first action here. Oh,
there we go. Using the Force with the Itinerant Warriors.
Yeah, and I believe Jason should have the Force from his attack with Ki-Adi-Mundi last turn.
Yes. Yes, he should. All right, 15 to 21, 7 more health remaining for Jason. Ginger Joey has the next action here. He has the Inquisitor on the board. He's already deployed his own. And he has the Scimitar with only 1 health remaining, but it will hit for 5, I believe.
Yeah, and also right now, it attacks for 6. It gets +3 attack when it's
plus 3, okay.
Yeah. And the Sentinel is not currently active on Rex. If Ginger Joey had probably any pump spell right now, he would probably be windmill slamming it and taking this to game 3. But it looks like things are a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, if he has another of the, why am I forgetting the card? It's the plot card we just saw. Not Battle Fury, but
Sudden Ferocity.
Sudden Ferocity, yeah. Another Sudden Ferocity would also help him get there.
Well, he's still at risk of Grogu taking out the Scimitar, so it would be somewhat tough sledding overall, but we'll see what he does here.
Oh, the Ferocity only bumps the attack and not the health.
Yeah. If he maybe had Battle Fury, that could put it out of range and put a lethal threat into play.
All right, well, he is 1 damage away, and there it is, breaking in.
Yeah.
I guess that was the windmill slam. There it is. He just had the card and just made sure he got it. There we go. So 28 points of damage done to Jason. Game 1 goes to Ginger Joey. No surprise there with these kind of tricks. I don't, as popular as Grand Inquisitor was when this set came out, because I think a lot of people saw a lot of the combinations, saw some fun stuff. I don't think people were expecting to run into it today at the Portland qualifier.
Yeah, well, it's one of those cards where, as more cards get printed, there's more units that you're able to ready with it. And the Scimitar definitely seems like a pretty big boon from Legends of the Force. Being able to have a 6 attack unit like that you can ready immediately seems pretty solid.
When you see a leader like Grand Inquisitor, does it ring a lot of bells, raise a lot of green flags for you in a limited format?
So I think the problem with limited is it's very stats based. You also can't really build high synergy decks a lot of the time, so you are kind of beholden to what you open up. He's from the original set Spark of Rebellion, so there were some raid options that you could have with him, but a lot of times it became a stats battle, and him being a little bit understated on the flip turn for as a 3/6 on turn 6 or on the 6 resource turn was a little bit tough, and then also doing the 2 damage when you don't have a lot of payoff for it can really put you behind, as it makes it easier for your opponent to trade into your units.
Yeah.
But if you are able to maintain the tempo advantage, you are definitely looking to end games pretty quickly. He was definitely more of an aggressive leader in that format. And, if you were able to pair him with green, there was always overwhelming barrage to help you out.
I would love to pair him with green. So let's talk about Grand Inquisitor as a character. You've watched Rebels twice. Have you seen Ahsoka?
I have. So this appears to be the more Ahsoka-based version of him, at least from the Spark of Rebellion art. And the one that we played into play, the one from the Galactic Championship promo, is definitely the one that's more similar to Rebels. I do think the Rebels one has definitely seen a little bit more. People have been happier with that kind of version of him than the newer one from Ahsoka, but it'll be interesting to see, because is he coming back for season 2, or is he?
He could, timeline-wise, not trying to tell too many people about the Inquisitor, but unfortunately, I think Ahsoka's already been out for 2 years, so let me just get that out of the way. When they killed the Inquisitor in Ahsoka, and killed I'm using in parentheses, figure captions, but I was so turned off by the fact that he, died for the first episode, and I was like, what's happening?
I thought he died in Rebels, didn't he?
Yes, and again, spoiler if you've never seen Rebels, he does die, but he dies in Ahsoka to the point that the third sister believes there's no more Inquisitor, right?
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of the interesting thing about the Inquisitor. It's like they gave us this thing of how often does he kind of check out, and do people try to take his spot? And Inquisitor has such a great storyline. If people really do like the Inquisitor or a lot of what's happening, there is a great comic series called Inquisitors. It was a very short run, but even if you just go with the first Vader comic series done by Marvel, within the first 6 issues, they tackle who the Grand Inquisitor was and why the Emperor wanted this organization built with Vader ruling it.
Yeah. It's interesting to see, because, generally with the rule of 2, the Sith don't want to see too many dark side users on that, at least not since the Old Republic, kind of.
No, you're exactly right, and I think that's what can inform a lot of people of what does it look like with the Empire using Force-sensitive people, and how do they make that structure work? And I think the one thing the Vader comics do, and even some of the books, like one of the most recent ones, really do talk about. I am thinking of the Obi-Wan, so someone corrected me that said I was talking about Ahsoka, but I was really talking about Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
But the stories do really well at trying to help people understand how much they were trying to hide of Jedi and the Force from the Empire, while also trying to utilize it. So, one of my favorite scenes in the first issue is someone calls the Inquisitor and Vader out for using the Force, and so they have to kill the clone trooper immediately. Because the clone trooper's just you're clearly a Jedi, I have to kill you.
Yeah. And it looks like we have a pretty similar start to last game. Ginger Joey decided not to ready his Aura Sing, and Han dropped the Grogu into play and followed it up with a Ogdo Bogdo.
Ogdo Bogdo, no surprises here for the Han 2 player. Stuff we're going to see from them all day today, I'm sure, especially if you're catching some of the other streams from Take the Initiative. Nothing new for the Han 2 player. I'll say it, I'm okay when Han 2's out. I enjoyed him, but I'm excited for more variety going forward.
Yeah, he's definitely been a power player since he came out. We've proven that getting things down earlier with his resource reduction ability has been quite good. Right now, we're at basically a highest level of amount of units or new cards or card pool. So he has definitely seen a resurgence in this set.
Yeah. Here we go. Ginger Joey used that open fire to take out that Ogdo Bogdo. Great job there, getting rid of one of the bigger threats on the board early. And maybe at a time where it's okay to spend all your resources to do it.
Well, yeah, he's kind of put in the position of if he doesn't get rid of it now, Ogdo Bogdo is going to be able to take out his Aura Sing, heal itself, and then still have to deal with the Grogu in play. So it looks like they're just trying to figure out what's going there. There should be 3 damage on Grogu, so there should be at least 1 left if he used remove L2.
There we go.
Yeah, sometimes the Grogu might it can heal up to 2 damage. So in that situation, it might have been interesting for him to, only heal 1 since he only needed to do 1 damage there, and then still leave 2 in the chamber so he could still do 2 damage to the next unit.
And here we go. Great move on Jason, but Ginger Joey puts out the Grand Inquisitor again with that hidden mechanic.
And looks like we got Karis coming into play. Generally with Han, you do want to try and use all your resources in a turn, but it looks like he's going to try and possibly entrench this Inquisitor, or, wait and try and hold it off for later, so for maybe a space unit, which it will be harder for him to deal with.
Now, Joey's also taking some of the time here and not immediately using Grand Inquisitor's ability to get some damage. He's playing a little bit, protective, it seems.
Yeah, if he had used it, it does open him up to having just Karis trade into his Grand Inquisitor as the first action on the next turn. So he seems to be valuing the unit in play rather than damage on the base in the second game.
Now, I've already spoken to Joey a little bit today, so I know he's put a lot of work and effort into this deck, and I'm sure he'll share some of that after this. But again, this is the 3rd round of the day. He's lost 1 match. He's won 1. So he's probably feeling pretty good about this. But, again, this is the type of deck that it's going to have some interesting matchups, but this is what Joey prepares for. He does try to prepare for that harder meta of like Han 2, Han 1, Kira's. So I know he knows what to expect, but like many decks, it's all about like what you draw. What do you get in your hand, and do you have the right card at the right time?
Yeah, and it looks like also he's been able to keep Han off the Force here. It looks like Han has the Kiadi Mundi in hand that he wants to try and get down and get those 2 extra cards, but he's unable to do that right now.
Yeah, smart move, keeping these Force units down and taking an advantage of it. If Jason did have those 2 extra cards, it could make a bigger difference. But it's pretty good. And you and I have talked about draw cards all the time in this game. And as you've mentioned, Kiadi is such a great draw card. Even though you need the Force to do it, it's on a 4/4 body. It comes out on as easy as turn 3, and it's not that hard to get the Force token, even though even here Jason had to make decisions to not get the Force token, so he could have it.
Yeah.
He made decisions based that improved the turn.
Yeah, and with the hidden on his Aura Sing now, he won't have to worry about it getting taken out before it can do its attack for 3.
There we go. I think we're finally going to see the first attack on a base now.
Not quite yet. It looks like Jason has the red-white revealed for that, making the ready spy from the Karis Nemec death.
But did he bring a readied spy token? Doesn't seem like it. Jason out with the readied spy, a 0-2 with Raid 2. One of my favorite tokens so far, even though we only have, 5.
Yeah, I wasn't super impressed with spies when they were first kind of revealed. Tokens from Twilight of the Republic never really saw that much play overall. None of the token makers ended up being pretty good, but we're already seeing in this meta cards like Faith in Your Friends and Queen Amidala have made spies pretty popular.
I do love Faith in Your Friends, and I'm with you. There were just some cards that really gave us those token building ones, but most of them were just answers to the meta, like we saw with like timely reinforcements.
Yeah.
Oh, entrenched. +3/+3 on your leader is pretty rough there. That's a 6/7 now?
6/9.
6/9 now.
Yeah, and it looks like Jason's going to try and use Han to basically control the board. It does open him up to being kind of weak to space units. Entrenched is definitely one of the better kind of options when you are a heavy ground deck overall.
Well, I think Joey's not going to have an answer for Han now going forward, so we're going to see what kind of answers Jason's going to have for the units that Joey puts out.
Yeah, it looks like we have a mace window in the hand, so he'll be able to do an extra 4 damage to something, even be able to take out something in space with that. So he's probably pretty well set up. It looks like he's also resourced his Fell the Dragon, so he's not super worried about a big unit coming down.
So, Kiadi and Mace, both great new cards from the recent Legends of the Force set. Do you think they both needed to be red?
I mean, it's definitely interesting. The color wheel in this game has a lot of interesting options for. Seems like red and yellow have like the most variety of abilities, as we're seeing sneak attack come into play. Yellow seems to be one of the only options where you get to do put ready units into play or ready them immediately.
There we go. The punishing one, when it comes into play, it can damage every unit.
1 unit.
1 unit.
And then when it attacks, it gets raid 1 for each damaged unit.
Oh, there it is. That's why you're here, to read the card.
Yeah. Well, you know, having played probably close to 10 pre-releases and getting a lot of limited practice in cards like that have definitely stood out as solid space options.
Sure, it's one of the nice things about playing a lot of draft and a lot of pre-releases is you're going to learn a lot of these cards and see why they're good and where they're good. All right, out comes Captain Rex again with that Sentinel ability, but there's no one in the ground arena that it needs to worry about yet.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that he didn't quite do the 4 damage from Mace onto that punishing one and prevent him from readying it up and attacking. But maybe he feels like having the Rex established on the ground will save more life overall for him.
All right, Jason has the initiative.
Oh, and here comes another big swing.
Ooh.
So we got +3 for 3 raids, plus another 3. So that's looks like it's going to be a total of 9 damage coming in.
Wow, what a great short little play there. And who is it? Han has Sentinel now? Yep. So
Yeah.
Inquisitor has to swing into Han, but he can ready the punishing one.
Oh, and that's enough to take him out?
He
No.
still has...
Yeah, he's got 9 health left on base, so I don't think that is lethal unless he has the second surprise strike in hand, because the max he'll be able to do is another 6 to base,
Right? Yep.
I believe.
Let's have them go through the actions here, go through the motions. They're counting up, so 3 damage plus 3. Surprise strike is only for the attack and not for the turn.
Yeah, so that does put him up to 25, I think. Joey just got a little excited there to have potentially lethal, but not quite.
Not quite. And unfortunately, there isn't a card that's just going to do an immediate 3 damage to the base. So we'll see what Joey's going to have here to get the last couple points of damage. We don't see any healing in Jason's hand.
Yeah, so if he's able to, stick a big enough space threat, that'll be good. He does have the mace, looks like 2 mace windows in his hand now, so anything with 4 health is going to be taken care of easily. And that might have been a reason to try and get the mace down last turn.
Now, if Joey plays 2 daring raids, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. The problem with that is if he does have the itinerant warrior, which Joey doesn't know that he doesn't have right now, it could be scary. There is also the Yaddle in play, but there is only 1 Jedi, so he's only going to be able to heal 1 health off his base this turn.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what that little bit of a blown out card is down there. It looks like it's the prestige one.
Right now, this is game 2, round 3. Both players coming in with 1 loss and 1 win.
All right.
Oh, outmaneuver. There we go. I like seeing some outmaneuver.
Yeah, save himself, 7 damage on the base this turn. It'll be interesting to see what he has as a follow-up to this,
It's true, and this forces Jason to decide, is he going to play one of those units early, or does he pass?
Yeah, it's hard to say because you do want to put the Grand Inquisitor on a clock. You are basically dead to one attack right now, which is a pretty scary place to be. But it looks like we are going to be clogging up the ground a little bit more with Chirrut coming into play.
Now, this is one of those moments. I know Ginger Joey isn't in these aspects, in these colors, but if he played a card that made him like 4 or 3 X-Wing tokens, he'd be in a good spot.
Yeah, if you could get a couple threats out into play, that would definitely be ideal. But looks like he's living off top decks right now to see what he can get into play.
You're right. That outmaneuver was helpful, bought him a turn, but he didn't get anything else out.
Yeah, the no follow-up is tough, but it does give him, a little bit more time to try and find the way to the victory.
All right, Grievous.
And another card we have seen from him has been the breaking in, so will be able to get around the Sentinel if he does have that next turn. And this does represent a lethal threat on the board, even with the 1 life, because I don't believe Chirrut is a Jedi, so he won't get the restore 1 from the Yaddle.
Right, he is just a force unit. I don't even know if he's fringe in this one. And Grievous not only has hidden, but if he is dealt damage or attack, he bounces back to the hand.
Yep. And looks like we got the Ascension Cable in hand that Joey's thinking about playing down next turn. If he does play that, he might force Jason to claim early, and then maybe be able to drop down a space threat before things get out of control here.
Now we didn't see. I may have missed Jason's hand in this one, but we didn't see anything else, and we know he still has that Mace Windu.
Yeah, I think he had 2. He had the Prestige one and the regular one, and it looks like he's kept both of them along with the Outer Rim Constable, just in case there was any upgrade. And it looks like Joey's just going to call it here because he doesn't think he can get through.
Yeah, Joey's not going to be able to fight through this, so we're going to go into Game 3, Round 3 of Jason versus Joey, Grand Inquisitor versus Han Solo.
Yeah, it'll be Grogu definitely provides a pretty unique threat against the Grand Inquisitor deck. Most of his units tend to have 4 health, so after readying with the Grand Inquisitor ability, they are in that Grogu range, especially since Han Solo lets you have basically an unlimited source of damaged units coming into play.
Yeah, I think, if you're a Han player, if you're Jason, you're wanting to see your Grogu in your opening hand. If you don't have it, it is going to be a little bit tougher.
I mean, they do have quite a few good Jedi units to start off. Yaddle will probably also be a pretty solid start. Being able to get the Restore train up early can sometimes put a game out of reach despite it being only 1 a turn.
That's true. Yaddle definitely gave us so much more in this in the set than I think a lot of us expected.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how now we went from having a bunch of 2 3s in play to now 2 4 being like the premium stat line in addition to the 3 3 stat line. So being able to start off with those early really kind of limits certain options of that. Pushes a lot of 3 2s out of the format because you are not being able to trade with your first unit, or you're losing your first unit for free.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm hoping we see in these next couple sets is fewer Jedi. I'm okay with Force sensitive stuff, but we just came off that Legend of the Force. We're seeing cards like Kiadi-Mundi, Yaddle, Mace. These are great cards. I just don't want to see the format strengthen them even more. I'd rather, if we do see some cards that complement them, I hope we see more Jedi or Republic style cards closer to set 3 in this new rotation.
Yeah, well, it's going to be tough because there were so many Force units printed in Legends of the Force that we're going to be living in a Force world at least for a little bit. A lot of the new leaders post-rotation, or a lot of the leaders post-rotation are probably going to end up being Force leaders with people like Han and Talzin maybe taking center stage. Or not Han, Obi-Wan. Talzin.
Obi-Wan, oh, people do love that Obi-Wan.
Yeah, he's also had somewhat success being kind of a rogue deck in the current format right now.
All right, looks like Jason got that Grogu, and he's going to keep it, which is smart, but not a lot of other options going into his next couple turns.
Yeah, it looks like he has a very reactive hand, which is not always the best place to be. It won't allow him to necessarily use all of his power, or use all of his resources in the first couple turns, which can be the most important at maintaining.
You reset that?
Yep.
Oh, we're going to go give him a different life puck has some more battery. Place that real quick. And here we go. Oh, look at them getting ready for the Undercity. There's the second one. Ready to go. Charged up. We're going to see the beginning of game 3, round 3. Sorry. All right, both players completing their setup here. Appreciate everyone watching at home here from the Guardian Games Planetary Qualifier here in SWU City, Portland, Oregon.
It feels like we're
I've seen this before.
yeah, it seems like all 3 games we had the Aura Sing and Grogu start for both sides. It definitely seems to be like something that Joey's looking for on that turn 1 play.
You know, I think it's, again, shout out to Nabat Village for ensuring that Joey gets that consistently.
Yeah, the 4 health and being able to attack with 3 definitely helps. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to get the Grogu right off the board immediately.
Ooh, there we go. Worth it. Worth it. Surprise strike into Grogu, ensuring a couple of your units may actually hit.
Yeah, and it also keeps him off the force completely there because now he's also lost his 1 force unit to attack with.
Mm-hmm. Now let's call it war and just get rid of the Aura Sing.
Yeah. As I said, it looks like Jason has a very reactive hand. We're seeing Itinerant Warrior, Mace, and 2 Mace Windows, and Anakin, and I think also Fell the Dragon there. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to navigate these next couple turns, as it looks like he might have difficulty sticking some threats here.
All right, I'm a big fan of seeing the Ebon Hawk. I've been seeing this make its way in a few lists out there. Definitely keeping my eye on it as a fan of the Knights of the Old Republic, but also just of the unique ability.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it more in the heroism decks right now. Being able to attack for 5 has been a big boon for decks like Sabe and stuff like that. And also, it's definitely seen some play in some Han lists so far.
I do love it in my Sabe deck. And here we have Itinerant Warriors just out. No bonuses from the healing. Didn't need it any. Well, could have used it, but wasn't able to get it without the force. So we see another one in hand.
Yeah, and it is a pretty big threat. Being a 4/4 shielded makes it, one, very difficult to deal with, and having the high attack like that does allow it to, trade up a lot of the time.
Yeah, Itinerant Warrior is one of those cards where you kind of wonder why it's not a rare based on its stats.
Yeah, or, at least a unique uncommon.
Oh, yeah, I would take a unique, right?
Yeah, because it looks like he's probably going to possibly follow it up with another either Itinerant Warrior here, or he is able to get Mace to get the Ebon Hawk out of play. Yeah, so it looks like Ebon Hawk is going to get in for another 3 damage to base, and Han Solo is flipping up into play. If Joey does have a way to get Han Solo out of play right now, that would be ideal, so that way Jason can't play any 6 drops, but it looks like there is no real option. So and he's going to be dropping a Grand Inquisitor into play.
Yeah, deployed Han Solo's always a rough one to deal with, but especially for Inquisitor, who just doesn't hit that hard.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to get the Let's Call It War in 2 arenas, but you cannot do that overall.
That's not how war works.
Yeah,
So.
at least not in this case. It looks like the damage is going to go onto the Grand Inquisitor to try and prevent him from readying and attacking this turn.
Yeah, not a bad move. Still a threat that Jason wants to get off the board. But good at keeping him from taking more damage than necessary.
Yeah. But it does allow Joey to get the initiative here and get 4 damage in with that Grand Inquisitor.
Weird. All right, here we go. Jason already has Han Solo deployed. Ginger Joey can deploy Grand Inquisitor this turn. We're going to see if he does.
Yeah, and I do believe with the Grand Inquisitor unit in play, that would give his Grand Inquisitor hidden this turn. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles this turn overall.
Mace Windu hits the field, uses the Force ability to remove the Ebon Hawk out of the space arena. So now it's just one fight, one arena.
Yeah, and if Joey does have a space unit now, he might be able to get.
Ooh, there's the space unit with the sneak attack with the punishing one, who can damage a unit when it comes into play.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if he decides to take the shield off or do one. It looks like we gotta see. There's probably gonna try and do the 1 damage somewhere too. Yeah, it looks like it's going on Han here. So we'll get another damage on a unit. Oh, yeah, and since the itinerant warrior lost his shield, he'll be able to get the extra 1 damage in or extra 1 raid on the punishing one here.
7-15. Jason already has lost half of his health on his base.
Yeah, and this might actually turn out to be lethal for Joey here because he's going to be able to get 2 more attacks in with the punishing one here with the GI flipping this turn. And Jason is completely tapped out, so it might be just game.
Oh my gosh, there he goes. Inquisitor swings, ready the punishing one.
Yep, and that will be game.
Yep, takes Jason up to 24 and still has the breaking in. Wow, again, not a surprise style of play here from Ginger Joey, stuff we've seen in person a lot of times in Portland. And if you've been lucky enough to play him at sector qualifiers, world events, or anything like that, like you may be familiar with this already, especially if you watch his content. Great job for Ginger Joey pulling this off. Again, like I know he's prepped for decks like Han Solo, but they're not easy. They're not easy wins.
Yeah, and he definitely looked like he was ready for it. That surprise, or was it the sneak attack into the punishing one is definitely a serious amount of damage coming in anytime for that. Maybe trying to get that off of the board or waiting to try and get that off of the board might have been a better play for Jason overall. But it's hard to say because it kind of comes out of nowhere. I think that just did, what was it, 4, 5, and then 6 damage total. So we're looking at 15 damage right out of the top from the hand, along with the Grand Inquisitor swing. So that was 18 damage.
Yeah. What is it you heard Joey swung for earlier?
I think he said 24 in the turn, which I guess is hard to play around if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, hard to play around would be the correct saying there. 24 damage in 1 turn's a lot. The amount that Joey just put on Jason is also a lot. Great job for both of them. Joey's now going 2-1 into round 4. Jason's going to go 1-2 into round 4. Nothing horrible for Jason. Great work for Joey. Excited to hear more about it.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to have a pretty good run. He's definitely going off meta. A lot of people aren't prepared or haven't gotten the reps in against Grand Inquisitor, even though he's been around for so long. And a lot of times people are seeing Grand Inquisitor with the security complex, not necessarily a yellow base.
Yeah, definitely a lot of commitment with that yellow base. Less protection, but at the same time, you're going to see a lot more cards in your opening hand. You're going to have a little bit more of a secured start and hopefully get you what you want to see for each matchup.
Yeah, and definitely the explosive finishes. The sneak attack is still proven to be one of the stronger cards now, even in the post Django world where it was seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that it's even though I think the cost is a little too high, it's hard not to play it when you're in that style of a deck where you are trying to be a little bit more explosive from the start. Really want to put that pressure on your opponent. Just that extra damage is just so good as long as you have a unit on the board.
Yeah, and then just having the ability to do it while your opponent has no resources up, it means that what they have on board is what you see. So you're not going to be blown out by, damage to a unit or anything like that.
Exactly. All right, looks like Joey's giving some some pointers or maybe some more talks about the life puck there. But I'm sure we'll see him in just a minute.
Yeah, that was definitely an exciting match overall. I didn't really quite know what to expect from that, but it seemed like, Joey had control of the match almost the entire time. And game 2 just kind of slipped away from him.
Yeah, even game 2, it felt like he was in control of the match. And, I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more from him in just a minute. But, yeah, it definitely came through it. And the fact that, it it never felt like Han Solo was missing too much.
Yeah, I mean, he had a little bit of an awkward draw where he had a lot of reactive cards, and it's definitely hard to be reactive when your opponent has the ability to kind of just go off and explode with the damage to base.
Wow, let me take a look. I feel like Joey got distracted on his way over here.
Yeah.
Dave, do you mind grabbing him for a second, unless he's needing the big bio break?
Yeah, will do.
Again, appreciate everyone staying and listening and watching this channel. We're about to interview Ginger Joey, who just won his second match here at the Portland Planetary Qualifier at Guardian Games for Secrets of Power. Again, appreciate everyone hanging out, watching, and listening to Unlimited Power. My name is D-Rod, and I've been joined by a plethora of people today in post-interviews and a couple of other people coming on for commentary later on. If you've missed it, we've already interviewed a couple of people. Julian from Team Babu Freaks, who just did super well at the sector qualifier in Mesa. Then we had Jen from Nightsisters on. And then we've had one of our local sealed players, one of our great players, Dave, joining me for commentary for these past 2 rounds. But here we go. We have Ginger Joey about to hop in as he just gets his quick liquid break. But I already have some questions for him. As I mentioned, we talked a little bit before, and as he gets the cans on, Joey, first let's start from the beginning. What time did you start working on this deck, and what time did you stop working on this deck?
There for a little while. When I saw like the Yoda being like the big dominant thing, I was like, okay, I want to build an aggro deck, and since this is kind of like the last time I can play GI and Premiere for me, then I was like, okay, I've always loved this leader. It always was a abysmal thing with Tarkentown, but without that, I'm fine. Well, then after Arizona, Tarkentown came back, so I was like, I had been working on it a little bit, but as far as like my last minute grind, I think I went to bed at 6 a.m. and I spent like 12 hours yesterday just grinding just to get like play lines and stuff like that down.
Do you feel like you've been able to identify a lot of those play lines today as you're going through it? Like, are you able to remember those moments and what cards you need to see, especially with something like Nabat Village? It feels like you're really what you need for some matches, and you're hoping you see those cards in the opening hand.
Yes and no. For me, Nabat Village is a fixer card for me. I'm notoriously bad at drawing cards, and so I like to have at least like my first 3 turns set up. And the 3 health that I'm losing, I'm an aggro deck. I need to win by like turn 6, maybe turn 7 at most. And so that 3 health, that ain't helping me get there. So I'd much rather try to fix and make my hand good for those first 3 turns. And then okay, whatever I'm putting back, I wasn't going to see anyway. Don't worry about it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
let's talk about this match with you versus Jason. You're Han Solo. I'm not surprised. You were prepared for this type of deck. You know it. You've played against it several other styles. Was there any point in the games, and you can be specific, game 1, 2, or 3, where you felt there was just too much pressure from Han that you couldn't get past it?
No. It was, the one time he had 5 units on the board, but I knew I had space, so he wasn't up there at all. Han2 Blue doesn't go into space. So as long as I just left him alone, hence the outmaneuver, those are in there for kind of lane dodging purposes. All it is just stave off a bunch of damage to help me get there. That's all it's there for.
It was a lot of damage you staved off that turn.
Yeah, I think it was just 7, I think, because his Han was entrenched at the time.
Yes, yeah, so it was 7, yep.
It literally was just 7 damage, but honestly, it was what I needed to do at the time, so it worked out. But, it works in other matches as well.
Yeah, of course. Is there anything so far? So you went into this match already, one win, 1 loss. How are you feeling coming into this already with your deck? You've already seen it win once, seen it lose once. You spent a lot of time on it last night. I know it's easy to get into your head sometimes for all of us when we're so close to it. How did you feel going into this third matchup? Were you confident in your deck? Were you confident in your play? How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm indifferent. The only thing that really causes me a headache is Tarkentown. That's it. Most other matches, I'm pretty confident that I can find lines or work around different stuff. I mean, I have tech in there to answer different questions. Like, for instance, Han got Grogu all 3 games.
Yeah,
And I was like,
yeah.
that can be like a backbreaking thing for somebody who's trying to put damage on their own units. So I knew I had to have an answer for Grogu because I knew Han 2 was going to be out here throwing Grogu, which is why, I mean, Aurora Singh on turn 1 can help answer Ogdo Bogdo. If I have to, I just run it into Ogdo Bogdo so I don't actually take damage. I'm running open fires and force chokes just to get rid of Grogu.
Yeah.
And so that one, I think it was game 3, you saw me, we started where I initially just claimed. And then I went, no, wait, I can actually do this. And I put the Aura Singh into play and let him have the initiative because I had the open fire in my hand and I was just going to straight open fire.
Yeah.
It ended up being that it could have gone either way because his next play was an Ogdo Bogdo. Because I could have then open fired, he plays the Ogdo Bogdo. Okay, I claim I take 5 from the Ogdo Bogdo if that was the case, so that would have sucked.
Yeah.
But I just made me like delay a couple turns to get rid of that because then I had to run the open fire into the Ogdo Bogdo instead, so I didn't really have the answer. But it was, they were in there specifically for that reason.
Yeah.
But I felt like just claiming after a quick hindsight was like, no, this is just going to take too much tempo away. I at least got to get a unit on the board, and he doesn't kill Aurora Singh if I don't ready her right away.
Right.
And that was the big thing. Just put her into play, don't ready her, she's not going to die right away.
It
So-
was amazing to watch. You take a unit, a leader that everyone sees as like, and there's nothing wrong with seeing it this way. I think it's the right way to see it, of like how to use the Inquisitor's ability every turn for value.
Mm-hmm.
And you, being an experienced player, looked at the board, looked at the units, looked at the abilities, and kind of identified, you know what? If I do this, it's going to hurt me, or it doesn't put me in a situation that's going to be better.
Right.
And so, losing some of that early damage to set yourself up was great watching it and seeing that it paid off, right? It never made you feel like you were playing too far behind. It was very obvious you still felt a bit in control, and there you were. You got there. You put the pressure. And it's kind of, you said, like, Jason was pulling that Grogu every opening hand. It's not what you want to see.
No.
But
besides
you managed
Tarkin
through
Town,
it.
that's probably the worst card
Yeah.
I can see turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, definitely more consistent than Tarkin Town.
Right.
you
Well,
know, at least in doing damage consistently.
sure.
It's gonna get rid of more
happens,
units.
It happens more often, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's GI is very much an opportunistic leader, where if you can find the right timing to use his ability efficiently, he can be backbreaking.
Yeah.
But you do have to find your moments and not just run full bore into stuff. So the biggest thing that I was working with this deck was I was working on Third Sister for quite a while, and I wanted to work with that hidden mechanic. Right?
Yeah.
And I was basically taking that and transitioning it into a GI. Because now when I play a fresh unit, you can't take it out right away
Right.
unless you have non-unit removal of some kind, in which case then you're not developing the board either, so I don't care. Then it's just, now I can ready and attack with it right away. So that was kind of the whole basis for it. At one point I was running the Jedi, what's the 3/3 with hidden that can discard a card? Jedi.
Oh, Jedi in hiding.
There you go, Jedi. Duh.
Yeah, what's the
in
hidden Jedi?
hiding.
Yeah.
What's the hidden card? The one in hiding. So I was running that one for a little while, but it just, the discard package was too slow. So I just ended up, okay, I don't need this one unit. Everything else was running pretty efficiently. The one thing you guys didn't get to see was I actually run the 2-drop General Grievous, the one that bounces back to my
we
hand.
did see you played that one in game 2.
Oh, that's right, but I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing that you do with that is, again, it's a hidden unit, so I can ready it, I can swing with it, and if you want to attack into it, bounce it back to my hand, great, you save me some damage to my base,
Yep.
and I can put it right back into play. It's hidden again, and I can ready it up again.
Yes.
So the other thing that I run with it is the Grievous's wheel bike.
Yes.
So
I'm with you.
If I'm on turn 4, right, 4 resources, and you bounce it back to my hand, I can put it into play, I can ready it, and then I can put the wheel bike on it. Now it's a 6/6 coming at you, well,
Yep.
6/4 coming at you, or I can run over somebody and do the overwhelm from it.
and it has hidden, so they can't
Yes,
deal with it.
nope.
I'm completely with you, and I've seen your style of decks, and if there was an ability in Star Wars that describes you, it's hidden.
I thought it was discard.
No, I feel like once hidden came out, the style of your decks just jumped. And you've, again, like you said, you've identified what works. You've found all these moments that a lot of people just overlook, especially with the hidden mechanics. And you're kind of, you said earlier, you've identified all those play lines. When the best time's going to be, Grievous with Wheelbike right now is going to be really dangerous. And getting so much value out of it. So You know, and anyone who's follows your channel or has watched you or followed again, like you were playing Third Sister at Galactics and did amazingly well. What was your placing on the day 2 days premiere event?
The Open, you mean?
Yeah, the Open.
So the Open wasn't with Third Sister. I did the Han 2 yellow discard package with that, and I got 20th out of that. So
got it.
No, this one, like, another reason why I want to run the Grand Inquisitor is one of my favorite cards out of all the cards is Sneak Attack. I just think it adds a lot of great value, and I honestly don't see why it's not played in non-yellow decks, to be perfectly honest, because you don't get it for 1 cheaper. The unit costs 1 more, but it still comes into play ready. It can be such a good finishing card for a lot of things and situations that people would just be like, whoa, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
So, but Sneak Attack works exclusively well with Grand Inquisitor, which you saw with the whole punishing one, getting 3 attacks off on his flip turn.
That was so epic. That was so crazy.
This deck, in different situations, I played a Piet Red, round 2. I did 24 points of damage in 1 turn and won the game. He had me dead on board.
So that's the part of the story that lingered over here to commentary. Was at some point today you did 24 points of damage. What was not said was how it was essentially just lethal.
Yes, it was. I was at 7. No, he was at 7, and he had a Fulminatrix on board. That was his play, and then he was tapped out. Everything in space was tapped out. So I was like, oh, cool, I'm free reign to do this. And I had to figure it out math-wise whether or not it was going to work. And as you saw, I mean, I did make that one play mistake in Game 2 against Han 2, which I should not have put that 1 damage on the Spy.
Yeah.
That very first damage should not have gone on the Spy because I didn't expect him to run into the Aura Sing. And if he hadn't have done that, if I hadn't have done that and put it somewhere else first and then went back, then I would have actually had lethal. I was 3 damage short, and it was the 3 extra damage from having that extra unit with the damage on it that cost me that game.
Yeah. I mean, you learned something great.
Yeah.
You got a second win off of it, which is good. I know you're still flying and thinking like, what's this really going to be like by the end of the day? But I mean, you're in a good spot. So again, as always, I'm always happy to see you and your success. Going forward, hopefully you do, and I don't have to see you doing commentary before the top 8, or even during the top 8.
I just got to dodge some Tarkin towns. That's all I got to do.
Well, I haven't seen the full list, so hopefully you can.
There's a lot of CADs out here.
Awesome. All
right. Well, it looks like the round's about to start or get over, so thank you very much, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you later.
All right. Thank you so much, Joey. Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a quick break before the next round, so we'll see you guys in probably 2 to 5 minutes. And welcome back. We are going into about to start round 4 of our Planetary Qualifier for Secrets of Power. Right now we have SWU one of the local content creators here in Portland, coming in with Yoda Data Vault, and versus another player, Marcus, who's gone 2-1 today with Han Solo Energy Conversion Lab. I'm joined by Dave, one of our local players and sealed experts. Dave, what do you think about this matchup so far?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Yoda is going to try and do everything they can to drag this Han Solo 2 into the end game, whereas Han Solo is going to definitely try and end the game quickly before Yoda starts dropping threats like Kelleran Beck, Bo-Katan, and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes overall, though Han Solo definitely seems to be one of the popular decks of the day. This is our second version of him seeing on screen, with the last one being the blue Force base.
All right, it looks like SWU is going to take the initiative as they use some other person's dice that were left there. And here we go. So we're going to go into round 4. Did I do everything right?
Round 4.
Round 4. I think I did. Awesome. There we go. All right. As they figure out how to turn these on, I don't think either of them have figured it out. Dave, would you mind helping, though?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much. All right. While Dave goes to the main table to get this lined up.
What do I have to do to turn them on?
Oh, on the back, there's a button. All right, so as Dave goes to get the life puck, if you're unfamiliar with it, it is a great little device. There should be a link in the description below from Metal Fab Tokens. Oh, looks like he's helping them out. Obviously, great little tools to have on stream to help all you players at home follow along. Thanks again for watching, another Planetary Qualifier from Portland, Oregon, a.k.a. SWU City. Here done by Unlimited Power and several others. So again, I'm glad that we've had a lot of other commentators hop in today, different people coming in, giving their perspective on the decks that they've just played. We've seen people from the Nightsisters, Hollow Table Gaming Network, local team, the Babu Freaks, and now we're seeing another content creator, SWU Neff. You may be familiar with some of his work on YouTube. And we'll be interviewing him after this event, or after this this matchup right here, round 4.
Yeah, and it looks like we are starting off. Both people ended up taking no mulligans here and are happy with their starting hand. It looks like Yoda is going to start off with a Gungi, and so is Han Solo.
Oh, interesting. Now both ground arenas are the top. I don't mind that. We have less glare on the top.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of glad both players went there. And both of them are playing foil Gungis.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got the Hyper Foil from Legends of the Force, and then also the Sectors promo up top on the right side.
All right, 2 force units hit play, 1 force leader, no force bases. I guess it's the right call. I don't think it's a wrong call.
And it looks like Yoda's going to try and slow things up a little bit with the Obi-Wan, who's going to come in and have Sentinel. I believe Obi-Wan gives Sentinel to himself, not to Gungi.
I believe he gets to...
Yeah,
Is it right?
No.
Okay.
Because it's when a force unit is played, Obi-Wan gets Sentinel, and he counts himself when he is played.
All right, seems like a great move then to just get rid of Obi-Wan early with that Gungi.
Yeah, and it looks like Gungi's been able to get the Jedi lightsaber on it, and then also use the 2 extra resources from attacking with the Jedi to get the Outer Rim Constable into play.
What are your thoughts on Outer Rim Constable? We've seen it almost every game today, and we're definitely seeing a variety of decks.
Yeah, it's definitely seemed to take over the spot from the Disabling Fang Fighter. That used to be the pretty much premier upgrade removal tech for red, and having it be basically almost the same stats, but for 1 less on the ground has not been a significant downgrade for most of the decks.
Well, there we go. We saw a takedown and some quick maths there to determine that Gungi was going to be defeated by it. And now Han Solo plays their own Obi-Wan Kenobi with Sentinel.
Yeah. And it looks like Yoda is just going to start filtering through the deck. Yoda, each time, if a unit left play, he's able to draw a card and then put a card from his hand on top of the deck or the bottom. So it allows him to see a lot more cards, makes the data vault downside of having the 10 extra cards a little bit more manageable overall.
When you see a leader like Yoda, who's been around for a bit, with the ability to essentially look at the top card, make a best decision, right? It's good filtering, good draw. It doesn't seem like it's too high of a cost to just wait for a unit to be defeated.
Yeah, it's generally what you want to be doing. And with the pairing of green, you are looking at a lot of Sentinel units being available between Obi-Wan, Captain Typho, stuff like that. You are basically promoting your opponent to either trade with you or be able to get good defense set up.
Well, here we go. We're just seeing a couple of trades, a little bit of hits here and there. Gungi has attacked already, and Yoda still has all of their resources available, keeping definitely filtering and putting cards on the bottom they don't want to see.
Yeah, and as we said before, here comes Captain Typho to try and slow down the Han 2 ECL.
Is slowing down your opponent with Yoda the main strategy?
I think so. I mean, a lot of the haymakers come between turns or resource turns 7 through 9 for them. So being able to get that done is what you want. But the Han does have the Wrecker in hand to easily take care of the Captain Typho with one ability and the Han activation. But this might put Han behind in resources, as he's going to be 5 resources to Yoda's 6 now.
Right, 5 resources. Yoda, although has little units on the board, a few units on the board, not in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. He's looking at 13 damage on board, which will start ending the game pretty quickly. But if he's able to kind of ramp up this turn and get Yoda deployed into play and start getting the Restore 2, he could try and stabilize. It's just that 7 damage from Wrecker is not going to leave him a lot of time to deal with it.
No, that's really the only disappointing thing is how hard Wrecker's going to hit. The other 2 units, you're not sure they're annoying, but you would love to see Wrecker removed this turn.
It doesn't look like SWU has the answer to it, as he's definitely thinking about swinging Gungi, but Gungi won't be able to remove anything from the board currently.
All right. Instead, we see the ramp with the resupply, or sorry, what is the
resupply carrier?
Resupply carrier.
Yeah, so that's going to get him up to 7 resources. Right now, though, he's possibly looking at a blind flip of Yoda, where he's not going to know what the top card of his deck is going to be. So a lot of stuff does cost more than Wrecker's remaining life, but Wrecker's already got the 7 damage in, so it'll be interesting to see what SWU decides to do here.
Well, it's 16-2 with Marcus having the most health remaining on their base and the strongest board presence.
Yeah, so it looks like Gungi's going to be sacrificed, so at least Neff can get a look at what the top card of his deck is going to be. And it looks like he might have some kind of late game options, as it looks like there might be a redemption in hand that will be able to give him a burst heal next turn.
You can always play a redemption and then play a Luke Skywalker right after, and the game is just immediately in the heroic player's favor as long as both those units stay out.
Yeah. But he might have to put the redemption on top of his deck if he has something else to get rid of the Wrecker, so he doesn't take another 7 that will put him into a scary lethal range.
And he should be able to deploy Yoda also this turn.
Yeah. Looks like that's what he's trying to set up for at this point.
Now Yoda's still seeing a lot of play for heroic players. It's a great card. It's perfect in the format we're at right now. We're kind of that mid-range still. If we gotta go late, Yoda has some options. Doesn't mean you don't need to make the right moves and the right plays, but he's definitely still a solid leader. Great stats, comes out at the right time, just does a lot. And still, like, coming out at 7 resources, sometimes it feels like it would hurt, but it really doesn't feel that bad with Yoda.
Yeah, if you can get, either the resupply or the resupply carrier down, it can really help. And he helps you get back into the game with his large defensive stat line and the Restore 2, so it's not easy for an aggressive deck to take him out before he starts gaining quite a bit of life.
All right, smuggled from the resource pile is Cassian Andor from Spark of Rebellion. So this is going to, obviously he's going to come in, he's going to be ready, and that's going to be 3 more damage going to SWU base.
Yeah, but it is going to allow him to at least get a second attack off with Yoda before doing it. And with only 3 attack units in play, that is going to definitely turn down the clock. He's definitely probably thankful not to see another Wrecker or another kind of high priority threat like something like Poe Dameron or anything like that.
All right, swings into the Obi-Wan, gets that Restore, taking them down to 20 and removing a potential Sentinel problem off the board.
And these are kind of the vital turns here. If Yoda is able to turn the corner here, he might be able to get through it. One thing to be said, though, is Marcus has still not used the ECL activation, so that can lead to a pretty big burst potential here. If he does have Wrecker off the top here, he'll be able to do the 5 damage to Yoda and then get 6 overwhelm damage to base.
Yeah, and I think you said something really, really positive here. It's easy to think that Yoda doesn't have any options, but this is where Yoda can turn it all around. And look how quickly this board state changed.
Yeah, it looks like we got home 1 into play, returning the Obi-Wan to play and giving it Sentinel, putting a significant roadblock in the way of Marcus's game plan.
Yes, so you got more restore on Yoda from the home 1 benefit. You got 2 units into play and one that has to be attacked, at least by one of those units. So
yeah, and it looks like ECL is going to be used here with the 6 resources, and here is Wrecker coming in. He will be able to take out the Obi-Wan with the on-plate ability and then actually take out the Yoda with the attack from the ECL.
yeah, not what you want to see as the Yoda player.
If there's empty tables like in 53, are they up for grabs?
You have to talk to the judge over there.
Good.
They're sitting. Sorry, yeah, live cast. All right, sorry about that.
We just look so official over here.
I know we get stopped a lot in this game area. We don't have any gear that says we work here, but people are asking us a lot of questions for some reason. All right, 23-6 or 26-6.
Yeah, the second Wrecker might spell death for Neff here. Even with the extra restore, missing the 4 restore missing the 3 extra restore from Yoda is going to put him into a significantly sticky situation here. He is dead to 2 attacks or even 1 hit from Wrecker at this point.
Yeah, not much here we're going to see from Neff. But hopefully, going to game 2. And again, like it's as you said, Yoda turned a lot of things around.
Yeah.
But the card you didn't want to see was that Wrecker coming in ECL.
Yeah, and Bo-Katan might be able to stabilize the board here. It'll be able to take out the Wrecker and completely blank the attacks from Han and Cassian, but it might not be enough to get him out of range if he's able to put a significant threat into play on Marcus's side of the board.
All right, well, Village Protectors come out, a Sentinel unit with shield. A great little unit here, but it's not really enough depending on what else is in Yoda's hand. So
yeah, and especially with the Wrecker having Overwhelm, if he uses either Han or Cassian to take off the shield, you're still looking at 5 damage to base from that attack.
Yeah. Well, it's possible that SWU Neff has some answers there. 6 resources remaining. And here comes a timely intervention.
So it looks like we are getting 4 resources played, and we are getting Sham Syndulla coming in to take off the shield. It will get him an extra resource into play as Yoda has ramped ahead, and Marcus has used Wrecker twice, so he's definitely behind in resources overall. And still, putting out some more threats. The 5 attack on Sham is definitely a scary kind of proposition to be dealing with here.
Yeah, so Sham Syndulla hits play, and then a Vanquish gets played on that Wrecker. So Wrecker is out. And you may have noticed Marcus did have to take 1 card, put in his resource pile to replace the timely reinforcements. Timely intervention. And then we had the other card for the Chen.
Yep.
All right, home 1 begins swinging, dropping Yoda back down to 27 with that restore mechanic. Oops, I did that wrong. There we go.
Yeah, and it looks like Neff's going to have to take the initiative here. Sham represents a lethal threat, so he's not going to be able to stop that from getting into play. I think right now he's just really fishing for that Bo-Katan if he's playing it. That will possibly stabilize the board and turn things around, especially because it will pump up his space units enough to actually be lethal against Marcus with the 2 units getting destroyed.
All right, no Bo-Katan. Instead, we see the Redemption come into play, which allows him to move 8 points of damage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he is still not quite at lethal there with only 11 represented in play on the board.
He puts all 8 on the Redemption, which does have Sentinel, but doesn't matter when your opponent has an empty space arena.
Yeah.
Now 22-13. Home 1 still on the board with that restore mechanic. Resupply carrier.
Yeah.
But that's really all Yoda has left.
Yeah, and with 2 resources up, it'll be interesting to see if there is anything to play. But
ooh, hot shot blaster from the resource pile. smuggled in, going to give a unit +3 and the ability to attack immediately.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. That does completely change the math overall for the situation. And it'll be interesting to see if Marcus just tries to take the initiative here and end the game before Neff has any kind of options.
All right, 30-20 in Marcus's favor.
Yep, and it looks like that's probably going to be game here. Yoda was fishing for some sort of answer to prevent the next huge attack from Shamsandula, but it doesn't look like there's anything there, and Marcus can just take the initiative and claim victory in this game.
Yeah, game 1 goes to Marcus. SWU Neff losing that first matchup there. Now they're going to go to the second game. As a reminder, qualifiers are best 2 out of 3 here, so we'll see how they do as they reset their life counters and begin looking at their sideboards.
Yeah, so it looks like Yoda's probably going to try and side in anything that helps slow down the game a little bit. It was a pretty strong draw for Marcus. Having the back-to-back wreckers really took out a lot of the board for Neff, and it made it so it was really difficult. Both times the wrecker was able to completely delete a unit, and then also one time trample over and kill the Yoda before you could get any more value out of the attacks and restore.
Yeah, I find the Wrecker is such a great card, and you never want to be on the other side of it. You never do. You're always going to see them get that value out of it, and when it's ECL, it's never a feel good.
Yeah, and it coming down one turn early on the Han flip, or even just on the. Generally, you want to have Han flipped into play before you Wrecker. Otherwise, you will be missing out on Han flipping a turn earlier.
Yeah. All right, well, let's talk about this while they continue to go through their sideboards and figure some stuff out. You know what also I didn't post was the time, or the time is just missing somehow. Timer. Nope. I think I know what happened here. We turned it. No, it's going. There it is. Oh. Well, we didn't miss out on the time, just no one knew what time it was. But outside of that, Yoda. Let's talk about Yoda. This is the only Yoda leader we've seen. Do you feel like this is on theme with the character?
I think so a little bit. Yoda is definitely shown as like a thinking type of character. The ability to kind of filter through your deck seems to be on theme with him. You would think at 7 flip he might be a little bit more powerful in the attack because he used to, from what we've seen from kind of the Attack of the Clones and even in Revenge of the Sith, he was a very agile fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Just flipping around, doing his thing. Not to mention his cameos in Soul Calibur and stuff like that.
Yeah. What's fun is they just put all those Soul Calibur games out on the Switch too. So I was looking at all the older non-Soul Calibur content characters they made. So what's interesting here is like this is obviously very Republic Yoda. This is closer to Episode 3 because one of the weird things here is Yoda needs someone to be defeated. Right?
Yeah.
Like it's the weird part of like knowing Yoda as like this old wizened master, this general, but he's a general who says someone has to leave the battlefield. Someone has to essentially die for him to give you more value. And that's the only thing I find like a little off. But mechanic wise, it feels like the right type of deck. It seems like the character who's searching the forest, who's going through the deck to find answers, find solutions, or at least know what's about to be in front of them. And I don't have a problem with the mechanic of it waiting for to die, as we said, like unit being defeated or just left play, really. So not even defeated, just leaving play. Isn't a bad mechanic restriction, but it can feel a little bit odd because it's one of those weird things, at least in the movies, we don't see Yoda getting better because a clone trooper, got defeated or whatever.
Yeah. It's very thematic, though, if you can get Jedi to be defeated, because it seems like, if they leave play, they become more powerful or, turn into a different thing of the Force, what they say, the Force is always recycled and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you strike him down, he'll become stronger. That's kind of what I want to see is more of those units similar to General Hux, not Hux, Haas, who gets experience tokens every time something dies.
Yeah. And it looks like we are starting off with the Han 2, or the Han worth the risk trying to lane dodge the Yoda. This will turn off his Yoda's ability to start filtering through his deck as Yoda's let off with the Battlefield Marine.
And this feels good for both players. I think it's kind of what they both want to see. Of course, they don't want to have an opponent with something else in another arena. But when you're getting set up like this, it kind of feels you feel a little bit more confident, or you feel a little bit more in control.
Yeah, the one thing that Han needs to worry about overall is by having only the 25 health point base, these 3 attack units can quickly make quick work of that health overall.
Yes, they can. So Obi-Wan and the Battlefield Marine, that's going to be some damage coming towards the Han player next turn. They do have some Restore and Raid, though, with the Sundari Protectors.
Yeah, and it looks like what we're seeing from the Yoda hand is he has a lot of good interactive cards. It looks like a Bright Hope there. Also a Blue Leader that will probably coming out next turn. Might be able to delete something important, and then also Captain Typho. So it looks like he has all the all the fixings he needs to make sure that this game gets to the end game without too much damage on base.
Yeah, and smart move for SWU. He's putting down the resupply as a resource. He'd rather play every turn putting a unit out than trying to get ahead.
Yeah. And here comes Bright Hope to kind of, stall out the space arena with the 6 health there and the 2 attack. Red 5 is not going to be able to get in anymore.
Right, and the Bright Hope allows SWU the opportunity to bounce a unit to their hand and draw a card. Now, he may or may not do it.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to fight for board now, so it's just going to be the 2/6 in play with no bounce.
Now, would you have? I think I would have attacked before the Bright Hope, and then bounced a unit that I attacked with. Would you have done the same, or would you have followed something similar to what Neff is doing?
I think he wants to try and fight for the board as much as possible. So right now, if there were more value to be had, you're not really getting any value out of bouncing the Battlefield Marine. Even if you did attack with it and do the or into the Sundari Peacekeeper, you put yourself at risk of the Red 3 just getting in and killing it for free with the on-attack ability.
Oh, and look at that prestige. Padme Amidala coming onto the board a turn early because of Han Solo's ability.
Oh. And bringing with her some spy tokens.
Well, she always has an entourage, that's for sure.
Yeah, the spies have definitely been a big kind of boon for this set. They do provide a semi kind of sentinel effect where if you don't want to be taking the damage from them, it's better to attack into them, but then you are kind of wasting your action, or not wasting your actions, but delaying your actions. And especially if you are trying to kind of do a racing scenario, it makes it pretty difficult. It seems like that's why, cards like Faith in Your Friends have also been quite powerful at the moment.
Yeah, I really like that as you were saying, like it brings something new to the table. It's one of those things like you want to attack the spy when it doesn't hit you back, or do you want to leave it there and take 2 damage later?
Yeah.
And again, it's kind of like you said, like it's this thing with Sentinel that doesn't say Sentinel. And it puts more pressure on your opponent to make the right decision for the right moment.
Yeah, and when you are the kind of aggressive deck, that really puts a lot of kind of power into this situation. Okay, and it looks like Neff got a little excited. It was going to get that blue leader into play, but unfortunately, Marcus does have the initiative going into this 5 resource turn. Yeah,
Marcus is going to start us off here. Sundari Protectors, 2 spies, a Padme Amidala in the ground arena. Lot of options for them with a unit that can, on attack, damage a damaged unit.
Yes. Yeah, and with the Sundari in play, he is going to start restoring 2 on each of those attacks too.
All right, 11-7.
Yeah, and now it looks like the blue leader, he's going to be coming into the ground arena and then ambushing in and taking out the Peacekeeper.
Good move. It's the right move. Get the Peacekeeper off the board. Such a great card. Such an annoying card. But very fitting. Very fitting.
It's definitely had a card that's had a lot of legs. It's definitely been played in Sabine and most green kind of aggressive decks, despite the kind of 1-5 stat line. The 3-5 when it's attacking is pretty significant, and the Restored 2 makes it so it was quite good in racing situations.
Oh, such a great card. I haven't taken a look today. I'm wondering how many Sabines we have, if any, today.
Well, I know that there are some people running some Sabine Rogue decks. Emperor Palpatine was quite popular at the Mesa qualifier and had a pretty big day, so a lot of people were thinking that there might be some control matchups today, and I know there's at least one Sabine Data Vault in the room, not an ECL.
All right, Sabine Data Vault, they're probably playing Peacekeepers with those extra 10 cards.
Yeah.
All right, here we see the home one that has Sentinel swing into the red 5?
Yeah.
Red 5.
Yeah. The Bright Hope will be able to take it out and still live through it, and still kind of block up the space arena, so it makes it makes it less appealing for Marcus to try and switch into there.
All right, 13-7 using the Yoda ability. Hopefully, SWU F finds what they're looking for.
Yeah, it's tough because he's kind of already tapped out on resources right now, and then the Obi-Wan coming down from Marcus has stymied any ability to take off the spies off the ground before they start doing damage to base.
Yeah, Marcus's setup is going pretty well for them. Not hurting too much with that 25 health base so far.
Yeah, and especially because this is going to be the flip turn. If he does have the ability to maybe put down, another threat along with the Han, he will be in a pretty good position to be able to kind of close out this game before Yoda gets to his power plays.
Here we are in turn 4. 5 resources. Han can be deployed, which he does. Still 2 resources left, so he may have another card he can play using Han's ability.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there is a blue leader in hand potentially, and it looks like it's coming in using the Han ability and taking out the Bright Hope, clearing up the space lane for him.
And the Bright Hope only hits back for 3.
Or 2, but because he used the Han ability, they will be trading.
There we go. Not a bad play for using those small amount of resources.
Yeah. And it looks like SWU F is going to have to use up almost all his ground units to get through that Obi-Wan Sentinel. And Marcus still has another 5 damage on the board, or he might claim early and try and get in with Queen Amidala before Obi-Wan gets Sentinel on his side.
Yeah, I feel like I go for the extra damage. I think I might as well just go for the 5, put that pressure on SWU F's board. 18-7 feels pretty good. If they want to swing into that Padme or try to stop it, like they're going to anyway. But that's less damage that you're going to have on your base.
Yeah, there might have been something to be said about using the spy to clear out the Obi-Wan so it doesn't gain Sentinel before you can attack into it. But, with only 2 health left, it's still going to be dying to a spy next turn, even if he does get another force unit into play.
All right, well, we can see a bit of SWU F's hand, and it's a lot of high-end cards that are not going to see play this turn.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he has the ramp to get Yoda out this turn. It'd be really nice to be able to flip Yoda and get rid of that Padme efficiently, or the Queen Amidala, because with the 2 officials in play, she's still fairly protected.
Yeah, it's going from 18 to 23 after that Queen Amidala attack.
And doesn't seem like a great use of resources to use the blue leader into the spy, as it's not going to be able to take out the Han, but looks like he's got some tough decisions to make here.
Yeah, and it feels like SWU is really debating. I know they have a Village Protectors, but I think they really want to see if they can hit something better that's a higher cost after using Yoda's ability.
Yeah, and a big risk now is still Marcus still has access to Energy Conversion Lab, and there's always the Wrecker possibility, the Poe Dameron possibility, stuff like that. That is still a pretty scary, still a pretty scary option.
I mean, I don't like any of those possibilities because with Han Solo, they're usually probabilities.
Yeah.
So
by this point in the game, there's very likely that he still has access to it. We are getting the 6 and the ECL, so I'm guessing it's time for the boom.
there it is. Yep, Wrecker hits the board. defeat the resource, shoots the shield off the protectors, and then run Wrecker into those small little village guys.
Yeah, and getting another 5 damage to base.
All right, 28-7. I don't think SWU going to have any answers for this, which means we'll probably have a quick interview. So, or we'll be interviewing him quickly.
Yeah, it's tough too because now he's forced to trade into it with only 5 health left. He's not able to take out a high value target like Wrecker with the blue leader, and not able to deal with the Han Solo. It looks like he's going to have to fish for an answer. Yeah. It is a Battlefield Marine off the top, which is probably not going to get there unless he has the resupply in hand to flip Yoda into play right now.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to see another Sentinel unit.
Yeah, and that looks like it's probably just going to be game as the
game.
Handshake is done, and looks like Yoda has fallen to Han ECL.
Well, congratulations to Marcus and Han 2 ECL on taking that match away from SWU there. Again, this was round 4 at the Portland Planetary Qualifier. We're going to have SWU on in just a minute just to talk about this matchup and the deck he brought today. Again, a local content creator. You may have seen his stuff, but if you haven't already, you can go to YouTube and just type in SWU and you'll find plenty of things. If you follow, again, the Holotable Gaming Network with Ginger Joey, who was on match 3, on his channel, you'll find a lot of matches between SWU, myself, and Ginger Joey in Twin Sons. But again, so glad that local Portland content creators came to play today, wanted to be on stream and show off some of their deck ideas. And again, we get to see a variety of other players here in the Portland area.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far. You know, we have a great showing, and we are almost we're halfway through Swiss now, basically.
Yeah.
There's still, some time in this round, but 4 out of 7 down, and will be interesting to see who is kind of rising to the top after it seems like it's a pretty open format right now with a lot of different options for decks to be played.
Yeah, and we're going to keep highlighting some of the more unique decks that are out there rather than the top players currently at the tables. So you're going to continue to see players with similar win records to SWU and Marcus up here, a couple of losses. But you're not going to see really anyone undefeated until we get into the top cut.
Yeah, and still a lot of decks that are alive right now.
Oh my gosh, yeah. But round 4, there's still so much that can happen. Who knows what we're going to see in the top 16 or in the top 8. I'm hoping for something unique, something fun. But if not, it's all Hans. Well, there'll be fewer Hans than we could have seen already.
Yeah, I did see an interesting looking Emperor Palpatine Tarkintown deck, so maybe that might be an interesting deck if it's able to make it kind of to the top tables. You normally don't see a 25 hit point base with that Palpatine.
No, not with a leader who deploys on 8 resources.
Yeah.
No, not at all. I am curious on how often they may have to use Tarkintown to defeat their own unit. I don't know, but or to get it weaker.
Yeah. So it looks like what SWU did side in was, some ambush units, some upgrade removal, and then some other things to try and slow down the Han ECL deck and make it to the late game.
All right, we're going to have them for the post-game interview as they continue to clean up their deck and get everything together here. But excited to have him on. Dave, what do you hope to see today? We haven't taken a full list, but are there any leaders you hope we can see in the top 8?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Sabe has any kind of legs right now. It's definitely been the standout leader from the new set. It's taken down a couple of PQs around the world. And there are definitely different versions of it between, the double yellow version or the aggressive kind of Tarkintown list. Yeah. But
I'm with you. I'm excited for that list. I want to see more Sabe.
Who doesn't at this point,
All right, we're going to have SWU coming over here. And yeah, we'll go ahead and hop into this post-game interview. All right, as he gets the cans on Neff, welcome. Congrats on playing in today's event. Sorry that you didn't get the 4th round here, but you've had a pretty successful run so far. How are you feeling?
I'm definitely Yeah, would like to see less Han 2 ECL for sure. The last 2 rounds actually were against Han 2 ECL, so it was like, dang, like that's just it can be a tough matchup. But I don't know. That first game I was like literally 1 off.
Yeah.
After the redemption, so I was kind of like, dang, if I would have that Gunji blade, like I almost came back from the Gunji blade. I top decked the takedown to take out the Gunji blade. Don't know really what I could have done better there, but the second game definitely had some misplays. I had the resupply, and I was like, I should save this to do like a 3 and a 3 on 6. And I think that would have saved me the game actually, because that lets me village protectors and resupply, get Yoda out, flip, restore, kill Wrecker. But yeah, just didn't have it.
I mean, it is part of the game. The nice part is, I guess you can go back and watch it and confirm like what would have happened there.
For sure.
But no, one of the interesting things is you guys had very similar starts in for the first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
And yes, you're both playing command. You're both playing hero or heroic. But I didn't expect you guys both to just be like, oh yeah, here we go, both some Gungis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's some Obi-Wans and
Exactly.
go keep going.
I actually also have the General's Blade in my main deck, which I know most Yodas don't do, probably correctly so. I'm just running it because it can cheese a couple game 1s.
Oh yeah.
But not into Han 2 because they're running like Constable's main deck, and I don't want to get blown out. So yeah.
So with a deck like this today, we talked a little bit about it before during the event. What are you hoping to accomplish with this Yoda deck? Like, what's going to make you feel like you had a great day with this deck? Is it certain wins? Is it certain kind of cards hitting play? Is it cheating out of Luke really early? Like, what are you looking for as far as success with this deck?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I brought Yoda today because I love Yoda as a leader. When he came out, I built double blue, and then I went through like all of the colors until I was like, okay, let's just play green. So honestly, I think the lines are fun. There's a lot of cool lines. Yeah, obviously you're my only hope into like a Luke or even like a Bo. Sometimes getting a Bo-Katan out super early is just so fun. So yes, resource cheating, definitely kind of one of the fun things. But I guess goals for today. Well, my goal was to beat the Han 2s because I know that's kind of the even or less favorable matchup, and that has not been successful so far, but I have 5 more rounds to do it. So
you've only lost once before this match. Was it a Han 2 that beat you earlier, or did you already beaten one of them?
Yes. So my first was Piet Red on the first match. I got that 2-1, and then it was what was it? Oh yeah, it was Palpatine Tarkentown. And that was a really fun match. That's an awesome deck.
We were just talking about that. There's a Palpatine Tarkentown out there, and we're like, maybe we'll try to get that on the screen now.
You should. It's a super cool deck. I mean, doing things like double Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and then they get like 2 super laser decks.
I love it.
And then they sack both of them, and they're like, it's crazy.
I love it.
Got that one 2-0, and then it was Han 2 ECL. I got that 2-1, and then Han 2 ECL. Or sorry, not 2-1, 1-2, and then 0-2. So, yeah, hoping I can turn it back around, but I'm having fun. I mean,
that's what it's about, when you come to these events, and it's again, it's like what you're gonna see like in the top, but it's also just kind of like you have your own goals. There's a lot going on.
For sure.
Always a fun time, and here in Portland we have plenty of qualifiers to attend to.
Oh yeah.
So it's always good. It's like an event like today. I never feel like I have to bring in a top tier deck. I don't feel like I have to bring in something like super crazy that's just like it's meta. I'm happy just to play something fun and just enjoy the day.
Yeah. Well, today that was not my goal. I was definitely like, let's go try hard. Like, let's play the Yoda deck. And even though I think some people are like, yeah, that's not really the deck to beat anymore, I was like, yeah, that's probably what I'm most comfortable with. I was probably better suited to pick Han 1 green. Because that's what I played at the sector and did pretty well with. But I was just getting sick of the lines, and I'm like, if I'm not having fun with it, like even if I'm like better at playing it, it's just like boring. I'm done with those lines. Yeah. So
no, I'm with you. Like I don't. There are decks. It's like sure I can win, or I can have like it's like I can place very well, or I can have it's just like it has clear lines. It's good, but at the end of the day, I'm like I don't want to spend there feeling like I'm bored for several hours, especially when it's a commitment like today of like, I'd rather take something fun and just see like if I get there, I get there.
For sure. Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing that in post rotation, just bringing something of my own and being that kind of player. But for now, all my tournaments, I've just been bringing like mostly meta tier 1, tier 2 stuff with like a couple little spicy changes. I actually have Endless Legions in my sideboard. I was hoping to see some hard control because that's pretty good against that. It's also, it can happen in the Yoda mirror too. You can get there. Yeah, I definitely am more of like, I have more fun with things like Bosk Yellow or like a Cassian Red or the Sly Data Vault has been like super fun. So I'll probably focus more on like those kind of decks that are like sort of surprise. You don't know what the heck I'm doing kind of deck.
I mean, that's like the strategy I love in games that are similar to Star Wars. When you have a variety of leaders and a variety of bases, your combinations are large. There's over 100 combinations in this game as far as a deck profile, not even including like with the cards that make the deck, right? That make it feel different.
Unlimited.
Unlimited, yeah. And so what I love about that is like I'll go into an event and Star Wars, not that we don't have a meta, but you can go somewhere and you're gonna be like, I've never seen this leader played before. I've never seen someone play this leader in color before. And I feel like that always stands out to me as a very Star Wars fun thing of you don't know what you're gonna get, you don't know how to prepare for it, and that's the fun part of the game. Like someone can show up with something like, I don't know what this does, but I'm playing a meta deck and I'm getting destroyed by Third Sister or whatever.
Exactly. Speaking of which, did you see that new card? I forget what it's called, but it's a 5-cost. It's ready a unit and give a shield to it.
Yeah.
Third Sister in that card.
Yeah.
Ooh, hit for 10. I'm hidden and I'm on a ready, and so like most of my energy for Star Wars, and it's like my favorite game ever, but most of my energy is kind of like when I'm late at night and going to bed and thinking about like decks I want to build or cards. It's all post rotation. So honestly, I am kind of like done with this meta and these cards, but I'm not like mad about it. I still have a super fun time. I think it's a great meta. It's just like, let's move on.
Yeah, no, exactly right. We were talking about this earlier with Jen from Nightsisters. It's when you're in the game, it's nice because you feel like you've had this history with a lot of the leaders, and then a new set's coming in, rotations happening. And for Jen, this is one of her first trading card games, so rotation's a new thing. But it's like you've been here from the beginning. You kind of feel like a lot of these leaders have had their time, and you're ready for something new.
Totally.
And you don't feel too overwhelmed by like losing it because you're just kind of ready for like, okay, I want to try something new, and it's not like I can't go back to that leader. It's just, what are my other options I've never even thought of?
100%, 100%. As well as like, limited environments. There's so many different ways to play the game. I think when people get hung up on like, oh, my favorite leader's going, it's like there's so much to enjoy about this game. Like, maybe you're not a fan of Twin Suns, but like limited is super fun. I'm sure Eternal will be very interesting.
Yeah.
And then for Premiere, I mean, I'm definitely gonna be. I'll play all the formats.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it. I love everything. So I'm here for it all.
Yeah, and I think, and it's kind of like you said, like there are just some cards, some leaders that we'll look at from certain sets, and I'm like, wow, that leader just was missing too many things. And then the right set comes in, and you're like, well, that's my new Twin Suns leader. Like the answers finally showed up.
Exactly. Yeah, are you working on any new Twin Suns decks? I think the last time we played was, what were you playing? You were playing a Force deck, right?
I was playing a variety of stuff. Palpatine, Anakin is the big one.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I was going to announce it actually here, so I'll start with that announcement now. So I'll be putting out some amazing Twin Suns videos on Monday, kind of going into more details like how I built them, how do I play it, and giving that complicated example of someone like Chancellor Palpatine and heroic Anakin, right? So like you've seen me play it. We've had it on Holotable Gaming Network, but when I'm taking a leader that is less colors than everyone else, more restrictions, and I only have one leader to deploy, I'm playing at a negative. Yeah. But you've sat across the table, you've seen some of those things, and you've seen where a lot of people are like, that's the threat, kill it now.
Yes. Well, also, when you're pinging everybody for 2 damage and healing 2 damage like every turn, it's just, you become the automatic villain even if you don't have a leader flip.
Oh, I know, and that's what I love about it, right? Like it's so thematic of just like, here are these 2 good guys, but I'm going to make you hate them until they start playing all the bad cards. And for me, it's like turn 5, deploy Anakin.
For sure.
And I usually have some crazy villainous card, and you've seen it. It's either Zero the Hutt, Craving Power, Overwhelming Barrage, stuff that's just like, why is the senator and the
Yeah.
high general Jedi killing everyone?
Totally.
So
Totally. Well, Twin Sun's definitely one of those formats that if you haven't checked it out, you should, because it's pretty awesome.
Oh, I think so. And people can catch a lot of those games on Hot Table Gaming Network. I know we're going to have some more. But Neff, what else for you and your channel? We've been talking about it throughout your whole match. SWU Neff, what do you have planned now before the next set?
Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty quiet, not really uploading like super consistently, mostly just kind of like spicy deck techs. I think the last video I made was just going over like 5 sort of, unheard of secrets of power decks, and just kind of highlighting those. So probably see more gameplay from some of those, like Akbar. I'm a really big Akbar fan. Again, the Cassian 1 leader. But again, with rotation so close, I'm probably just gonna start making more content about that, about just looking forward to rotation, because I feel like the sentiment from everybody is just kind of like, hey, it can't really come soon enough.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely be having more content then, and yeah, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. You know, every set, I always get the same feeling of like, a set comes out, I'm ready for the next one, and it's not because like I'm done or bored. I'm just excited.
Yeah, it's new tools, new toys.
Exactly. Yeah. As soon as they showed us Chancellor Palpatine or Senator Palpatine and Padme, I was just like, Legend of the Force. What? Like, I'm ready to look at these cards all day.
Exactly.
And same thing. Lawless Time. I'm like, yeah, I just want to see these characters now.
Yeah.
You know.
And also, it's bringing that breath of fresh air for the past 3 sets that, maybe they made a little bit of a splash, but now you get them in a whole new context. You get to actually, not only the new stuff that we're seeing, but you get to go back to so many leaders that may have been just not where they needed to be.
Exactly. There's a lot of cards people slept on because they didn't make the cut, right? They cost too much or they don't do anything. But once we lose 3 sets, it's amazing what cards finally become like top tier.
Totally.
And so, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for it.
Well, thanks, D-Rod.
Yeah. Well,
Appreciate
Neff, thanks so much for hopping on. I know we'll have you on later.
For sure.
But until then, you continue to play, and hopefully you get further up the ranks.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks. Much appreciated.
All right. Thank you so much. Awesome. So we got about 10 minutes until the next round. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll come back later. Thanks for watching the Portland Planetary Qualifier from Guardian Games here, and we'll see you in about 10 more minutes.
Excellent.
All right, welcome back to round 5 here at the Portland, Oregon Planetary Qualifier for Secrets of Power. I am joined by another Holotable Gaming Network member, and that is Corey. Corey, welcome to the commentary. So we've always had Ginger Joey, your partner in crime, but this is the first time you're going to hop on and offer some commentary for these 2 players going into round 5. Welcome.
Thank you for having me join. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. It's been one of those. I've been wanting to kind of hop in on commentary, but most of everything you've been doing, I was also competing at the same time and wasn't able to join in. But it's great to kind of join in right now and cover this match of a couple of pretty interesting decks, I think. I mean, everybody knows that Piet Red, we're seeing a lot of those kind of coming up and popping up everywhere, but we've got Marcus on a Palpatine Tarkatown, a very interesting little deck.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he built here. Just to let everybody know, Marcus and Steven are both a couple of other local players, know them both quite well. They're wonderful people, and they are very good players as well, so this should be a great matchup.
Tell me a little bit about them. So I haven't played against Marcus or Steven, and I'm always excited to learn a little bit more about our players here. So talk to me about Marcus. Where have you played him, and is this a deck style that you've seen before?
No, I have not seen Marcus play this one. Marcus, he does kind of jump around decks a lot. He likes to try out a lot of different things. He mostly plays a lot on the east side of town. You see him at Guardian a good amount of time. He also pops up Cloud Cap and Red Castle as well. So he's in this side of town. On the opposite side, Steven, he's more of an east side player. We usually see him at the Guardian or west side player. He's usually at Guardian over west. But both of them are pretty regulars in the community. You'll see them at most open plays, most events that happen. They're there every time. And yeah, Marcus especially likes to bring something different most times. And this is definitely something different.
Yeah, well, I'm excited. Let's go ahead and, as the players are getting ready with their opening hands, let's go ahead and start round 5.
Excellent. Let's go.
And see what's going to happen here. So timer is going. Players are sitting all around us. Live here from Guardian Games in Portland, Oregon, or as I like to call it, SWU City, USA, because I can't find a city that has more Star Wars players than us.
Honestly, yeah. This community, I can't emphasize enough how great this community is.
Oh, it's so good. And again, it's, as we're talking about people even like further north from us, 3 to 4 hours, like they recognize how community driven Star Wars is here.
Yeah.
And I really love that people see that and they say like, I want to make what you guys have here up there. I want more of that in, the Canadian border. I want more of that in Northern California. I love that people can come to this event and say like, wow, like Portland knows what they're doing. How do we take the same energy and creativity and do it there?
Yeah, I do see that a lot. Yeah, like Seattle players, we regularly have Seattle players. We regularly have Southern Oregon players come up for these events. And it's always they love our community. They're like, this is so much fun. Everybody's so welcoming. Everybody's having a great time. And a lot of great players as well. That's I think what really is one of my top things is a great community and great players combined.
All right, so here we're going. We're getting going with Palpatine already starting with a Porg, and I missed it, and that glare got me.
See what that glare.
You tell you what, it's probably not. It's probably not the gunslinger.
No, it's definitely not. It is a Dengar.
It's a Dengar.
Right.
Oh, interesting. You know what? I'm not surprised. Someone told me he was running some bounties.
That makes sense. Yeah. I know Joey would be very happy to see that Porg. He's always happy to see a Porg. He's a big fan of that card.
People do love Porgs, and First Blood has started with 3 damage on Admiral Piet for Steven. So, you mentioned you've seen Steven play usually on the east side of town, but is this a deck that's similar to what Steven normally plays?
I've definitely seen Steven play the Piet Red. He's one that I don't play him extensively, but in experience that I have had him pop up messing with Piet really since Secrets of Power or Jump to Light Speed when Piet released. It's been one he's been messing with and he enjoys a lot.
All right, there we go. Classic Villain Command playing Super Laser Technicians, using them to get resources, and Marcus does the same thing. No surprise there.
And another resupply. We just ramp and ramp and ramp and go from there.
Oh my goodness. So what? Let's make a prediction. I'm going to say we see Marcus get 9 resources. Do you think how many resources do you think Steven's going to land at?
Steven's probably going to stop around 8 or so. 8 to 9 would be the stopping point, but I think 8 might be the spot where he just says, all right, slowing down. I need to get my hand bigger. Because that's one issue that Piet does run into is he doesn't have much for card draw. There's not really much opportunity to refill that hand afterwards.
No, and now we see Piet deployed, and you're right. 8 resources feels good because most of the time he can play a capital ship for 8 instead of 9. Here now he can play a capital ship that costs 9 for 7 as long as Piet stays in play.
Yep, and he's got a Gonk Droid as well. So next turn, if he can get that swing off immediately with the Gonk Droid, and right now Palp doesn't really have an answer for it. The Porg can swing for 1. That's not enough to take that Gonk Droid off the board.
Right. So Piet is 2 resources ahead going into this next turn. 4 resources if you count his ability.
Well, no, we got a resupply out of Marcus. I think Marcus is up to 7 already as well. So they've both been ramping up. So it is 7-7 right now. So they're at the same spot there. But Piet has got a lot of advantage in his Piet leader ability in Gonk Droid right now, in that he could play a 9 or 10 ship right now. Oh, but there goes the Gonk.
There goes the Gonk to one of my favorite cards, Ruthless Raiders. 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to the enemy's base.
It is a strong card that is a little sad to see that one rotating, actually.
I know.
I like that one a lot.
But when it gets reprinted, I'm going to just celebrate.
Yep, exactly. And there's an invisible hand getting some droids out of the deck, hopefully. Probably looking for another Gonk droid, potentially.
Gonk droid would be a solid pick, and fits what you're looking for in invisible hands. Just it can only be 2 cost droids.
Yep.
Not that many of them, and we go through a new one.
No, we've got I never remember that droid, but that's our.
It's an Imperial Dark Trooper. I believe
the
it's
Dark
supposed
Trooper.
to be the Phase 1 Dark Trooper. No, I think technically it's Phase 2 because I think Phase 1 has a shield.
Yeah, that's phase. Oh god. Oh, I actually I can't state. It's definitely either. It's been too long since I've watched a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things there. Oh man, is
that being feisty?
Is everything? Oh, you know what? He didn't have his timer on.
There we
That's
go.
what it
Okay,
was.
that's the problem. Yeah, there we go.
Here I'm thinking, is everything running out of power? But we run on unlimited power. So
Yeah, unlimited power. Let's go. How many of those do you have now? I'm very curious. I know you've been collecting unlimited powers since they came out.
So
what are we up to?
It's funny because no one talks about this on stream, and you're the first person to ever bring this up. So to give some context, people locally know I try to get everyone's unlimited powers. I have some plans that you may see at the next Galactics with it. If anyone really investigated, they can see how many I've purchased through a TCG player. Because I will tell you, almost every spike is me, and I have over 500.
Oh my, that's crazy, and I love it.
I've definitely organized them into like all my time working in card stores. I know how many fit in a sleeve. And so I just now have 10 in a sleeve, and I can just count them in tens.
Now this is interesting. Going back to the match here, so Marcus had to flip Palp without damage on a unit to take.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely feels like Marcus is feeling some pressure and feels like he needs to get some board state out and probably get Piet off the board.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Now, what's interesting though is Palpatine, swung into the base instead of getting the Piet off the board. So it's kind of also that question of like, well, how?
Oh, I see.
No, yep, here it is. Timing.
He got sneaky with the timing, so he plays the Cinta, gets the attack first, gets the damage off with Palp, and then steals the invisible hand. What a great play. That is fantastic.
I think Marcus knows how to play this deck.
Yeah. I think he might have been practicing this a bit. Oh, but we get a Devastator down.
Piet has an answer for his stuff, and I love it. I love that you steal a capital ship, I will hyperspace jump this one in.
Yep, and that's a big boy and a Sentinel that's right in the way of his Ruthless Raider as well.
Mm-hmm. Which hasn't attacked yet, so it's one of those things of what's the point? Do you even swing into it for 2 more damage on a base and 2 damage on a unit that you can't defeat, or do you save it for another opportunity?
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got basically all of Steven's board cleared at this point to take Cinta off the board, aside from the Devastator. So the ground is now free for Palp to keep swinging in, but he needs to get an answer for that Devastator right away because that's going to be a quick death in just a couple rounds.
Let's see. Green, red. What are some of the options that would help against a Devastator right now?
That is a good question. That 10 health is a lot. I mean, I think we see a smaller Devastator on the board that's going to get some indirect and do some damage, but that's not enough quite there to kill it just on play.
Yeah, and it is always the struggle with red and green aspects is you just don't
wow. There we go. But we got to choose sides. Here, you can have this Ruthless Raider. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, what a wow. Sometimes I have to go through every card until I finally remember what the options are. I forgot about choose sides.
Yep.
Great answer. A classic play for green players, especially those in Palpatine. So great move there. Great switch.
Yeah. Now let's see. Oh, we got an Overwhelming Barrage. That is not going to help that much. I mean, it's going to allow the Ruthless Raider to pump up enough to kill the Devastator in an attack.
Yes.
But that Devastator is still going to get that 10 damage into base first.
Wow, 21 points of damage. And I'm pretty sure that's the 3rd hit they've taken.
Yeah.
All right, Raiders into that Devastator. It's going to have to slam into it because of the Sentinel ability.
Yep.
And then Steven gets to resolve the when defeated effects, even though that Raider doesn't go. There it is. It goes into the
get in the right discard
pile.
Discard, yeah. But Marcus is still at a strong advantage. with Palp swinging in for 4, he's 5 away, and I mean Palp's going to be hard to take off the board as always.
I mean, at this point, as Steven, I probably ran out of steam. I don't know his deck. I could take a look at the list, but this is usually the point of like, if I don't see a certain card, it's probably something with Sentinel. I'm going into game 2.
Yeah. And as I said, we know we've seen in Marcus's hand, he's got that Devastator. That's 4 more damage on the base right there. So he can swing with Palp and then just drop that, and that's game.
All right, Steven has the initiative, so they get to make a key decision here. It's going to matter for this first game. Marcus is in a great spot, has not used their base ability, which deals 3 damage to a non-leader unit, as long as it's already damaged. And Palpatine's on board with, 8 health remaining?
He's got, 8 to go, so that's a lot to take out. Really, the only thing I can think of that will deal with it is Devastator.
No. All right. Steven exhausting 2 resources for an HK 57.
Yep. And there's the swing, get him up to 29, and Devastator's going to end that right there.
All right. Well, now we know Steven's running the HK, which isn't horrible. Just as definitely a card he probably wishes he saw earlier in the match.
Yep.
Oh, and Darth Maul coming in for some sweet, sweet revenge. I guess he doesn't kill Palpatine.
Yeah, it's not even enough to kill still, unfortunately. Not that it matters, but based on what Steven knows, he doesn't know the Devastator's coming to kill him immediately, so clearing the board is the key for him.
Yep. And there it is. There's the final damage, putting game 1 into Marcus's favor. So let's talk about this, Corey, while they go into the sideboard. This week, we had an amazing trailer come to us from Star Wars and Disney conglomerate. What are your thoughts on us seeing a Maul series?
I am genuinely excited. I mean, I love me some Rebels. I love that time period is really I think the most enjoyable time period. I love them going back to that animated style. It's very distinct.
Yeah.
It is that Star Wars time frame to me, and I love seeing that back. Like, I was actually kind of concerned when I first saw the announcement Maul trailer. I'm like, are they making a live action one? I don't want a live action Maul movie. Then I saw it was the trailer for a limited series, and I'm hyped. I'm excited. I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to see Disney. They've slowed down a little bit, which I'm happy about. They needed to kind of slow down a little bit, and now they're starting to be more, I think, a little more selective on what they're putting out, what people really want.
Yeah.
I'm also hopeful a little later this year, Mandalorian Grogu's coming pretty soon. I've been fortunate myself. I got to actually visit Tippett Studios and get to see them working on some of the stop motion that they're doing for that. So I've got a little advanced preview of at least one sequence, which was one of the most exciting times I think I've ever had. So got a chance to do that, which was great, and it looks very cool. So very excited to see that.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited. You know, we've talked a lot about Star Wars, and I love talking about Star Wars on this channel. So, like, it's been a great week or start of the year to hear, that Dave Filoni, who is essentially the Padawan of George Lucas, right? He is now taking over the creative development. If you've enjoyed stuff like Clone Wars, Rebels, the Ahsoka series, some of the key storylines in the past few years, you can thank someone like Dave Filoni. And he's the kind of guy you want behind just running the show. Nothing against Kathleen Kennedy, but at the end of the day, it's like this guy spent his early part of career working under George, taking everything George learned and giving us something as amazing as Rebels, which makes so much sense why it was so close to us, why it feels good, why it feels like Star Wars. And now you're telling me you're going to give him full reign? I'm pumped. And a Maul project is exactly what I want. Here's a great character. A lot of gaps in the story.
Exactly. There's a lot of space for it. There's a lot they can tell that's not going to have the everybody that freaks out about, but that's not canon and all this stuff. It's like, no, we've got this nice space where we can just tell a story. We don't have to make sure we're hitting every bullet exactly as the canon is.
Right. Or in order.
Order. You can jump around. Excited about that. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think Dave Filoni is a great choice. I don't understand the internet's hate for Kathleen Kennedy. she's done a lot of great work, not just on Star Wars over the years. Like, she has been a producer for so much over the years, and she's done an amazing job. But I do feel like having somebody that's even more closely tied into the Star Wars universe is a good pick and is the right step forward. It's kind of, I get the same feeling I get when James Gunn stepped into DC. I'm like, that is exactly who I want there.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. They know this space. They know this world. They know also how to just say, let's let the creatives do something different.
Yeah.
And have fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's been a problem I've had with Star Wars. A lot of the recent Disney Star Wars stuff is it's been a lot of cookie cutter. It's the same problem they had with Marvel as well. They just kind of flooded the market with the same thing over and over again. Yeah. And that gets old. And I think we're seeing that gets old. So now they're stepping back and saying, no, let's go back to things that were good, things we haven't done for a while, and start to expand on that even more, which I am genuinely hyped.
So pumped. Before this match starts, I want to ask you, to give people a little more of a preview here into Dave Filoni, Darth Maul, what is your favorite Darth Maul moment that obviously isn't from the movie? So something where Filoni has a little bit more stuff. I will say it, and I know this is a spoiler for people. I'm sorry if you haven't seen Clone Wars. For me, the biggest event with Darth Maul is the fight with Maul and Savage against Palpatine. It is just hands down, like, just one of my favorite Maul scenes.
Yeah, honestly, that is a challenging thing to pick. I think what you just said would probably be my top two. Like, that sequence, that was which season was that? That was season 2, I want to say.
With the Maul, it goes a little further because it's the assault on Mandalore. So
that was the Mandalore assault. Yeah, so that's a highly recommend. Like, you can kind of watch that even having not seen it. Just go watch that sequence. It's incredible. It's so good. I was a big fan of the Maul comics, the limited series. Those were really good. I'm hoping they're going to maybe pull some from that. Would be what I'd like to see. So don't want to say things that happen in it to spoil anything. But yeah, that's my hope that they will be pulling pieces from that, because there's some stuff that I think could look really good in action.
I agree. There's so much fun stuff. Excited to see it. So here we go. We are in game 2, round 5.
Round
We had that big announcement. Round 5, and here we go. So we've got
a Porg and some ramp.
Porg and ramp, and prepare to take off.
Prepare to take off. That's a little rough. I mean, he would have liked to have probably gotten something on the board or gotten some ramp himself. I think it's the one thing with Piet is there's 2 Piet games. There's Piet games when he gets ramp, and there's Piet games when he doesn't. And when he doesn't get that ramp, it's tough. It's very tough.
Well, luckily he does have one of those great capital ships that are low cost, so he was able to get something on the board this turn.
MC-30, I want to say. MC-50?
MC-30 assault frigate?
Yes, that's the one.
If not, it sounds good. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Exactly. But we've got the ramp from Marcus already, pinging a damage onto that just to have a potential and another ramp right back.
Wow.
Ooh, he's coming in quick, and a bounty underscore.
Wow, okay. So a lot of fun stuff here. I love when people are playing these bounties. I'm going to be sad when they're gone. I hope they come back, but I find bounties just so fun, and obviously they change the game so much.
And a Tarkin town, so right away next turn he can just get that ping and kill it immediately. I did not see who grabbed initiative. I think it's still on Steven's side, so he's going to at least get a swing out of that MC-30.
Yep.
But that's it.
Has to take the swing. No, there's no point in playing anything else because you'd rather get that damage now.
Yep. Yeah, you've got a pressure advantage. Tarkin Town is a 25 health base. Everything you can get in as quickly as you can get it in, you want to.
Yes. Now 2 ramps, so we have 5 resources for Steven, but 6 resources for Marcus. So Marcus is essentially a turn ahead. Steven can compete a little bit if he plays a capital ship to stay kind of on curve.
Yep.
But still, Marcus is in the lead here.
Yep. Well, and he's kind of holding back that super laser tech to see if he plays a 2 health on the ground he can swing it into. But he's going to be sacking that. He's going to go up to 7. And then it'll be 8 next turn, so he's 2 turns away from Palp coming out and stealing a big capital ship.
And this is where I never want to be. I never want to be on the other side of a Palpatine who has this kind of board presence with that many resources available.
Exactly.
All right, a unit comes out from the invisible hand. It's not. It's it's what you want to see as Palpatine.
And there is a Ruthless Raider. Just going to use that to take that off the board, or take the MC-30 off the board and get that Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Probably digging for a Dengar. I see even better.
A Dark Trooper.
Dark Trooper getting in the way of the ground.
A Phase 3 Dark Trooper hits the board, so both players got essentially a free unit.
Yeah.
But again, it's still everything's just staying in Marcus's favor right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so this means that Piet's stuck swinging into that Dark Trooper. If he even swings. Nope.
Nope. Looks like he's just going to hold the initiative and go first. Okay, so this allows Steven a chance to put out a large capital ship. But do you want to with Palpatine at so dangerously close to deploying now?
That's always the challenge with playing Palp is you don't want to play something big until Palp is flipped. Until that time, it's just too dangerous. And then he's going to take that invisible hand off the board right there with that Ruthless Raider. Yeah, so, yeah, I think advantage definitely still on Marcus's side right now.
I love Palpatine. Oh, wow.
Got another
second invisible hand. Okay, okay.
All
well,
right. Yep.
Steven, what do you got? What kind of droid fun shenanigans do you have right now to get you ahead?
That's, I think, the challenge is I don't know the deck exactly, but I just don't feel like there's enough out there that he's really going to be able to pull droid-wise. Like, HK is what you want to hit most of the time.
Yeah.
And you've already got HK out. Can't have a second. He got it into his hand, so he's got a backup, but it's still not the best position to be in.
All right, the laser tech goes ahead and swings into Admiral Piet, giving Palpatine that 8th resource.
Yep.
But nothing else is damaged besides a leader that Palpatine cannot take control of.
Yeah, but he hasn't used the Palp ability yet. And also, we've seen that Cinta play, so he could very well play that as well. He's got a lot of tricks in this deck, for sure.
I would love to see Cinta played a second time.
Or a Devastator.
Or a Devastator,
Yep, that works as well.
Wow, Palpatine and Devastator. What a fun combination with 8 resources that you want to... I mean, it's what you want to see on 8, is a strong unit and helping you feed Palpatine.
Yep, now he can flip, take that invisible hand away, and he has a just gigantic board state that I don't think Piet has an answer for.
It's thematically, I love that Palpatine comes into this fight and takes away all Piet's capital ships.
Right, it's perfect.
But it's definitely the problem of you just got out capital shipped.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Piet, you're the guy, and now you look at the other side of the board and it's like, well, what happened?
Yeah. And there it is.
Yep.
Taking that away.
It's hard not to feel defeat if you're Steven at this point. There are a couple of cards that are going to do some damage, but nothing's going to clear that board.
Yeah, there's outs. I mean, the biggest thing is Devastator. That's really, I think, what he's going to be looking for. But the problem is, he's what we're going to see is Marcus is probably going to clear Piet off the board. He doesn't want Piet to stick around, have that opportunity, and that's going to keep him away from being able to drop that Devastator to protect that space arena. Yep, and there it is, right there, taking that Piet away. He's not going to have the resources for that 10-cost Devastator, and I don't think there's any other Sentinels that the Piet deck runs.
No, and nothing else it would need to, honestly. Yeah. Everything else is too low or just not effective, so it would have to be the Devastator. But, yeah, again, at this point, you have 20 health left remaining.
Oh, he wasn't even going to get there yet. He was at 7. Well, he would have potentially with the Gonk and Piet, but now at this point, he's not going to be able to push it. I'm assuming we'll probably see Marcus take that Gonk off the droid immediately. That'd be my play, but I could be wrong.
I'm excited to see these 2 capital ships just swing in.
Yeah.
I think, for me and my love of Star Wars is capital ships.
Yes.
I find so much what's the word? I don't know. It's so joyful for me, or pleasant to see a capital ship, especially on a big screen.
Yeah.
Every time we can get one of those, we're just like we're under a ship. I just think it's the best.
Something about those triangles. I don't know what it is,
Oh, yeah,
but I
I'm
love
with
me
you.
a triangle. And there we go. We got the smaller Devastator out, and yes, that clears a couple things off of Marcus's board, but I don't think he cares that
Right.
much.
That's exactly what I thought. It's not the things you care about.
Yeah. I feel like he probably is just going to swing everything into base at this point. You don't really care that much about the Gonk droid either at this point.
Nope.
And that's what, 19 damage he's going to do to the base total?
This feels like a Ginger Joey deck with the amount of damage that's happening. Yeah.
There's another 6, 25. Yeah, that'll put him to 30. Or 29, sorry. That'll put him at 29. And then he's a single swing away, or another Devastator if he's got it in hand. Which I think he Ruthless Raiders, that does it as well. And there we go.
Devastator Light.
Palp Red just dominated Piet in this game, which thematically is very accurate.
Yeah, that's what I want to see in my Imperial versus Imperial matchups, as we were talking about earlier. Like, my favorite scene is Palpatine just crushing Maul for like a hot minute. And again, that's what makes me so excited. For people who know, like, if you know the Maul story drop-offs, you know Maul and him have this big fight that's in Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know a little bit of stuff from the Kira books and a little bit of stuff from Solo.
Yep.
And we have this...
And the comic books.
And the comics, yeah. And so we still have this jump of getting Maul from this era of, like, I'm running every crime syndicate, because that's what he's running them all.
Yep.
Until he's being chased down by Vader in Rebels. So I'm super excited to see that. But it's these type of fights of, like, what we dream about or think about, of just like, yeah, what is it when Palpatine has to fight Maul, who really wins, and what's it like when Vader's chasing Maul? And again, it goes back to, like, I'm so excited for this new series to finally see if there are any more of those. Like, great moments, but
I mean, I
can I get
definitely
another
expect we're going to see. I'm curious. Like, I don't know if Palp himself is going to pop up, because Palp definitely, in this time period, is definitely taking more of a backseat, trying to step back and not be directly involved in things, but it's possible. Vader popping up is very possible. It's entirely possible they've run into each other, and we haven't seen it in some time frame there. We've definitely got some Inquisitors we could see as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, obviously we're going to see some Kira, that's a given, but there's a lot of things that could be showing up in this time frame that'll be really interesting to see what they are going to pull from.
Wow. All right, it looks like they're almost done. Will you check and see if Marcus wants to come on? And Corey, I do want to say thank you so much for hopping on. Is there anything you want to mention about what you and Ginger Joey are doing and bringing in this next new year?
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Again, Holotable Games Network, we've been a little slow this last month. Things have been life things that have kind of made it challenging for us to get filming done, but we are going to be getting back into things very soon. Our plan is coming in February. We're going to start working on rotation decks. Our focus is going to be decks built around these last 3 sets and what's been spoiled from Lawless, to start thinking about various things that might be viable come rotation.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what crazy, wacky things Joey's going to throw at me. I'm going to be updating some of my decks that have been featured on stream and starting messing with them a little bit. As you know, as Joey knows, I love me some Poe, so I'm definitely going to be messing around with some variations on Poe. Obviously, some variations on Kazuda, Avar Chris as well. Like, I think Avar Chris might have a good chance this next set. So. We'll be trying to get some of that up in February, so be on the lookout for that, and we'd love to see you. And obviously, always make sure you're following us. Follow David here. David's killing it as always and does great video content, and just everybody in the SWU City community.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so happy we've had everyone on. I don't know if we've lost Marcus, but if you don't mind checking, thank you so much, Corey. You're all good there. And again, so we. So happy to have Joey and Corey on talking about what they're doing. And as I mentioned, as always, we have a great community here in Portland. I love our content creators like Force Unlimited, Jank Tech, SWU Neff, Take the Initiative, Unlimited Power, Holocron Gaming Network, and everyone else who's starting something new here. I love talking with the players here and their joy and what they're wanting to bring to different areas, whether it's their teams, more tournament content, and a lot of great players. So again, shout out to the Portland community, the Pacific Northwest in general. Thanks so much for always having me come to these events, guys. I love pointing out what we're doing here in the territory. So again, we're going to see if Corey can find Marcus. I think Marcus jumped a little too quick. I love it. Blind walk here. That's Marcus, my best friend. Happy to see him take the win live. Oh, well, there you are. Did you know you have a following right now? Did you know you have a following of people who are watching you right now? Awesome. Well, go ahead and take a seat. Yeah. You can put these on, and we'll be all set. All right. Well, congrats on your round 5 win.
Thank you.
You know, so let's talk about it. Why Palpatine Tarkentown to start the day?
I don't know if this is coming through okay. I've been playing Palpatine for a while now. Yellow has started to feel really slow, and I don't really enjoy playing all my games during the day all the way to time.
Mm-hmm.
But red is fun. Red lets me take a little bit of control earlier in the game because of Tarkentown. And then it's not as slow as yellow because I have all the really high-hitting stuff like the Devastators that do indirect. I get my Ruthless Raiders. Crate Dragon wins me a lot of games because it's like, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, how do you deal with it? Yeah.
It's Crate Dragon. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of funny things you can do in this deck.
Well,
Also, Cinta.
Oh my gosh. Talk to us about that Cinta thing. So when you were building it, is that the move you saw happening often?
I don't know where it was. I saw it from another deck list, and I thought it was funny. I thought it was cool. But I mean, being able to take something that's not even damaged, it really adds a lot to Palpatine. Because I've tried a Pingy deck like this earlier, and it just didn't really feel good. But being able to steal something whenever I want, even if it's sacking the Cinta for it, it throws a lot of people off because they think they're safe. The usual game plan for Palpatine, you try and keep your stuff safe.
Yeah. If I'm across a Palpatine and I hate it, but 2, if all my stuff is undamaged, I feel good.
Yeah, right?
I'm just like, okay, this is the scenario. This is my safety net. I don't need to worry. I'm fine. And if you throw a Cinta Palpatine combo at me, I'm on tilt. I'm wrecked because it's like, I didn't expect this.
Yeah.
Not only did you do it, make it happen and catch me off guard, I wasn't expecting this unit to be yours.
Yeah.
Because it's like you picked the unit.
Yeah.
Not me giving it to you or you essentially like pointing out which one it's going to be in the future. It's like, oh no, he just took the best.
Yeah. It's crazy that you can flip from basically, you can do it from an empty board. You just have to sack Cinta, but being able to go from an empty board to Palpatine, Cinta, and one of your big things, it's pretty crazy.
It was so cool to see. And, one of the things Corey and I were talking about while watching it was thematically, we loved it. We loved seeing this race between 2 Imperials and it ending up with Palpatine just being like, give me my toys back, and just wrecking him with Invisible Hand and his own Ruthless Raiders and Devastators. It was just like, wow, at the end of the day, it's just like you're both kind of doing the same thing, but it's Palpatine. The favor's always going to be in the Emperor, And we saw it just like you're swung into Piet. Piet barely killed any of your guys. You built up your board, and most of the time you were the only one taking damage, and then it just switched in your favor.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I've been playing Palpatine for so long. I think that moment when he comes out and just flips the game on his head is one of the most exciting things for me about this game.
So, we've seen your games before, which I'm always happy to watch them.
Thank you.
Glad seeing Palpatine not in yellow.
Yep.
What's next? You're about to lose Palpatine. Is there any other leaders on your board that you're just like, I think I'm going to spend time with this one? Because you spent a lot of time with Palpatine.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely going to miss him. I don't know if they're ever going to make something that even comes close to, his impact on the game.
I'm not at those stats.
I know, exactly. I'm for sure a Darth Vader person, so I've been looking at the new Darth Vader. He looks like a lot of fun, but we'll see.
Awesome. Well, Marcus, thanks so much for hopping on and just talking about the deck, talking about this game. You're there. You go. You're 2-3 now. Still a
I
couple more
know.
matches to go.
A lot of Pia Reds today.
I don't think you'll have any problem.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. Well,
Yeah,
good luck.
hopefully.
Anything you want to mention or store or play tester partners you want to shout out?
Well, shout out to my brother Ethan. Shout out my friend John. Shout out my friend Woo, who's just starting to get into the game.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun trying to bring people into this game.
Yeah, it's a great time. It's rotation.
I know. I always tell them every SWU player just wants more people to play this game.
Yeah, I'm with it. Marcus, thanks again for coming on, sharing your insights, letting us watch your gameplay. Love it, man. Good luck the rest of the day, and I'll be watching you.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, man. All right, thanks everyone. So we're going to take a quick break. As you can see, there's 20 minutes left in the round, and we're going to go ahead and one of the things, like Marcus said, it's nice to play Palpatine Red because you're going to get more breaks than you would with Palpatine Yellow. So we're going to use this time as a break as well for the casting and commentary team. So we'll be on pause, but we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Definitely not as slow as yellow.
All right, welcome back to round 5, 6. Oh, they're reversed. Wow, yeah, we had this all set up, and then the players were like, "We're going to go this opposite direction." That's okay.
Yeah, so looks like we are having a Sabe Yellow matchup versus Han Solo Tarkentown. Han Solo's coming in at the 5-0 record, so he is running pretty good today. And then Sabe is just got its last loss.
Yeah, Sabe just got their first loss in round 5, and here we are going into round 6, which I'm excited about. There's only...
We have the complete wrong.
Oh, it was the wrong... do I even have the right Han Solo? I mean, Connor. We'll double check. I have a feeling they have the wrong Connor at the wrong matchup. Let's double check here. Matches, Connor, Zach. Yeah, he has the wrong Connor. They're supposed to be playing Connor Sullivan. He's playing the Connor we've already seen on the table before.
All right, I'm going to go fix that.
Yes. Should be easy enough. I don't think we're going to need a judge here to step in the way. But obviously that is a big thing. And now something... Oh, there we go. I thought something happened to the camera because all that went off, but I was wrong. Appreciate everyone staying with us here as we get everything going, as we get the players sorted in the right spot. With the correct Connor versus Zach, who's 4-0 with Sabe Yellow. I love seeing this deck. I've been following a lot of the Sabe decks out there lately, and I'm just a fan. I love Padme's characters, handmaidens that we see throughout the Star Wars series. I really love how much they're highlighted in some of the books, like the Padme trilogy, as well as the comic books. And if you're following along in some of the Star Wars or Vader comics, you may know what I'm talking about. But you can learn a lot more about these characters, like her handmaidens in other sets. Oh. I was looking at the wrong round. Okay, cool. Well, thanks, Dave, for figuring it out. It is on me to correct it. Okay.
All right, and it looks like Sabe has pretty much the ideal starting opening here. Starting off with a Faith in Your Friends. Hopefully, you should have enough with the double yellow base and leader that to reveal the triple yellow, double white. Or double heroism, and it looks like we see it out here with Falcon, Get Out and Push, a stolen AT Hauler, an N1 Starfighter, and a surprise strike to get the start of the 2 spies. This is probably the most ideal start for Sabe, because if you can follow it up with a Sanctuary Shuttle, it's really hard for the other deck to come back or, gain control of the board afterwards.
All right, and it's going to be Zach versus Alicio here. Alicio is playing the Han Solo 2 Nightsister Lair, so I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with that, and Zach is running that Sabe, as you can see. So we're going to get that overlay updated right now so you guys can see the correct leaders. Again, our apologies there, just looking at the wrong round. But now everything is up to date except for some damage, and it looks like Alicio already with 2.
Yeah, and looks like first blood is done by the spy and the restore 1, so we are at 1-0 right now. Looks like Zach is going to get out the Millennium Falcon that he showed off the Faith in Your Friends, and looks like Alicio is going to try and drop a 4-drop here and is able to get the Kiadi-Mundi in play with the Force to be able to draw 2 cards here. Yeah, so that should give him a lot of options going into the mid-game here and, hopefully allow him to be able to fight for the board, as the Sabe is probably going to try to be the aggressor in this situation.
Yeah, I think it's what obviously Sabe wants to do. The late game that Han Solo has is pretty strong. Sabe getting that double cunning, though, is going to mean some interesting plays.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they didn't have the Sanctioner shuttle kind of follow up on the turn 1 play but here is the Sanctioner shuttle right now to take the Yaddle off the fleet, off the board.
There we go. Shuttle capturing some units. Still only 1 damage left on Alicio's base. And here comes the BD-1 that gives a +1 attack. And I believe Saboteur as well to a unit in play. As long as BD-1 is in play, that unit has those bonuses.
Yeah, and it looks like he's deciding to put it on the Millennium Falcon here. So Millennium Falcon will get it in for 4 more.
There we go, as the player keeps hitting the timer, unfortunately, on that life puck, but we keep the timer on so that way the life puck stays on the whole time.
Yeah, and with getting the damage into the base, you can now use Sabe's ability to put the Crate Dragon into the discard pile.
And there it goes. Itinerant Warrior gets played. It gets the shield token, and they use the Force token from Kiadi-Mundi to heal. Now, this is what I like, Sabe. I like it looking at the top of your opponent's deck and taking out cards that you may not be able to deal with later on. Crate Dragon isn't a card that Hanzo is going to put out early, very quickly here in the next 2 turns, but he will put it out early. So I think it's a great one to get rid of. Lets the Han Solo player know they don't have that in their arsenal as quickly as they would like, and takes away a threat that may be a problem later on for Zach.
All right, and it looks like we got the Han leader or Han pilot unit coming into play, giving the +2/+3 on the Millennium Falcon, plus the 1 for the passive bonus from the Millennium Falcon to get in another 6 damage here and activate Sabe.
Yeah, what I love here is just the theme that they made in these mechanics, right? Just Falcon getting going faster because Han Solo's piloting it, and if it swung into a unit, Han would shoot first, which I always think is great.
Yeah, and it looks like the Sabe might have backfired a little bit. Sabe did put the Force Lightning into the discard pile, and that actually provided the Han player both a heroism and a villainy unit to get the -3/-3 on both.
Yeah, definitely a risk there with flipping a villainous card into their discard pile. Hopefully, they'll remember this going forward, but also we don't know what the other card they left was. They both could have been villain. We're not sure. But definitely a move to consider when you're playing against Han is that they could use the discard pile to their advantage.
All right, and now with Sabe flipped up and attacking, he'll be able to take a look at the hand and strip 1 card away. Or it is a May ability, so maybe he wants to leave them all there, but looks like we have Ezra, Marin, Fel the Dragon, Bo-Katan, and Kiadi-Mundi.
Yeah, and I don't like seeing, if I'm the Sabe player, if I'm Zach, I don't like what I'm seeing in the other opponent's hands. And I guess, Fel does protect one of your stronger units in a safe arena, so seems like a good play for the turn.
Yeah, and only is going to take a couple more hits from the Falcon to kind of end this game pretty quickly. So he's definitely considering it as a path to victory right now.
All right, Zach just lost Sabe off the board, while Han 2 is already hit the board as well. Let's see, did they... shouldn't be out of power. as I say. And yeah, here you go. As they switch out a quick life puck there, we try to switch him out every turn. Oh, he figured it out. Okay, cool. Again, it's why we try to keep the timers going on those life pucks so that way it doesn't phase out if you're not taking any damage. As satisfying as it is to see your puck power off because you're completely, safe, it's great. But for players who are unfamiliar with it, it can be a little bit not confusing, but messy. Look at that.
Looks like Han has pretty big control over the ground arena right now. The Millennium Falcon is going to be the path to victory for Zach. We are only a surprise strike away or a couple cuttings away from it being, pretty serious lethal threat soon.
Now, what other pilots, this Falcon can hold 2 pilots. Is there any other pilot you want to see that's worth putting on the Falcon? And obviously it's going to make it a bigger target, but is there any pilot worth playing at this point?
Maybe Boshek to get you some more threats. The ability to draw potentially up to 2 cards could give you a couple more options in space. Right now, it looks like that's going to be the way that the arena is going to go, though he does represent a lethal threat right now with the Falcon that is in play, with only 4 life left on the Han base.
All right, well, using Sabe's ability, he's able to look at the top 2 cards and make him discard a Luke Skywalker. Okay. So it's 23-2.
No. It should be 23-6.
23-6. Oh, he hit down instead of up.
Yep.
There we go.
It looks like the players have been able to correct that.
23-6. The force is with Alicio, but Zach just played a Millennium Falcon piece of junk, which allows it to ready, and then he can swing with his next action. Both these players with their black sleeves. Hopefully they don't get too confused with all the passing of cards here. I think Zach has only 2 resources available. Is that correct?
It looks like possibly 1 because 2 for the surprise strike and 3 for the Falcon. And we are on the
we are on turn 5, so 6 resources. There we go.
Yeah, and it looks like he's sending both of the Anakin -3 into the Falcon.
Good play for Alicio, but now keep in mind both these players are 4-1. They both got their first loss last round, and I'm happy we get to see these decks. I know I was really interested in this Sabe yellow. I got confused on which Han we were looking at, but nothing new here from the Han blue force deck.
Now, this is the second time we're going to be having Han on stream, and it looks like all the greatest hits are coming down. Itinerant Warrior, Kiadi Mundi, Anakin, Yaddle, your classic Jedi package.
4 cards right out of Legends of the Force, and definitely made a big difference for a leader that was already dominating at the time.
Yeah, it definitely gave it some more options. It allowed it to play a little bit of a slower controlling package, but play it 1 turn earlier.
All right, Falcon swings in again, this time for a little bit less damage than before, taking Alicio to 26. So Zach is still fighting, but without putting anything strong in that ground arena, like a strong Sentinel unit or some interesting cards like Evasive Maneuvers or Cunning. It's a lot of damage coming Zach's way. Well, I said it, Cunning, there it is. So a great card, only cost him 4. He gets to pick 2 out of 4 options. Which 2 do you think he's going to pick, Dave?
He's probably going to exhaust 2 units and maybe even bounce 1 to try and prevent the life gain from it, keep him in range of being able to be taken out next turn. But it's definitely interesting that he didn't try and go for the lethal option this turn with tapping 2 units and then giving the +4 attack.
Oh, there's a good reason why. Here comes the Falcon that Alicio needs to deal with right now.
Yeah, or get some sort of Space Sentinel down. I don't know if the deck is running any of the Concord Dawn Interceptors, but...
I like this for Zach, though. He puts the pressure there on Alicio. And even if Alicio deals with the Falcon, Zach just takes the initiative and swing again.
Yep. And it looks like that will be game 1 here with Zach taking it down.
Wow, what a game. I know we've been watching a variety of different players, but this is definitely a little bit more of a top-tier style of competition with these two. So I'm not surprised to see it going fast and for just seeing the game really just change as far as who was really going to take it there. I felt like both players were in control. Both are all playing the right cards, but it does come down to sometimes just these key moments or who went first or who can keep a unit in play.
Yeah, it's definitely really hard to race the cunning decks. They have a lot of ability to both attack immediately and do a lot of damage quickly with events. So if you're not able to, keep up with the damage, you might just end up one action short of lethal, which it looks like what happened to Alicio here.
And we did see Alicio take advantage of he didn't miss like a force use every turn. He was healing, he was drawing, definitely doing pretty well. And even the disruption ability from Sabe didn't seem to hurt him too much.
Yeah, it's definitely complicated. Sabe can be very good if your opponent's looking for very specific cards, but a lot of times you're just kind of milling cards away that might not matter in the long run. It's great if you can keep them off a certain card, but if they already have that card in hand, unless you're hitting with your leader, you're not able to kind of strip it out of there. But it seems like the one attack that Sabe did get off with the Hotshot Blaster was able to cut out the fell the dragon, which allowed the Falcon to kind of take over and end the match.
Yeah, those Falcons were so important. And it's one of those things, I was talking to someone beforehand, before this round, and we were talking about losing the Falcon in rotation. We still have a great one, but, we've seen the first set Falcon, the piece of junk, be able to just win games. It is as simple as that. It is the reason why so many cunning heroic players have won games is due to that Falcon and its ability.
Yeah, and it definitely has the ability to punish the 25 health bases like Tarkin Town and ECL too, and that is pretty valuable. Putting an early clock on your opponent can make it so they don't quite get enough time to stabilize or turn the corner.
Yeah, and it's a card I think is very well balanced. I think it's in the legendary slot. It costs 3. It doesn't have too much health, so it's easy to kill it. It has a penalty if you want to keep it in play. It's versatile for sure, and it's super good. But overall, like this is one of those cards that I really like, and I hope I see other legendaries follow suit as far as just this type of power with these type of negatives. All right, Alicio gets us started this time with a low-cost Ezra Bridger from Legends of the Force. This is the Bridger that strengthens creatures, am I right?
Yes, so generally that's not a super relevant ability on attack. What it does give you is another potentially turn 1 play as a 2-mana or 2-resource 3/3. But there are the occasional Ogdo-Bogdos and around that can start pumping up because of that. And then if you do get to the late game, there is always the Crate Dragon threat.
Here's one of my favorite cards. I'm sure you're tired of seeing me play it. Faith in Your Friends. So look at some top cards, put one in your hand, and then reveal to get some spy tokens for just simply giving away some knowledge.
Yeah, this has definitely been one of the standout cards from Secrets of Power. Being able to put 2 threats into play has proven to be really substantial. It makes it difficult for control decks to kind of get their start off of wanting to do Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest that first turn play. And then it also gives you potentially a coordinate effect starting off on turn 2.
Super great for yellow players with cards like Sanctuary Shuttle or even like Plo Koon.
Yeah, it makes it definitely much easier to get that up and running.
All right, Alicio had 2 points of damage already on them. It looks like they're going to use the Force to heal back down to 0 with the Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the better starts for Alicio, but we did see the second Faith in Your Friends on the first reveal.
But will we see a third Faith in Your Friends? All right, let's see. I'm sure Zach has the cards to show. Now they need to show 3 yellow cards, 3 yellow aspects, and 2 heroic aspects. And there we go.
Now there's a fairly uncommon card seed, the new Emissary Sheathipede. It is a 2/4 in space, and when it is defeated, it does allow your opponent to ready a resource. I think the relevant thing is the stat line of being 2/4 is probably what Zach is looking for, as it protects itself from one of the great ambushers in the format in Blue Leader.
Do you think, a card with that kind of penalty, even though its a stat line is a 2/4, is worth putting in play?
It depends. So yeah, you cannot emissaries
The itinerant warrior,
warrior.
no. Costs too much.
Yeah. And then here comes the big blocker on the ground with Chirrut.
Yeah, not what you want to see. No matter how many spy tokens you have, you don't really like seeing Chirrut.
Yeah, especially now because any attack from the spy is going to get basically negated. And it looks like Zach is just going to have to pass and change his plans up.
Now, luckily, Cunning has all the answers to do with units on the board. Unfortunately, some of those answers aren't permanent solutions. What do you think Zach needs to have in his hand to get past this turret?
If he can get Alicio to spend any kind of resources beforehand, Cunning itself could be a big swing here, allowing you to bounce a unit with 4 or cost 4 or less. That could be ideal overall. Get the Chirrut off the board, and then maybe open up the way for Sabe to get in there too and start stripping the hand. But it looks like Alicio is going to try and slow play it overall with the Han Solo. One thing that you do have to worry about, though, is possibly Plo Koon here. Though even then, Plo Koon won't be able to take out the Chirrut if Alicio uses the Force.
Yeah, Plo Koon will get that coordinate bonus and attack for +3 more, which is 6, but not enough to get past Chirrut and that essentially a force field.
Yeah. So this Chirrut's probably going to stick around for a while.
Well, Zach is taking the time to make some decisions here. This is the deployment phase for Sabe, so he knows he wants to get the momentum going, but is this the right time, and can Sabe survive the board?
It looks like there might be a Cunning being considered right now with 4 resources, but unfortunately the spy token's still not going to have enough legs to get through Chirrut, or he could just play Chirrut again on the left side.
Yeah, Zach making a lot of decisions here, trying to decide what's going to be the right play. Could be one card is all he can play this turn. So,
yep, and there is Cunning. We'll see what 2 nodes he decides to use. So it looks like Exhaust and Bounce.
all right, not a horrible move, but it's one of those things where Alicio can just play the Chirrut again at full cost and not to take any damage on the Chirrut. I look like Zach is setting his power back up because he's took no damage on that life counter. But if it is off, we do have a second one that has a full battery life. Okay, apparently. I know people have asked, what is that life counter? That is the life puck counter from Metal Fab. And these things are great outside of the fact if you don't take damage and you don't have your timer going, it will time out for you. So you can see there that one of them has a timer, one of them does not. That's all right. We'll get that reset for the next round. Should be able to find a link in the description below, but if not, you can check those out at Metal Fab Tokens. Usually they have them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are sold out, especially after big events like today with Planetary Qualifiers happening across the world, with some great streams happening from teams like Late Night Gaming, Take the Initiative, and several others out there, Nordic Takedown, BDST. A shout out to all those great teams covering stuff across the world today. Happy to be a part of that as we continue to show off more Star Wars here.
Yeah, it looks like the Itinerant Warrior is just going to clean up the Sabe, so the ground arena is looking very tough for the double yellow player currently.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I wonder if Zach has some large plays coming up. He can definitely protect himself with things like evasive maneuvers. Instead, we see the Mandalorian pilot come to the ground arena to exhaust 2 units.
That should help, kind of fight for the board down there. He won't be able to get it taken off the field this round. But there's Anakin. There's our boy.
There's Anakin, and this time he can see he can only see the heroic units in the discard pile, so -3 to that shuttle, giving Han Solo back the fully healthy Ezra.
Yeah. And, with the Yaddle in play and 3 or 4 Jedi now, it's going to be tough sledding with only 2 damage on the base for the Sabe player.
All right, so we are in turn 6. There are 7 resources in play. This game has less damage on it than the previous one. Both players playing smart, a little bit more defensively. And you can tell, like, Alicio's really dominated controlling this board.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be tough for Zach to come back in this at this point, it seems like. You really rely on that early damage getting out, and then sure, it just ate up so much of that and gained him basically so much effective life by just being Sentinel and then the limitless force that he seems to have with all the force units in play.
Yep, and with Yaddle attacking first, that's going to give Restore to Anakin, Ezra, and the Itinerant Warriors, who all have the Jedi ability, or trait.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. That is definitely one of the better options right now. Lightmaker being a 3/4 with Raid 4, that can shear off a lot of damage quickly. The real question is, will there be enough time to get to that 28 health on the base?
I don't think so, but man, do I love Lightmaker. I love when it hits the board, it hits hard, and just putting a pilot on it is just what are they going to do?
Yeah.
I don't think Zach's going to be able to enjoy that moment, but...
Yeah, he's basically 1 turn away from lethal right now, and Alicio still has not spent any resources this turn.
No, 2 resources left for Zach. Alicio making a decision here. Plenty of cards in play, and he goes with one of the new ones.
Yeah, it looks like Zach already took the initiative, so it looks like Alicio is just going to be playing out the Outer Rim Constable, as they have pretty much control of the board, and it looks like Zach's scooping it up for this game.
Let's talk about Outer Rim Constable. We've been seeing this all day today. Is this a card that stood out to you with a lot of your limited prep for this last set?
I think overall, Outer Rim Constable has been pretty solid. At least at the start of the format, there was definitely a lot of people playing the new plot armor mechanics. So things like Sudden Ferocity, Unveiled Might, and Armor of Fortune. Being able to just kind of delete those right away with a 2-drop and provide, a 3-power unit in play has been quite powerful. There's also standout leaders like Leia Organa, who does put counters on all her units from time to time. So it has been a pretty good card. In fact, when I did play at the limited PQ a couple of weeks ago, it was one of the few cards that I did splash in my green-blue Leia deck.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but with the Leia deck, it feels like it's easy to splash a lot of different things.
Yeah, giving yourself the ability to kind of pump any unit in your deck with a card like that is super helpful, and it's very rarely expected by your opponent unless you've revealed it off the disclosed mechanic from Leia.
Well, this is why I'm excited that we'll be watching you do some deck building at the next Portland PQ taking place at Red Castle and getting a lot more of your insight on that.
Yeah, let's hope we get as good a pool as the last time. But it's tough to beat when you're able to be the #1 seed going into top 8.
Yeah. My time playing sealed pools like that, I usually have a better time fighting up. So. All right, here we go. The final game in round 6 between Zach and Alicio. Sabe versus Han 2. Double yellow versus blue-red force. Let's see what happens. The first card played is Faith in Your Friends.
Yeah, this is about the best start possible. If you do reveal a Sanctioner shuttle here, it's going to be really hard for Han to come back in this game a lot of the time.
All right, there's 1 yellow, 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 white, and 1 yellow. That is enough. We see Surprise Strike, Falcon, And I can't remember the third card. Was that a BD1?
It looked like an N1 Starfighter, the 3/2 space unit.
Ah, Nabooian.
Yes.
All right, here we go. 2 spies out, but we have a great Nightsister who can kind of deal some damage at the cost of discarding cards.
Yeah, and she's able to clear up the whole board with just one attack here. It'll be interesting to see if Han feels the need to discard a card, so keep the units off the board for as long as possible.
Well, there goes the first Luke out of play, and Marin swings into the second spy, discarding a card, which is a villain card, to take out the other spy.
Yeah, so you discarded the Force Lightning. That has definitely been a pretty popular card for the Han Blue decks to be playing. It activates the Anakin for them, and with the amount of Force units in play they usually have, you're usually able to do the extra 2 damage per extra resource you spend.
And I do love Force Lightning just in name alone. Falcon swings after being played. No surprise there.
Yeah, and it looks like Han is following up with a Grogu in play, using the Han ability to put some 2 damage on it, so that way he has more health to fling around.
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but should Han have the Force from the Marin attack?
He should, I believe. Yeah, because Marin is a Force unit, as being part of the Nightsisters and from the Jedi Survivor series. And it looks like they fixed that over there. And now we got the Millennium Falcon's favorite pilot, Han, coming in, getting in for 5 damage to base, and activating the Sabe ability.
You know, it's hard to say it's Millennium Falcon's favorite pilot. I think it's one of those things of the Falcon definitely has a lot of love for Lando.
Yeah, not even Chewbacca. You're not going to bring him up.
I mean, there's only one robot's brain who's merged with the Falcon, and it was Lando's companion.
Yeah, L3.
L3, that's right. All right, 2 damage finally on Zach's base. It's 2-7 now with some healing being done by Elycio, who has 3 units in the ground arena, but Zach is stacking up that space arena with some classic thematic smuggling runs over there with Han Solo and the Falcon hitting for 5 each turn, but it will cost him a resource to keep in play.
Yeah, most likely he's going to try and pay the upkeep cost here. It would be tough to lose the Falcon plus Han right now.
Right.
And it looks like he might have forgotten about it for this turn. This is definitely a tough matchup overall. So.
All right, yeah, and just to make sure that no one forgets it, I see a judge in front of me, and I'm just going to point it out. The feature match, they have a Falcon out, but they haven't paid for it yet. They have a Millennium Falcon they haven't paid for yet. Yeah. All right. Just want to let the judge know, since we caught it, one of those things, it is important for both players to maintain the board state here, but we don't want Zach to play a card he cannot afford to play. So the judge should be able to catch him soon enough just to make sure. There it is. It looks like they've identified it, and that leaves Zach with only 4 resources to play and not 5 this turn. There it is. Both leaders are deployed. Oh, sorry. Only Sabe is deployed. Han Solo just plays a great unit from the first set, and that's Obi-Wan Kenobi with that Sentinel.
Yeah, and it's definitely not what Sabe wants to be seeing here. Even with the 2 damage on it, we're looking at, a pretty significant roadblock that is going to pump up his other Force units, but it looks like BD1's going to come to the rescue and give Sabe Saboteur here and get another 5 damage into base.
That's correct. Sabe's going to get that +1 from BD1 as well as Saboteur, and has Raid 1. So it's going to be an easy swing for Sabe into Elicio's base. Wow, hot shot blaster. She's coming in.
Yeah, for 7 here. So that should put him up to 19.
19. 9 health remaining for Elycio.
Yeah, and it looks like that Anakin's going to get out of there, so that way the Falcon is safe for another turn.
Elycio continues with the turn, not taking the initiative, going to make a decision with Marin. He can discard a card to deal 2 damage, I believe.
Yep.
And that is on attack or after attack?
On attack.
On attack.
Yeah, so you could potentially do the 2 damage with Marin while getting the 2 damage into the base. Another thing might be he might be doing the 2 damage to the Falcon, so that way Grogu can finish it up at the start of next turn.
Feels good, but it leans into Zach still having the initiative.
Yeah, and it looks like there's going to be at least another 5 damage coming into base next round from the Falcon.
All right. Zach and Alicio both going into turn 5, 6 resources each. But Zach has to use one of those resources to keep Han Solo and the Falcon in play.
Yeah, a surprise strike here will do a lot of good. If he's able to do a surprise strike plus, another Falcon, that could be game this round.
Cunning with exhausting the Grogu and giving yourself the +4.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go the damage route here, get another 8 damage to base.
Wow. And 27 to 28. Or 27 out of 28 health remaining. All right, Alicio is realizing that he's only, I think, counting 1 Falcon. Yeah, the damage is correct. A BD1 is still in play, but it can't get past that Obi-Wan. Yep. Oh, until it can.
Yep, and that looks like it will be game, as breaking in is going to give +2/+0 and Saboteur. Be able to get through that Obi-Wan and get the last 1 point of damage in.
Wow, what a great match. I loved seeing it. How do you feel? You and I have been playing, I've been playing Sabe against you the past couple weeks at some locals just for fun. I know you've played it at some other events, but I enjoyed watching this.
Yeah, I think Sabe got a little lucky there. If Alicio had just gone and cleared the BD1 off the floor, out of the ground, since it had lost hidden, they would have been in a safer spot. But, the Sabe deck has a lot of ability to get damage off the top, with the Falcon and stuff like that. So,
yeah. And, when I play a lot of decks, I always think once I get into that range of 10, especially again, like when I have 10 health remaining on my base, I'm playing a little bit more cautiously, again, especially against decks that are red or yellow, because of that explosive damage, because of things like Hotshot Blaster, sneak attacks, breaking ins. It's just, the numbers you're seeing on one side of the board aren't going to be the same numbers that hit you.
Yeah, definitely. And that damage will stack up really quickly. While the Nightsister base only has 2 less health than your typical 30 health base, that can be the difference between life or death in a lot of situations.
That's great. Awesome. Well, we're gonna see if we can get Zach to come in and talk about his deck a little bit. We are just finishing up round 6 of 7 here, so we're gonna be going into the 7th round and hopefully finding a great match that we may not see in the top 8. So we're going to keep looking for some fun stuff. But Dave, you mind checking in with Zach to see if he'll would like to do a interview?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Well, appreciate everyone watching this. Again, this is unlimited power. You probably caught that from the YouTube. And there's a lot of information in the description below, whether you're wanting to know what these life pucks are, these digital life counters, and where you can get those. Or maybe you just want to know more about some of the teams here in Portland that have been on the commentary and interviews and on the screen today. We've had Madamzola, a.k.a. Jennifer, from the Nightsisters, the Women of SWU group, in earlier. That was great watching her and hearing more about what they're doing. She's also one of our largest SWU PDX organizers for our 400-plus person Discord and organizing all of our events across stores here in the Portland area. We've also had Hollow Table Gaming Network on here with Ginger Joey and Corey coming in. We've got to watch Ginger Joey's amazing, fun G1, so Grand Inquisitor from Set 1 deck. Have some fun with that. We've also watched Neff from SWU Neff, another Portland local content creator. And it's just been a good time here in Portland, Oregon today. So I'm excited to see what the top 8's going to bring. We have one more round before we get there. And who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? We've had a lot of great players here all day today. A couple of strong teams from the area, from Portland, like the team Babu Freaks, and a couple other teams from Southern Oregon and Northern Washington coming in. So, again, this has been one of my favorite days of the year, and I'm excited to start off a PQ at Guardian Games, one of our oldest and largest stores in the Portland area. 110 people for this PQ, multiple streams, and 7 rounds total. So we just wrapped up round 6. All right, for those interested as well, we've talked about it throughout the cast today, but I will be having some more content regarding Twin Suns happening this Monday, talking about how to build Twin Suns decks, how to play a Twin Suns deck that I showed you how to build, and exactly like what this deck does, a very complicated deck. So Zach is about to join me here in a second as we just watched him with the Sabe double yellow. Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. Feel free to put those on. There you go. Zach, great to meet you. My name's D-Rod. This is Unlimited Power. Thanks for letting us watch your game. First of all, congrats. You're doing so well today. This was your 5th win of the day. You've only had 1 loss. Excited to watch this. I'm a big Sabe fan. Why Sabe double yellow going into today's event?
Well, first of all, thank you. I've actually been on a break since JTL, and Sabe is the only deck I tried after the pre-release here, and just really loved the deck. Went to a couple locals with it, but have had a lot going on, so it was kind of a last minute. I had to pick something and decided to roll with it. So,
how you feeling about that decision now?
Much better than I was last night. I was honestly really nervous that it was going to be bad because this is the first time playing double yellow and anything that wasn't a weekly. So
really, okay. Yeah. Well, it seems to be working out. I asked someone else this earlier. We asked Ginger Joy from Hall Table Gaming Network. So I'm going to ask you because I know he was up late. How late were you up working on this deck? I will say I don't think you'll beat Joey. He was up to 6 a.m. this morning tweaking everything. But what about you?
This is going to sound real bad, but I went to bed at like 10 last night. I got a good night's sleep and was just, honestly, I was expecting to roll in here and crash out after the first 3 games. So this is definitely contrary to my expectations.
Hey, I think that's a good feeling to have, and nothing wrong with having a good night's rest before an event like today. You know, these are the type of events that a lot of players, especially new ones to trading card games, may not be prepped for. They don't realize it is a lot of fatigue. It's a lot of critical thinking, and there's not a lot of time to take care of yourself. But yeah, so you came into this event, you thought you were going to be done. You're still here. Did you plan on being here all day today?
No, actually, this is a funny aside, but I'm up from just north of Seattle, but I'm from California, so In-N-Out is my favorite restaurant that I don't get to have up there much, and they just put one up just north of the border here a little bit. So I was hoping that we were going to have a little bit of an early day if me and the 2 friends I came with also were having a rough time, and I go get dinner a little sooner. So.
Right. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to happen today. What I can tell you is that at our local game store, just across the river here at Batcave Games, they're putting in a second In-N-Out. So if, a lot of locals who watch, they know that's where I play locally. So, next time you're down here, I know where to go. It's walking distance from here. So if you keep taking Sabe, this deck further and further, we may have to talk a little bit more because I'm loving this leader. I think she's so fun. I like the idea behind her. I haven't messed around with double yellow, but clearly I'm going to be looking at this list.
It's a lot of fun, honestly. I was looking at the Sabe Red, Sabe Tarkentown a little bit when I was deciding which one to go with when I played her, but I had started with the double yellow just because that seemed more fun when I was starting. In the original list I was running included the Twilight Palpatine Chancellor for the ready spy units.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't make the cut today, but honestly, it's been the most fun deck since I've started playing.
Tell me how opponents feel with you looking at the top of their deck every turn.
Oh, they hate it.
Yeah.
And round 4, it was actually a Sabe yellow mirror, and I got to hate it when he was doing it to me. It's definitely not fun being on the receiving end of it, but I'm telling you, getting to play, it's a blast, honestly.
I'm with you. I haven't been on the receiving end, so it's just my assumption that it doesn't feel great for the opponents, but I like it. I like disrupting my opponent a little bit. I love getting a little bit of knowledge, and sometimes you don't really know, but sometimes you are taking away something they could use next turn, and you're hoping they don't get another drop. Like, I love taking away their turn 2 option.
Yes.
And I think it forces those players to really consider what they're holding onto in their hand. Like, how many options do they need to have? Because what if something goes away, right?
Yep.
No, big Sabe fan here. How are you feeling about like a lot of the spy mechanics? So that's like the difference. It's like Sabe does some interesting things, but she doesn't really build your spy token. So we see a great card with your faith in your friends, and great card. I'm loving it. Feels like you're loving it. Love that you got to play it twice in a row. That last match. But do you feel like the spies are really what are making Sabe move a little bit more efficiently? In this, or do you think she would have been a standout leader before this set?
That's a really good question that I haven't thought about too much. Honestly, if you're running the Palpatine version that I was, the spies are, of course, very, very important for that. But I think my list especially would look a lot different. Like, I wouldn't be running the Sanctioner shuttle and some more of the... I'm definitely more heavy on the space side because I can have, just throw a couple of spies on the ground in the first couple turns and then just go all in on space. And so far, at least with what I've played, my opponents have had a tough time handling both. So that's a tough one. I don't know if she would be as good without the spies for sure.
It's great added pressure. Double Yellow already doing amazing things in the space arenas. We saw that with cards like your Falcon. We saw that with strong pilot abilities. Great stuff happening there. You're using surprise strikes, cunnings, breaking ins. Everything that's just like super good. And we were talking about this before. Sometimes the problem playing decks like Sabe or any red-yellow decks is the damage you see on the board is probably not the damage that's going to hit your base.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, like, for myself, when I start getting in that range of 10, like 10 damage and I'm dead, against a yellow-red deck, I'm playing so defensively. I don't want to see a unit stay on the board because it only takes one little BD1 to finish me off, right? And we saw that in the last match. Alicio had a moment. He swung for your base, but if he would have just cleared the BD1, then he would have been fine.
Yep, I did not think that was going to happen. I didn't have another Falcon in hand or anything, but I knew I had the breaking in, so I was just hoping that maybe he would not care about it, think he could get some restore off or something, and it ended up paying off. But
you're right. It's a good moment. And if you end up playing Alicio in the top 8, I'm sure he'll remember it, so you may not get that again. But
I'm probably not going to get away with that twice.
No.
For sure.
Well, Zach, again, I'm really glad I got to sit and watch your game and talk about this deck. Like everyone who comes on, is there any shout-outs you want to give to local stores or people in your play group that have helped you make this deck, or even anyone who got you into the SWU game altogether?
Absolutely. It was actually my dad who got me into it, so it's fun to start this with him. And local stores, I played in Zulu's Bothell, and then Nomad in Edmonds is my current store. And so just thanks for everybody there for playing with me over the last year or so, and looking forward to keeping it going. This game's been a blast, and so happy to be here, honestly. It's a lot of fun.
I love that, Zach. And what's your dad's name?
His name's Drayson.
Drayson?
Yes.
All right, shout out to Drayson. Shout out to Nomads and Zulu Games. Great stores. Love when we get to do stuff up there at Zulu's. Happy to go to more. Zach, are you doing any other qualifiers this season?
I will be going to the one up in Bellingham, Washington. I don't remember the name of the store off the top of my head, but...
All right, yeah, the Bellingham one.
It's in February, I think.
Yeah,
Cosmic.
Maybe the story's escaping me. I know we got the Red Castle PQ, but that's going to be back down here.
Yep.
But yeah, again, there's a lot of great events happening in the Northwest. A lot of great stores. Kind of like you said, there's a lot of great community and people, whether they're family members or friends, that are the reason why so many of us are in this game. And again, like, I'm happy to meet you. You're doing something fun. I love it. That's why I'm here. So again, thanks for making the effort to drive down. And even with your original mindset of like, yeah, I'll probably be done in a couple of rounds. Like, I'm glad you're having a great time, and we're still willing to come in thinking, like, maybe I'm just going to fetch food for my friends. Here you are. You're killing it. So again, congrats. I'm glad you're here. Glad you and your friends are here, and I wish you luck in the next round. Hopefully you make top 8.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good
awesome.
to meet you.
Thanks, man. We'll do something here, there. Shake hands. Thank you. Awesome. Well, so 10 minutes left in the round. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we go into the final match. And again, thanks, Zach, for being here. And thanks, everyone, for sticking in with me. Join in 10 more minutes. We'll be back. And welcome back. This is D-Rod with Unlimited Power, and we are going into what is round 7 here at the Portland, Oregon Planetary Qualifier. I put round 9 for some reason. It's not round 9, it's round 7.
There we go.
Boom, there we go. All set up. Okay, so here we are. It is once again Dave and I, D-Rod, here for Unlimited Power doing the cast. We have Snoke versus Odd Han. Let's go ahead and get these life counters correct.
Yeah, we're going to try and showcase some decks that might be still viable post-rotation at this point. We do have the Han leader, Han pilot leader, and then also Supreme Leader Snoke, who did have a pretty good showing at Mesa with the double green version.
Now, I'm excited to watch this. Now, there are a lot of other matches here that are still going on. Obviously, there's a lot of fun stuff happening. But, you know, we've done well to trying to capture more of that variety that's out there. So I'm super glad we can see one more match before going to the top 8. That's hopefully going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, and we haven't seen either of these leaders in play yet today, at least on stream.
No, so talk to me about this from your experience in sealed pools, whether it's sealed or draft. What do you like about these leaders?
So Supreme Leader Snoke was definitely a pretty solid choice in Legend of the Force sealed. The ability to keep on growing units each turn is incredibly powerful. It can be a win condition in and of itself. Unfortunately, I'd say that Han Solo never told me the odds, didn't see a whole lot of play overall. It was definitely very difficult to make an odd deck in sealed, and then the only way you were going to play Han Solo in draft was if you opened a showcase version of him.
All right, yeah, I mean, that's completely true there. So it is good to get a little bit more of that information, especially from a limited mindset. And here we can see those leaders obviously standing out a little bit more. We see them both doing what they want to do. You mentioned earlier that it's about, with Supreme Leader Snoke, about making these units bigger, and he's going to be doing that by using his ability to give an experience token to the most powerful, friendly, villainous unit.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a pretty interesting piece of tech coming down from Supreme Leader Snoke. First card played that wasn't a unit is Force Reflection, or Mystic Reflection, which if you do have a Force unit, you're able to give something -2/-2. So he's going to be spending 3 for it. Out of aspect currently.
All right, no surprise here. It is 5-2. Andrew, playing Han Solo pilot from Jump to Lightspeed here, is ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, and it looks like he got the extra 1 damage in from the Han leader ability too, so that's why we're at sitting at 5-2 currently.
Yes, and that leader ability allows him to take an action to reveal the top card of the deck and attack with a unit. If the card is odd, it will get a bonus to the attack.
Yeah, and it does have to be different than the one that was revealed. It also looks like he forgot to pay his upkeep tax on the Falcon there.
Let me see if I can get someone. Can you tell the person at the feature table that they didn't pay for the Falcon upkeep tax? Yeah. Thanks, Tori. All right, asking one of our helpful players. Okay, looks like they got it now. Okay, cool.
No, he just played Punch It to get an extra 2 damage in with the Republic Y-Wing, but the Han player should be down 1 resource.
That's correct. So they should have 2 resources available, or they'll call the judge to go back to the final state. It looks like they're now considering which card they need to resource appropriately. Because again, Punch In cost them 1, and the Falcon would have cost them 1 resource to keep in play. Oh, looks like we have someone's partner in the chat. Andrew's partner is here watching Andrew play, and there we go. Andrew has the resource exhausted correctly, having 2 resources available, 2 ships in play, and we're going to just adjust that life. Thanks, Dory. All right. Han Solo getting a good amount of damage in, and we see Nuke Gunray enter play in the ground arena. Both players just kind of dancing around each other.
Yeah, I mean, the Han odd deck is definitely going to be a heavy space focused deck a lot of times. Some of the only ground cards that they play are like Plo Koon and stuff like that. But from what we can see from Han's hand, it doesn't look like he has almost no non-space units or pilot cards.
Now, I could see a prestige card in there, but I couldn't make it out. Did you happen to catch that one?
My guess is probably Lightmaker.
That would be a strong one. We saw
Yeah.
that in the last match, a 3/6, 3/5 unit with Raid 3.
3/4 with Raid 4.
3/4 with Raid 4.
Yeah, and then also the undefeated ability of tapping all units in a certain
Arena, yep, that's true.
or exhausting. Sorry, Magic friends.
All right, and then we see Craving Power played as an upgrade on Newt Gunray, allowing Newt to damage a unit in any arena with its current power cost. So he defeats the Falcon that Andrew paid for. Essentially Andrew's losing a little bit of value there, cost him 1, but it's not going to stop his momentum as he has now deployed Han Solo as a pilot leader.
Yeah, and then we're also going to be able to flip up the Sudden Ferocity here. That should give him 3 odd costs to play with and untap 3 resources with the Han Interplay ability.
This is gross. That's like, what a deployment ability, right? Like, this isn't multiple, it is multiple actions, but it's also like unheard of in Star Wars for you to be able to do this much in one action.
Yeah. The rules sometimes can be a little bit confusing overall, it seems like, in this game, but this is the way that it's been ruled, that you can stack up your entering of play abilities and your plots in a way where you do get the extra untap available to you.
Sure, and there it is, working to the Han Solo's benefit. It usually works into the player's benefit who's playing those things. But here we go, 9-19. Andrew putting the pressure on Sam, who still has a Snoke to deploy next turn.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to try and find an answer to this Republic Y-Wing, because that is a lot of damage coming in. We're looking at shearing off 7 health at the time, and that will only put him down to 1 HP if both units get in.
Yeah, this is a rough one, but it's probably no surprise for Andrew. I assume a lot of their matches go quickly the first match like this, and then sideboard comes in and maybe slows him down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Sam is probably going to be in need of a Rival's Fall here to possibly deal with the Y-Wing, or we'll see if he has any answers to that enormous unit in space.
Yeah, I feel like Rival's Fall is a great answer to it. It will defeat any unit, even if it's a leader. And instead we see Anakin with a -3 ability for the villain card and -3 ability for a hero card.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to be shrinking the Han units, so to reduce the damage this turn.
All right, I love it. Look at that, -6 on Han Solo's Y-Wing. That is suddenly ferocious.
Yeah. And it looks like now is the time that we're going to be deploying Boshek. Boshek's definitely been a pretty good card overall. It wasn't something that I was really looking at originally, but the ability to kind of return up to 2 cards with that ability is pretty strong. And they do not count as a draw, so...
No. As we learned, we talked earlier about how we've been playing Sabe a lot, and that was one of those conditions you got me on with Boshek, is like, no, these don't draw. Yeah. And that made me feel better.
Yeah. And it looks like the Sudden Ferocity that he showed off the Boshek is going to come into play.
Such a good card.
Yeah, now we're looking at 7 damage coming in from the
Fang Fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mandalorian Fang Fighter there is our disabling Fang Fighter. But yes, it is swinging for just as hard as Han would have. So again, a lot of pressure in that space arena. Sam's going to have to find an answer, or Andrew's going to take game 1 here.
Yeah, and hopefully some sort of Sentinel unit in space, though it will be hard as you just have 2 enormous space units. There is always a risk of hyperspace disaster, though it's unlikely that Sam is playing it main deck right now.
Right, and hyperspace disaster will defeat all space units.
Yeah, and would be a pretty strong inflection point if it's in the deck.
All right, that -6, I believe, is only for the turn, so Sam still has to find an answer, or they're going to have to go into game 2.
Yeah, and it looks like they are packing up their cards and going into the first, sideboarding phase.
All right, well, we've talked about a few of those sideboard cards, but obviously Sam's going to want to see something in the space arena early. So it's not only about sideboarding, it's about that opening hand.
Yeah, and he might have some things like TIE Supremacy, the 3/3 Sentinel unit, to kind of help shore up that. They're generally pretty good against the 1/3s. You do always have to worry about the Falcons, which are 3/4s and do trade very well into that. But
lot of quick attacks here by Andrew. We can see even more of those stronger cards. And I think, did he just pull away the Plo Koon? Was that it?
It looks like he might be adding a Plo Koon. This appears to be a sideboard. It looked like it was a Disabling Fang Fighter and a Plo Koon coming in. Somewhat worried about maybe the experience tokens, or he did also see the Craving Power, which can put a clock on you if you can't deal with the upgrade itself.
All right, so it looks like as those players get ready here, Sam and Andrew, round 7. Don't let round 9 confuse you if you saw that earlier.
Yeah, it looks like that might be an Eye of Scion that Sam is going to try and bring in.
That's a good card.
Yeah, it's got a lot of keywords on it, and the ambush ability might be relevant in cleaning up some things. Really, he has to be wary of what he can do to Han, though I feel like that was the real turning point. Being able to get that 7 damage in multiple times really ended the game quickly for Andrew.
I'm really glad this is one of the final matches. Well, this is the final match in Swiss that we get to see here. I think this is going to be a different match than what we've seen all day. Obviously, it's 2 different leaders, but we're seeing just a smaller, different style. A lot of people have been rushing with like more bigger units and overwhelming their opponents. And we're seeing Han here just kind of flood in some of these smaller units, but he's using pilots and upgrades. And I love that because I feel like until Jump to Lightspeed, upgrades didn't feel like they had oomph, right? They didn't feel like they had weight. And you and I have played a lot of other games out there to know like sometimes enchantments or upgrades in other sets, some are valuable and sometimes they're just not. And I feel like for a while, nothing felt valuable in Star Wars as an upgrade until we saw the pilot mechanic.
Yeah, going tall is always a risk, and by going tall, we mean putting a lot of kind of abilities or upgrades on a single unit. You do kind of open yourself up to getting 2 for 1 or worse, depending on how much time and resources you invest into it.
Yeah, and that's obviously a danger. It is what is exciting for some people when you see cards like Axe Wolves or Millennium Falcon get out and push. When you see some of these cards that you can just stack more stuff on and hit hard, it feels good until it's removed by like a Rival's Fall, which we could have saw earlier, but unfortunately Sam didn't have that in play.
Yeah, and I think that might have helped out a little bit, though. Sam is definitely going to need to put a little bit more damage and put a little bit more pressure on the Han player, because I think he only got up to 12 or 13 damage on base, and that's still not quite the 30 he needs.
No. Sam's going to have to play a little bit more defensively early on. Hopefully he can get some space units and trade in with Andrews and have fewer targets for Andrews' pilots to go to.
Yeah, and he might be trying to bring in some stuff to counteract space, like the TIE Supremacy that we talked about, or maybe even the Eager Escort Fighter, which can take out either of the Falcons with the ambush.
Yes, yeah. Almost all those answers are really solid, but they are time sensitive. You want to get them out before a pilot gets one of these ships. All right, here we go. Andrew looking at his opening hand. We see the Falcon, a Light Maker is going into the resupply zone. He has a Disabling Fang Fighter, a Cartel Turncoat.
And the Republic Y-Wing. It looks like he's going to try and go with the double 1-drop start, and then followed up with a Falcon on turn 2.
Now, there was an event in there that I couldn't catch. Did you see that?
Yeah, it looks like it's Beguile. Beguile is definitely going to be a power player moving forward, with Waylay rotating out after the next set. It's going to be the new version of that. That being said, it is a little bit more restrictive in that you can't be bouncing the giant units with everything having to be cost 6 or less in order to return it. But it does give you a little bit more information about your opponent's hand as you do get to look at that.
All right, here we go. Sam starting us off with a simple 2/4 unit with the ability to move some experience counters. And Andrew just putting all the ships into the space arena that he can for turn 1. I really love that. I say this all the time when I see Han as a pilot leader. Again, I feel like it's the thematic part of Star Wars Unlimited. They made a leader that does what he needs to do. It feels iconic to Han. He jumps into a ship and he changes the game, whether that's blowing up a Death Star, piloting a Y-Wing, or anything like that. Like, it just feels so iconic. And I think that's one of the things that Star Wars Unlimited has always done well, of making sure their characters match who they are in movies and comics and games.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the more interesting games with the 2 arenas. There's a lot of options for the way you can do it. And with Jump to Lightspeed, there have been a lot more space-only decks, or decks that do focus on the space arena.
All right, there goes the Cartel Turncoat, getting 3 damage on Sam's base, and Andrew already has 2.
Yeah, it looks like a Snoke activation's coming in to pump up the Vanny. Or how do you say that guy's name?
It's a character I can't recall, so it could be a Vaughn, could be a Vanny. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
As much as I know about Star Wars, I don't want to get that one wrong.
Yeah, I think it's from Rise of Skywalker, one of the Sith guys that returns Palpatine back to life.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, as much as I love Sith sorcery, Sith cults, and stuff like that, no one can tell me like all those people that have names. Like, I was just like I want them to have more time, but you can't tell me I should have learned his name in that movie.
All right, and it looks like Andrew is remembering to pay for the Falcon this time. And it looks like we have a Death Squad Skirmisher also in space, or in Andrew's hand there. That is the unit that if you control another space unit, you can exhaust a unit. It'll be interesting to see if it comes down to kind of limit the damage that's going on to base this turn.
Right. He can either play the Bosek, he could play the
it looks like
ship,
Beguile's going to come down.
It goes with Beguile. Wow. Double overwhelming barrage. All right, well, next turn you can count on Andrew losing at least 1 unit, but it's possibly going to be 2, depending on what the Nightsister Warrior looks like after turn 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nightsister Warrior is not going to be able to be pumped by Snoke, as it is a neutral unit overall. So it looks like he's probably just going to have to play Vanny here to try and get it, or he's going to claim early so that way he can get the overwhelming barrage off to try and clear up some of this mess that he has up in space.
All right, it looks like that's what he's going to do. If you're Andrew, I feel like you're going to bounce the Falcon back, because it's not like Sam's going to do damage to the Falcon with that overwhelming barrage.
Yeah. Yep.
There we go.
It looks like there's no pay, so that way the entrenched falls off and does give him the ability to probably replay it this turn with all the extra resources Han's going to be able to spend.
And here we go, 11-4. Let's talk about that. When Han deploys, and he's an upgrade on a friendly unit, you can ready as many resources as odd cost cards you have, including upgrades and units.
Yeah. So with the printing of Sudden Ferocity, that's definitely been a pretty popular card to play with Han. It does give you another odd cost card to get into play immediately too.
All right, there we go. The Nightsister Warrior swings for 4 points of damage, taking Andrew to 8 versus Sam's 11. But Andrew still has 2 space units on the board that are going to do quite a bit of damage. Ooh.
Yep, and then going to get another 2 in with the Republic Y-Wing off the Han activation.
And we saw Sudden Ferocity. We were just talking about that card. What a great upgrade from this most recent set, Secrets of Power.
Yeah, and it looks like there's not going to be a whole lot of plot shenanigans going on here. Nothing to play off that. If he did have anything to play, he would have to reveal it as soon as he flips the Han up.
Right, he can't wait until he readies, right?
Yeah, well, he can cast it after it's Han readies stuff, but you do have to reveal it on the deploy.
All right, there's that Plo Koon that we saw was brought in. It has the coordinate, so it's a 6/6 when it attacks, and it takes 4 damage back.
Yeah, but that's also going to be another threat on the ground because it will be able to swing in for 6 on this next turn. And with no units in play, Sam is looking pretty tough with that overwhelming barrage, and I think the other card was No Gloria, Only Results.
Yes.
That's going to take up his whole turn, and you can't even deal with the Han with that because you can't do leader units.
Right, and we talked about this earlier. Blue, black, green. So blue, green, and villain cards style decks usually can only take care of one unit at a time. So Han continuing to keep multiple units in play has kept that pressure for Sam. And there it is. Andrew puts in another card. Exhaust, Snoke.
Yeah, the Death Squadron Skirmisher.
Yeah, that's yeah, it doesn't feel good.
I mean, it does allow Sam to get the overwhelming barrage off with the Snoke here and clear up the Plo Koon and the Republic Y-Wing, but that is still putting him in a pretty tough spot.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting to see if getting in the 6 damage with Plo Koon would have been a better option for the turn.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Like, it seems like, okay, fine, you took care of Snoke, but you didn't take care of the.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't matter.
And here comes the sideboard card we saw coming in with its keyword soup. I believe it has Ambush, Restore, Raid 1, and...
There's one more. It's not Sentinel.
Is it Overwhelm?
It is, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Gore's little cousin, her space cousin.
I am all about the Eye of Sion. I am annoyed it is a unique card. I wish there were more cards like it, but
Yeah,
obviously
and it
there's a
looks
reason
like
for
that's
it.
the 7 there to end the match with the Han attacking for 6, or the Falcon attacking for 6, and the Y-Wing getting in there for another 1.
Wow, what a quick match for Andrew. This is kind of what you want before you go into the top 8. Andrew may have a chance of making it up there, but it will be... Actually, maybe he's 4-3.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough right now.
It is tough, yeah. You're right.
But it was definitely interesting to see some potential leaders that are going to still be around post-rotation. We've seen a pretty steady diet of Han 2, or Han worth the risk all day, and he will not be present in just a couple months when the new set comes out, A Lawless Time.
All right, yeah, it does look like Andrew is probably not going to make the top 8 here as he goes into 4-3. There are just too many 5-1s and 4-2s ahead of him. But Andrew did such a great job. Hopefully we can get him over here as he continues to put his sideboard away and go through the deck and just kind of hear a little bit more about him. Definitely had quite the crowd in the chat talking about him, which is always exciting. Love seeing the support for players, especially locals. So, but Dave, thank you so much for coming on. I know we have a top 8 cast that we're probably doing, and you have a limited amount of time, but I really appreciate you taking the time to be here for these past several rounds. It is not an easy thing to do these casts all day, but they sure are fun and exciting. And believe it or not, we were able to have hours and hours of conversation all day. So
yeah, it's been good hanging out. We love to do the long talks if you ever caught any of our limited chats before. But I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and thank you for tuning in.
Awesome. Yeah, Dave, if you wouldn't mind on your... your contribution to the community.
Yeah, anytime.
Thank you, sir. All right. Well, Andrew, my name is D-Rod. This is Unlimited Power. Thanks for taking the time to come on. But ultimately, congrats on your day. Successful. You went 4-3, and we just saw you defeat Sam with Snoke. Yeah, again, congrats on that. But
Thank you.
Andrew, why this deck today? That's the first question I've been asking everyone who's been coming in.
Yeah, so, no, not mine. I didn't get into this game until JTL released. I've never been a big card game person, but my buddy told me that there was a set coming out with full of ships and pilots, and that's some of my favorite stuff from Star Wars. So I started playing with JTL, and I tried for the life of me to make Wedge Yellow or Wedge Nabbit Valley work. It's one of my favorite characters, and after going 0-5 at the Portland sector qualifier, I decided it was time to try something a little bit more aggressive. And after the release of Secrets with plot and how it interacts with Han's deploy, I've just been having a lot of fun playing that. And yeah, I wanted wanted a deck full of big ships and pilots, and that's what we came up with.
Hey, well, that's what I love about this game. So I'm so happy that you decided to join in. I'm hoping you stay once JTL rotates if there's not enough ships or pilot mechanics. But we're talking about this as we're watching you play. Han feels good because it's Han, right?
Oh,
like everything
yeah.
about it feels like Pilot Han. It feels like the movie. It flows the way you want it to.
Absolutely.
Like it's such a good feeling, and Star Wars captured that in this style. Like I understand like not having, you loving Poe and not getting everything you want, but you can see how close they are with some of these pilots of like, wow, they really played up Han a lot.
They did, yeah. I love this Han leader. It really feels like you're playing Han. I love the gambling with the flips, just being able to pack that surprise punch on his flip turn. It feels like Han.
It so does, yeah. We were saying that like he comes in, doesn't matter what ship he's in, he's coming in, he's blowing up some Death Star here. He's hitting hard. You're playing sudden ferocity. You're playing sneak attacks. You're hitting and you're having this great balance. We talked about it. Like you're going wide and you're going tall when you want to. You're stacking up cards on one unit, but other times you're playing all your low cost ones, and it is just again, it's like here's Han's smuggling ring. This is what he's good at, hit and run tactics, and next thing you know, you're almost dead.
Yeah, that turn 5 flip, it closes things out a lot faster than you'd expect it to.
So coming in at JTL, playing a lot of this, trying out Poe,
Wedge.
Oh, trying out Wedge. I apologize. Trying out Wedge. Were you excited when you started seeing these plot cards coming up for Secrets of Power? Was that something already on your radar of like, you know what? I love upgrades. I love these pilots. This may be it for Han.
I liked the mechanic when they released it. Didn't really think much about it until I started hearing about how people played Han with it. It flew under my radar, honestly, until I started hearing about how you could order his flip turns.
Yeah. No, definitely to his benefit. You showed everyone sudden ferocity, and then I loved how you were just like, yeah, Han has it. Oh, this guy has it too. And it's just, you put Sam in a position where it's just like it doesn't matter which pilot ship he takes out. They're all hitting for lethal at this point.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest things I learned while practicing is if I stack too much onto one, that was my biggest problem when playing Wedge, was it relied too much of stacking stuff in one big ship, and Han allowing that to being able to spread the love.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference.
It really does. And I was happy to see that you went 4-3 today, much better than the sector event that you were at.
Yeah, it's my first event going positive.
Yeah, well, hey, that's great. Is this your first PQ, though?
No, I was at Guardian Games for the PQ in August.
Okay, all right. Well, we were here for that, and I'm glad to hear that you were too. Andrew, you mentioned a few things, but I always ask people, like, what are some stores or some playtest partners or even people who got you in this game? Who do you want to shout out today, regarding your success?
Yeah, I've got to shout out the guys at Paradox Trading Post up in Lacey, Washington. We're playing out there every Tuesday. And they helped me. They really helped me figure out a lot of the sideboard, how to actually properly play my plot flip turns without tricky con gets. So yeah, absolutely huge shout out to the guys over at Paradox.
I love that. Did you guys have a large group from Paradox come down for this event today?
Only 2 of us here today. Most of us there are waiting for post-rotation before getting back into Premiere. Yeah, just 2 of us out here today.
All right. Well, I love the representation. Obviously, we love everything about the Pacific Northwest and everyone coming together for these large events. And I'm excited for rotation because it just means new cards. More people are excited. It's always going to be a fun feeling. Andrew, besides this event, anything else that you're excited about before rotation?
You know, I'm just really excited for the stuff that they're previewing in A Lawless Time. It's looking like a really fun set. I'm already taking a look at some stuff that is going to be fun in Han. I'm always looking forward to seeing if I can make Wedge work again after a new set.
Yeah. Hey, that puts you ahead of other people. That's the thing of what Wedge is missing.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll be the first one to identify what he needs. And who knows, you could be here at the next PQ and then we'll be like, Andrew, you just went 6-2.
Could be. But I also want to give a shout out to my buddy Kyle. He got me into this game. We practice online every single week. And I wouldn't be here at all without him telling me about the fact that they got pilots in this game now.
Hey, I love that. Andrew, thanks so much for taking the time just to talk. Again, it's been a long day for you. 7 rounds. That is a long time. Are you driving back tonight to Lacey?
We are, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not driving, but we're heading back up tonight.
All right, well, quite the drive. I appreciate you taking the time to sit with me and share a little bit more about your deck and a little bit about your experience and you. Again, shout out to Paradox Trading Post, and oh my gosh, I just forgot the guy's name who got you into this. Kyle. Shout out to Kyle, who gave us the opportunity of watching Andrew do amazing Han pilot-like things today. So again, Andrew, thanks so much. Congrats on a successful day. I look forward to seeing you again and hopefully in the top 8 in the future.
Hopefully.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
You have a good one.
Oops, there we go. Super great to have Andrew joining us there for that cast. Super awesome there. We're going to take a break. We have 20 minutes, and then we're going to have the top 8. So we're going to be getting that cast set up. But again, I appreciate everyone hanging out, watching this video, being here today. We are going to end the Swiss live video right now, so we'll be putting out a new one that's going to be the finals. So look for that. I'll be posting that on Discord, on Facebook, and if you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe to Unlimited Power. Whether you like seeing these large live events, hearing about what the Portland or Northwest community is doing with teams and content creators, or maybe you're excited about my upcoming Twin Sons content. We try to have a lot for you, but again, this is Unlimited Power coming out of SWU City, USA, also known as Portland, Oregon. Thanks, everyone. We will see you for the top